Matt Gillum. Presentation of the challenges of housing development. Welcome to committee, Matt.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to start and give a who I am and why you may be interested in what I have to say. So I grew up in Salina. Grew up the son of an artist. Even before I knew it. Went to KU and made my way out in the booming year of 2008, 2009 to go try to find my first job. And obviously there's not much going on. So took an unpaid internship with a very small development firm that I actually now run. We develop housing, specialize in housing all over the country. But my business partner lives in Salina. I live in Kansas City, and we do stuff all over the country with basically our staff of 20. Also, I am the former president of the Kansas Housing Association, which is a group of roughly 65 plus different folks that interact with housing in Kansas, and particularly affordable housing. So these folks can be anything from for-profit developers, not-for-profit developers, banks, lenders, investors, appraisers, really anybody that touches housing. So here with me today is Kelsey with Wheatland Investments, which they're actually a competing developer to us, also homegrown Kansas talent based in Gardner. They do stuff kind of all over the state of Kansas, and then also are multi-state, just kind of like we are. And Kelsey is also the vice president of the Kansas Housing Association. So, one of the things that's interesting in our business is we really have specialized, and you pretty much have to with a lot of these financing mechanisms. So we see it all over the country. I was just in Colorado yesterday where we have a ton of developments using, very similar, the same federal financing mechanisms. They have leveraged those federal financing mechanisms in some similar ways to us, some different ways to us. Same thing in Texas and in Missouri and Nebraska and Iowa and Tennessee and Wyoming and all the states that we're in. And so, we really wanted to try to be able to be a helpful resource to you all that you have a big challenge in front of you. Like I said, I've been doing this for 16 plus years now. And the thing that we really have focus on is, while we develop all over the country, I care more about Kansas because I grew up here, I live here, and so, we try to take a more active role here, just because we see how housing affects everybody in the state. Additionally, seeing housing all over the country, we have I'd call it a more unique problem in Kansas than others do. And there's a lot of reasons why, but I would say that our problems are quite different. With the population spread and the miles between cities and those kinds of things, there's not many states that really have the unique challenges geographically, but then also pertaining to the types of housing we need. So we've got some written testimony in front of you today, but one of the ways we thought we could be helpful was to really talk about, obviously the different financing mechanisms, but then also, how does this happen? How do we develop this housing? Because, I'll tell you, even in our own organization, where we deal with this every single day, the timeline for which it takes to develop this, we always have to even remind ourselves, this doesn't happen overnight. So, one of the things with development is it's inherently extremely risky. I put my financial well-being, my wife, my children's financial well-being at stake every single day by signing personal guarantees. And I don't take that lightly, but it is part of our business. And so as part of that risk parameter in development, one of the ways that we can make it less risky which then attracts more developers, is to be consistent. So with the financing mechanisms that are in place, those were programs that existed in other states. We were pushing our resources that are here in Kansas. I have a staff of 16 here in Kansas from Salina and our office in Leawood. And between those two offices, like I said, we develop all over the country. We have one other office in Denver where we have 4 people. But we develop across a 10-state region, and those resources that specialize in housing development, particularly before 2022 and these additional resources were brought in, they were going out of state to develop housing because I couldn't put them to work here in our home state. So, you know, on top of being consistent and that consistency, allowing less risk to me and me to actually chase these programs and develop housing, you know, just kind of a general understanding of the development process, I think is probably useful for you all. You know, when you put new programs in place, it takes a little bit of time for the development community to, one, figure out how to use it, figure out how to use it in a way that takes it the furthest, but then also there is just a natural timeline that it takes quite a while to adopt these. So let's say we put new funding mechanisms in place today. We're not going to go, okay, we've got this new resource, tomorrow we're going to go do this. We're going to want to know, well, how long is the resource going to be there? How exactly is it going to work? We've seen it plenty of times where we try to go use the resource and then our attorneys say, hold on, you can't use it because there's some sentence in there that creates all this risk for you that nobody would ever, you know, try to use that funding source. Well, let's say all of that is normalized and, you know, we've gotten our heads around that. So from the day we decide we are going to go and develop housing, our process really has kind of a pretty long dated timeline. So whether you're building and developing from ground up or historic rehabs, or you know, you're trying to find something that already exists to rehab, you know, that process of prospecting, identifying communities and needs, and building local partnerships that, you know, are really going to help you identify and build housing, that at a minimum is a 1 to 12 month process. And so, you know, there is a lot of legwork that goes into it. Now, certainly these relationships and things exist where, you know, Great Bend's a good example. The former economic development person knew of us, you know, developing in Salina and Dodge City and Liberal and Garden City and all those kind of places. And so she approached us and said, hey, we have a need in Great Bend. Would you please come look at our community? And really brought us to town to kind of shove our faces in the need and make sure that we concentrated on helping them, because, you know, we get those quite frequently and we only have so many resources we can put out there. And so, you know, it's kind of a, where is the biggest need? What is the path of least resistance? Looking at the risk parameter, you know, that's a lot of the decision making on why and where we go places. Because I also couldn't go hire a ton of people tomorrow and do this more and more and more, because it is a very specialized field. Our staff, because we're based in Kansas, are actually, I'd say 98% homegrown talent. These are people that we find in adjacent fields that we think have a base skill set that we can train them in kind of the specialization of development. So we identify a city, we identify really a need, and now we're going to start working through where, you know, are we going to get site control. We get site control and then pull the trigger on all these different surveys and studies and environmental and architectural plans. Our team outside of my actual individual company, our architects are based in Salina, our mechanical engineers are based in Manhattan, our civil engineers are based in Wichita. The contractor we use predominantly across the United States is based in Topeka. So you can kind of see my team is a Kansas team, not just me inside my walls, but outside of it. And these are people that go all over the country for us. So, again, we pull all these triggers on spending money and doing due diligence on these sites, get local support, get construction estimates. I won't go through each of these, but you can kind of see it. And then we go and we put an application into KHRC or whoever it may be on a funding mechanism. We go talk to banks and lenders. The predominant bank that I use is actually based in Salina, which is Bennington State Bank, and they travel all over the country with me too. So, you kind of see this specialization. I can't just approach any bank. I can't just approach any lender because there is a pretty finite group of resources that, they're real estate based or they understand it, or, the way that they structure their loans from a risk perspective makes sense for us. We go in and while we're, working on that application to the state for financing, we're also doing some conceptual, architectural, engineering, and then when we have an indication on funding, which this funding mechanism is highly competitive, we are working through the permitting phase of it. With regard to the competitiveness on these financing programs, obviously competition's great. We actually don't shy away from competition. We embrace it, and we like, almost that competitive nature to it. But there can become a point where funding programs and the finite resources that you have are so competitive that it keeps people away because they say that is so competitive and the amount of people that are successful is so small in getting that resource. Why would we apply for it? Our funding chances are so low. We're basically spending money and risking it without any indication that we'll be successful in getting that financing. I'm on the board of directors in the state of Colorado, which is kind of funny being somebody from Kansas, but they asked me to be on their state's board to kind of help them drive where some funding goes. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is, that competitiveness. Again, competition is good, free market is good, but if you have such a finite resource, it becomes so competitive that you detract from other developers wanting to come to Kansas or Colorado or all these other places. One of the things that's been very beneficial with the new financing that was put in place in 2022 was we're attracting a bigger pool of developers from the country, not just the homegrown talent that we have here with myself and folks like Kelsey and a million other for-profit, not-for-profit developers across the state of Kansas that, again, are homegrown and we want to continue to grow. But we also, to tackle our housing problem, we can't do it alone. We really do need other folks from outside of our state to come in and be helpful because there's just too much ground that we've got to make up because we had too many years of non-investment. We're also competing against all these other states around us. Colorado, you saw the graphic yesterday of all these other states that have state programs, that have state tax credits, that have moderate income and all these others. Prior to 2022, the reason my resources were going out of the state was, again, not because I wanted them to, but it was because I didn't have a choice. I needed to go where the arms race was, which was state credits in Colorado, the funding programs they have in Texas, the funding programs they have in Iowa and other places. Some of it was, to spread risk over multiple funding programs in different states, but a lot of it was just because there just wasn't the capacity in Kansas to keep our folks busy. Nationally, again, these folks are utilizing and maximizing a federal resource, and they have been for a very long time. We just started being able to do that in 2022. As a developer and in your home state, to see a federal resource basically go out the window and be unused, it was one of the hardest things that we see, because that private activity bond, that's a guarantee from the federal government, and we weren't utilizing hundreds of millions of dollars of it for housing. So again, Colorado has had a program that ever since we got active in that state in 2013, they've had in place, and it's been far before that. So, now we're just starting to get those national resources and regional resources redirected to where they're paying attention to Kansas. They're helping us solve our problem. So again, going back to the timeline, So let's say we've got funding now, we're going through the permitting process, which, city by city, it greatly varies. We go through these things are built in a way that, from a affordable component, the LIHTC program, the 4% PAB program, the state credits, I am building these with the thought in my head of I'm going to have to own these, and I'm going to own these for 30 to 40 years plus. So if you think about that, the quality of housing that is being developed because of these programs is also, quite frankly, unparalleled to what we would conventionally build, because I know that I'm not going to turn around and sell. That is a component of the affordable program nationally that exists, and it's something that, we really set out and think about, because if I develop something that isn't quality build, what's going to happen in 20 years? I'm going to be feeding it cash. And guys, these things don't cash flow very well. They barely pay their expenses. They barely put money into coffers for replacement reserves to make sure you can pay insurance, which is out of control. Out of the 80-something properties we have nationally that are affordable by nature, we probably only get a cash flow distribution from less than 20. I think last year was 16 properties. Think about that, which means they are barely covering their debt, their expenses, the staff that we have on site to run these things. That 16 isn't just going straight in my pocket, it's going into the company, which then you've got properties that aren't making their debt service. And so I'm then funding those. So it's a lot of a shell game of, okay, we got a little property money from this property, let's put it in the holding company, and the holding company now loans to this property. It's truly one of the reasons why this Reagan era program was so well designed, because it puts me, the financial guarantor, at risk to make sure that these properties are never going to falter. That's why the foreclosure and the default rate is so low. So from, a Kansas taxpayer and a Kansas resident perspective, I see these as, man, this is such a good place for money in our state to be going. You're taking a state resource that we're then able to multiply because we're now getting to use a federal resource that we couldn't otherwise. And then, because of that, there's a lot of economic activity that's generated, both in these local economies, but then from a housing perspective, again, Salina, we just finished up rehabbing. I think it was one of the first properties that actually got a state credit allocation. And there's a group out of Chicago that owned it. They were starting to buy up stuff here in Kansas. They didn't understand Kansas, so they started managing them into the ground, pulling as much cash as they could out, which affects our residents here in Kansas. We were able to, because of this new program, buy this apartment complex that we otherwise would not have been able to buy. We were then able to rehab it and do a basically 50-year renovation to where these 137 seniors in Salina are now going to be in a quality, stable, affordable housing complex that otherwise would not have gotten done. And now a group out of Chicago doesn't own it, a group out of Salina owns it, which is us. So, again, thinking through this process of the permitting, we put a lot of time and effort into them because we are going to continue to own these. We're not going to sell them. Then we go to close with the investor and the lender. And in Kansas, because of the limited finite resources we had prior, a lot of the larger national investors, which are traditionally big banks, weren't investing here in Kansas because there wasn't enough activity for them to get interested. Since 2022, we have now seen a plethora of additional folks nationally that we run into in all these other states say, oh, hey, we're active in Kansas now because there's enough things happening to where it makes sense for us, which then drives up competition, which drives up pricing, which that pricing from these investors doesn't go into my pocket. It goes into building these complexes. So the more money we're able to generate from the sale of these credits, the more money we can put in the properties, the better we can make the properties, the better we can make the operations work for residents, the less tax credits we have to use, which then therefore more housing can be developed. So, we go to construct. Again, the economic activity from construction. Things are extremely expensive to build right now, as everybody knows. That's no secret. As I tell many of my neighbors and friends that ask me what's going on in the construction world, why are things so expensive? Has it gotten better? Has it stabilized? I'd say it's all relative, right? As I was telling somebody this morning, I was in Colorado yesterday. It was 2 degrees when I woke up yesterday morning. And here today, I told my wife when I let the dog out and went to get the kids up, I was like, oh man, it felt nice this morning. She's like, what are you talking about? It's colder than it's been. And I was like, well, it was 2 yesterday for me. It's kind of that similar thing where, it's relative in the perspective of, in the development world, we're all celebrating that construction costs aren't going up by 10% every time we turn around. We're just happy that they've stabilized. You always think you go through those periods and it'll come back down. It's not going to. It never does. Understanding the supply chains nationally and everything else enough, you just know that doesn't happen. That profit's captured other places, and unfortunately, those other places are not in Kansas because, the general contractors and the subcontractors and everybody else, they are not the ones capturing that profit. It's the suppliers, it's the lumber fields that, quite frankly, the producers in these mom and pop lumber fields aren't capturing the profit. The wholesalers are. Well, the wholesalers are in the major metros and, they're not here. So, we really have had that big buildup from a construction pricing perspective that hurt Kansas housing even more because all that profit was leaving our state, all that inflationary, pricing is still here, and we've got to react to it. Thankfully, these programs that were in place before are going to help us, can kind of continue on, but if they weren't in place, we would have seen things like they did in Iowa before. Iowa is one of the states that doesn't have a state credit. And so not having that resource when all this inflationary activity happened, they allocated one round 18 new developments. 12 months later, and they're not organized in Kansas or in Iowa like we are in Kansas, where all of us developers kind of know each other. It's so typical of Kansas where, Kelsey's my competitor, but I'd also call her my friend. So, if something isn't working, we're on the phone going, what on earth is happening? Why is this? Or is there something I'm missing? What's going on? And in Iowa, because there's not this network, all the developers, without really knowing, 12 months from getting an allocation, nothing's moving forward. So none of those 18 deals are happening. The state agency came to us and they said, well, you guys just need to figure it out. Well, I can't. I'm not going to go and put $3 million into a deal that I'll never see the return out of. I'm going to give you your tax credits back and say, I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. And we did that. A lot of developers did. So they went through a year where they allocated 18 deals and none of them moved forward. And then as everyone was giving their deals back, they said, well, hold on. Like, let's see if we can figure this out together. And obviously at that point we had said, so we've been trying to get you to do for a little while here. So they went and took ARPA funds and put those into deals on a 1 to 2 year basis. Well, that's great. It fixed the gap on those 1 to 2 years of deals. But then the next round, there's uncertainty in the funding market. So they only had about 6 deals that applied because all of us developers are saying, well, they didn't work, and you guys told us that you're going to do it 1 or 2 times, a quick funding to fix the gaps, but then you're not again. Well, we know the deals still don't work. All the inflationary costs have gone up. So we're not going to apply. And now all of a sudden, they can't utilize this resource even more. So my point being is consistency in these programs is key, rather than kind of a one-time, hey, let's pump a ton of money in here and then pull back. Quite frankly, an even, kind of ramp up and the way funding programs are done is far better. Construction's still very risky. These things take 10 to 18 months to construct. And then when we're delivering units from a leasing perspective, these things aren't just your normal, somebody comes in, they want to rent an apartment and they're in the apartment that afternoon like your traditional apartments. These are background checks, criminal credit history. Then we have to go through compliance. We have to verify and make sure we're compliant in how much money they're making, do they fit into the brackets that we have to hold them into? All of these other, I mean, this is a IRS regulated program. I don't want the IRS coming to find me for anything. So if there is any discrepancy at all, every developer, investor, lender is going to want to go down the most conservative route, which they're going to want to document even further. So, you know, a traditional lease up on these, you may have hundreds of people on a wait list for, you know, 30, 40, 50 apartments, but it still is going to take a couple months to get everybody in there because the compliance that we go through, the regulations we go through, you know, a traditional LIHTC with state-funded, you know, state credit-funded deal probably has 7, 8 sets of oversight. And, you know, I'm not one for too much oversight, but I'd say in this program, it actually just kind of works well in the dance that it does. You have the IRS that's looking at it from, you know, really a credit perspective. You have the federal investor that's looking at it from a, you know, compliance, because of if they step out of compliance, they lose their tax credit stream. Well, they've already prepaid on the credits, so now they're coming after me. There's a very good checks and balances that exists between public and private that, you know, quite frankly, we don't mind the oversight. It's pretty brain damage, but again, that's why there's so much specialization in the space. And then we go on, and again, we're operating with, you know, 30 years of compliance, and so we better have designed these, built these, and planned very, very well, because you can't, you know, year 10 say, mercy, I messed up, you know, we've got problems, you know, we've got too much debt, or we have, you know, insurance has gone up so high that I can't cover my costs. Too bad. You know, you're the financial guarantor, you're on the hook. The state agency isn't going to let you out of your compliance. You know, same thing with the IRS. They're not going to let you out of your compliance regulations because you did a poor job of designing them. So, you know, our developer fees, I always tell folks, if you look at on the front end, you know, that's fine, but you really need to extrapolate it out over that period of time with the cash flow. And when you do that, our returns are normally sub 5%, which if you talk to a traditional developer, they would laugh you out of the room and say, what on earth are you doing? We're in these things for 3.5, 4 years. We sell, turn and burn, and we're gone. And that's just not the way these funding programs work, so you really have to kind of think about them in a different way. You know, I wanted to kind of cover the timeline because it does take so long. Again, you know, you're talking the fastest possible on a rehab deal is maybe 19 months from start to finish, and I quite frankly don't know if that's possible. But then on your long dated, you may be 60 months, you know, from start to finish, and that's not considering, you know, going through these funding programs and being unsuccessful 1 or 2 times. So I know I've thrown a lot of information at you, but we wanted to be a resource for you. Kelsey's here again. We've got a lot of other statewide developers that, you know, we're always happy to give you our, you know, information on how things work, because quite frankly, you know, you guys did a fantastic job of designing these programs. A lot of the times, you know, we think, oh, they've done a great job designing programs, and then you go try to put them in the field, and some attorney is going to rain on our parade and be like, you can't use it because of a couple sentences here or there. We don't have that happening with these programs. We just have the traditional challenges on elongated timelines on getting housing on the ground, but it is working, and it's working exponentially better than what was before. And we're seeing it not just because of the product that's going on the ground. We're seeing it because of the competitiveness every single round. We're seeing it from the national folks coming in here. We're seeing it from the statewide folks that are being able to staff up. So again, appreciate the time, and certainly available now for any questions, but then also at any point in time in the future.
Okay, well, thanks for going through all that. I know it seemed like a lot, but we were talking about this program yesterday, and a lot of us had a lot of problems with the cost of it over a 10-year period. That shed a little more light on it, and I think we'll probably end up having you back to to go through this in the Commerce Committee.
Sure.
So that we can make sure everybody understands everything that's involved before we make decisions on the future of that program. And I'll open it for questions. Senator Olson.
Being in other states, I have two questions. Being in other states, how does this program compare with all the other states or all the programs we got, number one? And, you talked about a little bit, just to touch on how far behind we are. I mean, I'm saying we're like 60 years of no housing really built. What's your thoughts? I mean, we have a lot of catch up before we get to a slowdown point.
Yeah, when we started the company, the company started about 3 years prior to me, and we'd only done about 4 or 5 developments to start. But the original founders of the company that I now run were really all from Salina, and so we concentrated on rural areas. We joked and said, we go where other developers don't, because after the Great Recession, it thinned the herd so much on how many developers were out there that everybody focused on the low-hanging fruit in the metro markets, and it was still a very risky time to develop. It's still a very risky time, but just much less so comparatively speaking. But, the Salina market is a really good example that I always like to use, because we just opened up our latest phase of Lee Lofts in Salina, which is where Lee Jeans got their start. The building sat vacant since I was a kid, and my father had told me, he worked for a moving company in high school back in the 60s, that, it was vacant ever since, after that. And now it's 103 units in Salina that caters to everybody from low income all the way through middle, all the way through market rate. And it's in downtown Salina in the new Starbond district, where everything's kind of hustle and bustle. KU Med has, their facility right down the street. But these were the first market rate units created in Salina in 35, 40 years. Like, that's crazy to think about. In a town of 50,000, where, you've got Tony's Pizza and you've got all these others, and now you've got Kubota that's investing incredible resources. So, if I just take that one microcosm, and I would tell you it's the same in Dodge and Garden and Liberal and all the other places that we've talked about, not to mention the metro markets, I'm nowhere near educated enough to be able to put my finger on it, other than to say, when we go to these communities, it is the worst demand we see out of all the places we develop in, minus maybe like one market, which I was just there yesterday, which is Steamboat Springs, Colorado. These same funding programs federally are helping create housing in places like Steamboat Springs, because Steamboat Springs can't house folks to work at the grocery store. They can't hire their first-year teachers, their firefighters, their policemen. It's the same problem Salina has. Salina is now bringing in higher-paying jobs, and they don't have anywhere to live because there's no houses, there's no anything. Our apartments in Salina, the folks that are living there, like I said, are everything from your checker at Dillon's all the way through one of the senior executives at Kubota, who they haven't been able to find a house yet in Salina. So, I would just say anecdotally, it's probably the worst out of all the states we deal in, and has been. But, what happened in 2022 put us on, I would call, a level playing field with the folks around us, to where, it didn't feel like we were just further going down that landslide while everybody else was climbing up the mountain.
Should we make the MIH permanent? Would that help a little bit, you think?
I think providing consistency there is key. Having these spikes, while the money certainly gets out there and the money certainly goes to work, and I'll tell you, I have not personally used the MIH program. I have helped consult the city of Larned do it, but I personally didn't do it, and we have not applied for it. And it's not because I don't think it's a fantastic program. I do. I'm a big proponent of it. It's simply because we're stretched so thin on our resources doing these other things that we haven't particularly concentrated on that. But I would say, finding a financing level that you can be consistent in, so that folks they really have the assurance that it's going to be there. Because let's say you're not successful one year in applying for it, knowing that it's going to be there next year gives you more stability to come in and ask for it and to spend the resources to make sure that it's going to be a win. If that financing program is inconsistent, something that I already have a ton of risk in, why would I pour a ton of money into, if I don't know it's going to be there? We're all very used to applying for things, not getting them first try, coming back again later. That's very normal in this specialized kind of space. But if you don't know that financing is even going to be there, you kind of have a one-hit chance to do it, you're probably not going to even try. So I think the consistency there, the level that it's being funded at, I can't tell you I know, the strength, the constraints you all are under, but I would say finding consistency, certainly the more money, the better, because I've seen incredible wins from it, not just on the affordable and the multifamily side, but in single-family home creation in Salina and other places and those things. So it seems to be something that's so widely able to be adopted and used, which is incredible, targeting something that we never had a resource to tackle before. So I would just simply say consistency is super key, and then obviously funding it to, honestly, the highest levels that are able to be.
One quick follow-up.
All right, hold on, Senator. We're going to move on to somebody else that has questions. We got to keep in the interest of time.
And I know
Representative Curtis.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick. I know you're trying to get us back on schedule here. Couple of things I hear loud and clear: providing consistency across programs and funding sources, and looking at it more not just in year after year, but looking at it more in a longer term funding source, be it 3, 5, whatever. And then also, yesterday it came up, I see that your organization represents both private and nonprofit building entities. A lot of the delays seem to be at the local level in the permitting and the processes that you go through to get there. So yesterday it came up about the state legislation that would allow for form-based codes, which in hearing that, I thought that perhaps that does provide a little bit more of a streamlining and expediting. And so I would just be interested, I know we're out of time, but if you could just briefly, is that something that you would see as helpful?
Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency city to city. And, you could look at that from even a Liberal to a Garden City to Dodge to Salina. And then you go to the other extreme, which is Leawood, which has, takes forever. So the timelines of those, we always encourage these cities at the planning level, really to be looking at their permitting timelines, because we see a really wide range. And every city seems to have some little nuances that creates a ton of time or effort. And, we develop in the really large communities like Denver and others too. And, inconsistencies, but I would also say, the ambiguity, and interpretation is what causes us the most. So yeah, having things that are standardized certainly are very helpful, but we also, understand the nuances that each of these communities have and why they're pushing certain directives and others. But yeah, as much as you could even take that base layer, of zoning and planning and everything else and make that unified, the better. And then maybe they have, kind of some nuanced stuff above that without getting too regulatory. That would be certainly very helpful.
All right, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to shut it down there. Thanks so
Thank
much
you.
for your time today.
Appreciate it.
Martha. Kansas Manufactured Homes. Welcome to committee.
Good morning. Thank you. Matt does such a great job. As you may have guessed, we don't do anything like what Matt does. And I would have gladly given my time to him. He has such good information. But I just wanted to touch base with all of you. Whenever there's a discussion about about affordable or attainable housing, manufactured housing, that issue comes up. What are we? What do we do? So I attached to my testimony really a glossary of terms, and I thought I'd briefly go through those. I won't take much time. And I'm going to do it chronologically. So I'm going to start with the last term, which is trailer. Everybody has probably heard the term. In fact, my favorite authors always use the term trailer home. And I need to talk to them about that, but I haven't. Trailers are something that's pulled behind a car. Manufactured homes cannot be pulled behind a car. So if you're or a friend's using the term trailer home, you might want to say, hey, that's not proper anymore. The next term would be mobile homes. Mobile homes have not been built since 1976. In Kansas, prior to 76, all mobile homes were built to an ANSI, A-N-S-I. Somebody thought I said Nancy standards. It's American National Standards Institute. They develop standards for all different types of things like construction materials, ladders. They do RVs. Prior to 76, all mobile homes in Kansas were required to be built to the ANSI standard. In 1976, Congress had passed the National Manufactured Home Construction and Safety Standards Act. And that act set forth two things: a federal preemptive building code, and it put HUD in charge of the manufactured housing industry. HUD is still in charge of all of our regulations. All of our facilities that build manufactured homes have to be certified by HUD. All homes are inspected to the HUD code. Let's see, they have to receive a seal before they are shipped out. The reason that Congress did that was for safety concerns and durability, and to be able to have one standard where a home is built in Kansas and shipped to another state. So that's been in place since 1976. They update the standard, not nearly enough, but they did just announce the new standards in September. They go into effect, I believe, in April. Couple of major changes for us under that new standard is we will now be able to do duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. We could do them before, but we had to go through the design approval process, which is time-consuming and expensive. This will have the actual standard in place so that manufacturers can choose to build those. Then under the manufactured housing label are two kind of sub-labels. And the first one is residential design manufactured home. That is a Kansas term. It's in statute. It's 12-742 in parentheses 7. That is a manufactured home that's on a permanent foundation, that's at least 22 feet wide, has siding and roofing materials comparable to site-built homes, and has a pitched roof. Also, the next step is cross mods. This is a term that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac termed. They have new programs. Well, they came out in 2019, and their standards are a little higher than the residential design. They have to have porches, garages. They have to have a 512 roof pitch. And in fact, the pictures that are next to cross-mod and residential design are actually from a residential design development in Overland Park. It is the first in the nation of its kind. There are now 2 other subdivisions of cross-mod homes. We're pretty excited about that. All of the homes that are ready have already been rented, and I know Representative Essex, that you are concerned about the rentals, but this is a rental community. They have no problem renting any of those homes. So it is something that we can look at, and you can see that I can't tell that they were built in a factory by the looks of them. And then the next are really not manufactured home terms. Tiny homes, I think, Cinder, you asked about tiny homes yesterday. Tiny homes are usually required to be built to the International Residential Code. They do have some size requirements. They can't be over 400 square feet. My members can build tiny homes. They also do ADUs, which are smaller homes that are placed on a lot that already has an existing structure on it. So that is really what I had. I just wanted to touch base with you on that. I did include some costs. And I'm sorry that the footnote got cut off. Those stats are actually from the census, the Manufactured Housing Survey, and those are from 2023, so you can guess that they're a little lower. And as Dr. Longhofer mentioned yesterday, in Kansas, the national retail for housing is higher than the national average, and that is true for manufactured housing too. So those numbers that you see per square foot are probably lower than what you would be able to go to a retail center and actually buy. But I do think it's important to point out that the single section manufactured homes are probably the most affordable form of unsubsidized affordable housing out there. Some people are surprised that we still build those. There is still value, or we feel that there's still value in being able to help families and individuals live within their means. And single section manufactured homes hit that point. I caught you up.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. Known you for a long time.
Know it.
There used to be a lot of, well, not a lot, but several manufacturers in Kansas. How many people in Kansas now manufacture your products?
Well, manufactured homes, there is one factory left. At one time, we had 26. They do all of the types of homes on there, but there are probably 3 modular manufacturers. They only do modular homes. There are only about 17 states in the nation that actually produce manufactured homes by HUD standards, and that is that the state has at least 2 plants. So we're not considered one of the 17.
See, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Martha, thank you. It just seems like this is really part of the solution to building more affordable. So can you talk about any of the barriers or resistance that you see in trying to increase the building of particularly the modular and the residential manufactured homes and the tiny homes? I think that there's a growing interest in a lot of communities to add that to their housing portfolios. So
Right. Well, probably the biggest thing is zoning and the stigma attached to manufactured housing probably hurts us most of all. That's why we are so excited about the new development in Overland Park. It is kind of crazy because while they have this new development, they had a proposal by one of my members to do infill with modular homes, which are built to local codes. And that proposal actually failed. It was a tie, and the mayor cast a vote that dissenting vote. So it's really, I think, more stigma.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think also this is a solution, but you said there were a few, now it's reduced to 1, and you think that's because of stigma attached to it?
No, because of manufactured housing plants, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Well, that has been a trend, just like with home builders. They've seen a rapid decrease. It's tough when the housing market is up and down to keep a factory going.
My next question to you is, when you say stigma, is it because of HUD codes? Is it because it's affiliated with HUD? Where is the stigma coming from?
I think it's probably from our beginnings. You know, we were trailers, and I think it is also HUD.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Martha, I think one of the, it's encouraging you see you got them in Johnson County. I think when we were doing the bill, a lot of the thinking too was having the modular in there. When you get out to the ruralest communities, we put a lot of funding in for them, but there's not as many carpenters and tradesmen. This is another option to have affordable housing in smaller numbers. And I was just wondering how successful, as all these programs have worked out across the state, are you guys seeing your numbers go up?
We have not, no. I don't think any of the proposals that include modular or manufactured homes have gone into place.
Thank you.
And we do a lot, predominantly a lot of individual lot development. This Johnson County development is probably one of the first larger developments that we have seen since probably the 70s or 80s. It's difficult to get zoning approved for a manufactured home community. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a hat trick of presenters coming up here with Sean Miller, Nicholas Julian, and Will Rudder. We'll start with Sean.
Thank you, Chairman Tarwater, Vice Chairwoman Erickson, members of the committee. I appreciate it. I think we'll get you back on time a little bit today. My name is Sean Miller. I am with the Kansas Building Industry Association. We're the residential home building construction industry in the state of Kansas. And I hope if you take nothing else from my presentation today, as evidenced by the fact that I brought two people with me who know what they're talking about, my answer to all of your questions today, I hope, is going to be all of the above. Unless Senator Olson tries to really trip me up with something. But the answer is all of the above, right? You've heard from several presenters already this morning talking about very different opportunities for housing, and we need all of those opportunities for housing. I think just quickly about sort of my background over the last 48 years, I have lived in single-wide manufactured housing, double-wide manufactured housing, apartments, pretty nice houses, not so nice houses. At one point in time, we even built a little apartment above a 120-year-old building in Central Texas. So the answer there for a community, again, is all of the above. We represent about 2,000 members across the entire state of Kansas, 8 local associations, most of the places that you might expect them, Wichita, Kansas City, Salina, Topeka. But we represent individual members from Cheyenne County to Cherokee County, right? And from southwest to northeast, but I don't have a good alliteration for that one. So just really quickly, if you don't mind, I'd like to chat with you. I'm going to sort of focus on kind of 3 main buckets, if you will, that I think are really making Kansas community struggle, dealing with the home building industry as well. You heard Martha just mention, and the others, after the 2008 crisis, we saw a lot of consolidation in construction. A lot of folks went out of business. The people who were remaining in 2012 were the best of the best, right? Because they survived the worst of the worst. But it meant that instead of having an Overland Park builder and an Olathe builder and a Lawrence builder and a Topeka builder, we have builders now who build in much bigger swaths of communities. They have to navigate a lot of various rules and regulations as they move from community to community. So probably the biggest headwind facing us today, quite frankly, this is not going to be a new topic for you in the last 2 days or the last 10 years, is workforce. We really struggle with workforce, and that is not industry specific to us. And I think, quite frankly, it's for a lot of reasons. We've seen sort of philosophical changes. We've seen sort of a phase down of VOTEC at high school and community levels. The good news is, over the last couple of years, I think we've seen some incentive in moving those back up the ladder again. Will Reuter today with the Greater Kansas City HBA, his staff has done a great job of working with KCK schools, with Olathe, Spring Hill, to get the Home Builder Institute curriculum back into those communities. We see some really good opportunities of getting kids excited at the 8th grade, 9th grade level, rather than letting them get through a 4-year degree, realizing they don't want to do what they thought they did, and then trying to find their way at 25 years old with student debt back into the trades, right? So again, it's one of those situations, whether it's K-12, whether it's tech college or community college or the Board of Regents, I'm going to tell you all of the above. We need those programs in place at all of those places. I did just a real short, I think we have a 1-minute video, if we can cue it up and play it, to kind of highlight one of the things that we've done the last couple of years that I'm really excited about, that I think we're going to see more and more of throughout our communities. And it may not play, and if it doesn't, that's okay as well. But we have a program that is a national program we've embraced here recently. Wichita, Salina, and now Topeka twice has put together a program that we call Build My Future. And where we really see the struggle with high school kids is they've graduated, they don't know what they want to do, they're trying to figure out where to go. I'm vamp until you find it. If you don't find it, that's okay. Okay, no problem.
Reenact it.
Yeah, we could probably do that. But what we're really trying to do is get students who are excited and looking for direction the opportunity to get some hands-on opportunity in a very controlled environment one day. Topeka's Build My Future event, which is what the video is, we had about 600 students from as far away as Garden City and Salina and Kansas City come over, invade the Stormont Vale Event Center. We had builders from regionally come in, and that said, all right, here's a Bobcat. If you ever wanted to run a Bobcat, we put them at the controls of a Bobcat. We put a hammer in their hand. We let them build a birdhouse. We did a number of things, and watching the kids light up and get excited about seeing physical creations has really been fantastic. And that has led, quite frankly, as they've gone back and told about some of their opportunities, to some of those local school boards beginning to develop local programs, right? Okay, we're going to go back in and we're going to find a local builder who will volunteer to come in 2 days a week into the shop class or into the agricultural education class and deal with some of these things. We're getting close? All right, I did a good enough job of vamping, and I think we're here. It is 60 seconds, so it won't take long.
Today we're excited to be here at Build My Future Kansas. We're here at Stormont Vale Event Center in Topeka, Kansas. This is a perfect opportunity. You have those seniors getting ready to graduate. Maybe you want to go to college, maybe you don't. Let us help you figure that out, because I can show you what another option for Plan A is.
I would describe today as engagement. You know, they're asking really good questions, excited about our industry, just excited to be here.
So we've replicated that program in Wichita as well. In the vein of most of the good decisions that we make in the legislature and other places, we stole this from another state that we thought had done a great job with it and have tried to replicate it here. But we're at about 2,000 students now from 8th grade through 12th grade that have come in and participated in these in the last year. And what we have seen is a very excited increase in the number of folks who are looking at apprenticeships, at student programs that are beginning, student chapters that are beginning. I'm not trying to be proprietary about this. The Associated of General Contractors does a great job. KBIA and NHB do a great job. Again, all of the above. We need to get these students back and give them opportunities. I did want to briefly mention, Charles Reimer did a great job yesterday of running down a lot of the bills. One of the bills that didn't come through his committee but came through Senate tax that we looked at is a local solution issue that I'd like to talk about. And that was Senate Bill 529, which would have allowed Peasley Tech in Lawrence, Kansas. I'm pointing out the specific one because that's what the bill did, but I think there's communities that would like to do this, that would like to find a local funding stream to fund local workforce initiatives, and one of those initiatives would be construction training at Peasley Tech. That community exists, or that facility exists. It's funded by a line item through the county commission, but as you can imagine, that number fluctuates. It goes up and down, and they were looking to have a public election for a small property tax piece that would allow them to fund that in perpetuity. Very bipartisan issue. Talked to Senator Rick Cluse last night, told him I was going to use his name because he was one of the sponsors of the bills, as was Senator Marcy Francisco, right? So we have right and left, R and D, looking at workforce development for a community. The other two things I'd like to move through really quick, because I've already talked a little more than I intended to, and the other folks will talk about this a little bit more, but first thing I'm going to talk about that makes this issue very difficult in communities, as I look through the committee today, we have a lot of different communities represented, from really rural to really urban, and community needs and community goals is something that we always struggle with, and it's a very fine line because we love local control in most places until we don't. But what we have seen, and I'm not picking on our communities, I'm going to use another state or two where we've seen some issues, is we talk about workforce needs, we talk about bringing in investment and jobs, and what we've seen in some other states is we drew in these really big projects and we were really excited. And then as we had housing workforce needs, we said, we love it. We want the CEO of that company to live in our community, but we would really like the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift to live somewhere else, right? We haven't been that blunt about it, but we have seen in other states, without calling anybody out too much, a state very near Senator Schallenberger's district that has instituted a lot of architectural and design standards that artificially increase the cost of housing. So the charge of this committee talks about affordable housing and mentions the $200,000 sort of price point in there. If we develop at a local level architectural or design or material standards that increase the cost of a house by $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 just by requiring brick or just by eliminating the use of vinyl siding, then we artificially inflate those to where somebody who's making an hourly wage in manufacturing can no longer afford a house in our community. Whether the intent of that is to drive a certain segment of the population or a workforce across city lines or not, that's what happens. And so as we look at this all of the above scenario, and as we look at local control, I ask us to be really cognizant of design standards and things that do that. The city of Lawrence recently, just last week, some of you probably read in the paper, have gone through a really in-depth rezoning evaluation. They created some new mandatory minimum density issues. And as you might imagine, there are people in the community who like it and people in the community who don't. But what we hear a lot as we talk about, well, here's solutions to drive workforce, we hear a lot of that is fantastic. I love it. I mean, not in my community or neighborhood, but in the next neighborhood, it would be great to have duplexes. And we are going to need all types of housing in our communities to serve our entire community. So we have to keep that at a very high level in mind, please. And the last thing is development costs. We saw, and Mr. Reuter's here, he can talk about it a lot more on the Kansas City, Missouri side of the state line, but we've seen a push to new energy codes, new development codes that have significantly increased the cost of construction, right? We can't, at this level, we can't really deal with international softwood lumber tariffs with Canada. That's not something we have control over here. So we really need to focus on the things that we do have control over, and that is making sure that we make rational changes to our codes, to our design standards, to our development standards that help our communities. The state of Michigan, of all places, generally not politically aligned with Kansas, but I love one of the things they have. They have a state law that says if you, as a local entity, adopt a new code, it has to have a mandatory payback period. So, for example, let's say we look at the city of Miller, and I'm going to put in a new code that does something, and it's more efficient, it's better for electrification. That code, if we're building a new house, perhaps it should have a payback period of at least 20 years. We hear all the time, this is going to lower your electric rates, right? It's going to save you money because it's more efficient. Well, does it cost me $100,000 and save me $2? That's the kind of thing that's not going to have a really good payback. We see through Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, they have some really great weatherization programs, particularly with older housing stock, that make really significant benefits for renters, for landlords. But houses built in 2020 are pretty darn efficient. Moving from 95% efficient to 96% efficient can cost 10 times what it costs to go from 85 to 95. And so we have to keep those kinds of things in mind. Again, going back really quickly, and this will be my last point, to that $200,000 house that we sort of talk about and was mentioned in the committee's charge. People say it just doesn't really make sense. You should be able to build an awesome house for $200,000. And I would tell you that my members can. But if acquiring the lot and putting in the infrastructure before I ever begin to build the house costs me $150,000, I cannot build a really awesome house for $50,000. So the reality becomes there's a whole lot of costs incurred before we ever put a shovel in the ground or put a hammer to work or do any of those kinds of things. And a lot of them are items that we really don't think about. In Senator Reddy's community about 10 years ago, we had some really significant discussions. We found a good happy medium. We had a new development going in, and they wanted to almost double the width of the roads. It's a very nice community, probably not going to be a lot of parking on the street, but they wanted to double the width of the roads. And we said, that's 70% more concrete. Do you know what the cost of concrete is these days? And they said, yeah, but we bought new trucks and they're 12 feet longer and we can't turn them around anymore. So you just think about the technologies that's changed. When we built a community in the 50s or 60s, how much bigger vehicles are. Every time I go to put a cooler in the back of my truck, which is still a Ford F-150, it used to be this high. Now it's this high, right? They're just getting bigger. And that creates new challenges for our communities as they look at the size of cul-de-sacs and the width of roads and all of those things. So really ask that if you look at your local communities, that you ask them to be cognizant of those ideas. And I think these are going to be things that we're going to have a lot of discussions about, I think, and hope in the Commerce Committees this year. So really appreciate it. I have two folks following up behind me. I'm happy to answer questions now or at the end if all three of us. I think they'll probably answer a lot of the questions better than I will. But
we just have one question for you so
okay.
far. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, too, I don't know where Miller, Kansas is, but it sounds like a fascinating community.
I'm sure it would be.
Yeah. My question is going back to, I think it's wonderful what you're doing with the students. I'm going to age myself a little bit. Years ago, we used to have building trade programs in our schools where I can remember literally students would build a house. They would auction off the house to pay for next year's, housing project. Are you aware, are there any school districts that are doing that level of construction trade programs anymore?
Once again, Will's probably the better one to answer that question, but we definitely have some school districts throughout the state. It varies a little bit by year to year, depending on as teachers flow in and out of districts. We have had, I know for sure, I believe Nest City, Kansas, built a tiny house and sold it a few years ago. We have a number of programs. We mentioned Olathe, I mentioned Spring Hill and KCK. Topeka works a lot with 501 as well as with Washburn Tech. Wichita works with 259. It's not always exactly the way you described it in terms of auctioning it off for a next one. They may be working on Habitat for Humanity's houses in Wichita, for example. We have 2 or 3 builder developers who take the lead on that. They bring students out from various schools within 259. They put them on the job site. They're there. They're being watched. and they have the opportunity to do that. I will tell you, if I have the chance real quick, we talked about Build My Future and the excitement of putting a hammer in their hand. One of the things that I can tell you chills excitement for the trades more than anything else is us bringing a 15-year-old student out to the job site and saying, isn't it exciting? There's so much going on. The only thing I'm going to let you do is push this broom. Right? There's nothing that makes them, oh, I can push a broom at McDonald's or Walmart. I don't need to be out here. It's making them feel like they're making a contribution and actually producing something productive. So I think that's really the key goal, whether it is building a house and selling that or developing it, maybe, doing that in conjunction. I know Lana Duvall's up this afternoon to talk about the Garden City economic development. They do some of those kinds of things with Garden City schools as well. So yeah, there's opportunities out there. I wish we had more of it, but the ones that are there are going pretty good.
All right, next up, who's next? All right, Nick, welcome to committee.
Good morning. I had a presentation. I'm not sure if we are able to show it. All right, excellent. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee, for having me this morning. I think all the above is a great theme for my presentation as well, because I'm going to attempt to throw a lot of different things at you, but that is the problem we're facing. There is not going to be one solid solution. To introduce myself, my name is Nicholas Julian, and I am the Senior Program Manager of Land Use at the National Association of Home Builders. In managing NAHB's land use program, I work a lot on best practice research, land use ordinance and policy reviews, and member consultation and education related to land use and land development topics. Always the overarching theme in my work involves the cross-section between housing production, housing supply, and housing affordability. I'm thrilled to join you all this morning to share some of the challenges to the housing affordability in our country, as well as some of the challenges that home builders face in producing housing both affordable and market rate. We'll also take a look at some federal, state, and local programs, policies, and initiatives attempting to do something about these challenges. Next slide. The intersection between housing production and housing costs has never been more clear. Decades of underbuilding and a constraint on available housing has put us in the tough spot that we're in. So why isn't more housing being built? Well, my purpose today will be to shed some light on this and to provide information and insights into barriers for home builders to provide this housing, to describe some policies, programs, strategies to unlock housing production and affordability. Throughout my presentation, I'll attempt to set the stage for Kansas as a state, as well as our nation in the terms of the affordability crisis, and to understand better those pressure points or difficulties that builders in the development community faces. Before I get started, when we're talking about affordable housing, I think it's important to distinguish affordable or subsidized housing versus workforce or entry-level housing. When I use those latter terms, I mean housing that's available to people looking to enter home ownership for the first time, people with four-year college degrees, people with stable incomes, but who are often priced out of higher-level market rate housing. Next slide. The current affordability crisis in the United States can largely be attributed to the imbalance of supply and demand in the market, which has led to skyrocketing average home prices. Over the past century, a combination of factors has exacerbated this imbalance, including population growth, urbanization, restrictive land use policies that limit housing development. As demand for housing has surged, particularly in urban areas, the supply of available homes has struggled to keep pace, often due to regulatory hurdles, zoning restrictions, and rising construction costs. This has resulted in inflated prices that outstrip wage growth, pushing homeownership further out of reach for many Americans. This largely being a state and local issue, it is largely up to state and local governments to assist in coming up with solutions to this crisis. Next slide. What you see on your screen is the NAHB Wells Fargo Housing Opportunity Index, which showed that just 37.7% of new and existing homes sold between the beginning of October 2023 and the end of December 2023 were affordable to families earning at the time the U.S. median income of just over $96,000. This is nearly identical to the 37.4% posted in the third quarter of 2022, which was the lowest reading on record since NAHB began tracking the metric in 2012. The average age of home buyers is now up to 56, up from 49 last year, according to a National Association of Realtors study. That's a historic high, up from an average age in the low to mid 40s in the early 2010s. And the median age of first-time buyers also rose from 35 to 38, while the share of first-timers dropped from 32% to 24% of all buyers of the year ending in July 2024. This is the lowest percentage on record since NAR began tracking the metric in 1981. Next slide. Now NAHB tracks data through the NAHB Wells Fargo Cost of Housing Index, which is a quarterly analysis of housing costs in the United States and in specific metropolitan areas. The CHI represents the portion of a typical family's income needed to make a mortgage payment on a median-priced home. And just for reference, you are cost burdened if you're spending more than 30% of your income on housing. The CHI results for the second quarter of 2024 are based on a current national median income of $97,800 and a median new home price of $412,300. In quarter two of 2024, 38% of a typical family's income was needed to make a mortgage payment on a median-priced new single-family home. And 77% of a low-income family's earnings would be needed to make that same payment. We have data for existing homes. That was just for new homes, for the record. Next slide. Some good news for Kansas. The Topeka and Wichita markets have a cost housing index of 24%, meaning that these markets have a standard to low cost burdened. However, low-income families who earn only 50% of the median income have a CHI reading of 48%. For Kansas City, their CHI is 32%, meaning that this market just barely is above the threshold of being cost burdened. In this market, low-income families have a cost housing index reading of 64%. Good news doesn't always stay that way, however. Unless things change, an affordable market can quickly become unaffordable in a matter of years to a decade due to the fact that the housing market remains underbuilt. Work will indeed be needed to reduce the nation's housing deficit during the second half of this decade, shortfall that NHB estimates to a total of 1.5 million homes. For Kansas, the housing shortfall is around 17,000 units. Next slide. NAHB represents just under 40,000 builders, most small business owners starting 2 to 3 homes every year. Yet NAHB's builder memberships constructs about 80% of all new homes in this country per year. As I previously mentioned, it is commonly now understood this relationship between low supply and high demand for housing having costs to accelerate to the unsustainable level. Decades of underbuilding, the 2008 financial crisis, the COVID pandemic, all exacerbating this. But to understand a little bit more about why newly built housing may be unattainable to families, it's key to understand some of those inputs to building a new house. That's where I like to start with the 5 L's of housing construction and affordability. Land, labor, lumber, or the cost of materials, lending, or the cost to finance projects, and finally, local regulatory concerns. Those hard costs associated with building are difficult to change relatively, and while NAHB works to address all of these inputs, we're quicker to point out some of those soft costs that can be more easily changed in the name of promoting supply and affordability. Some of those soft costs and the reason for the housing shortfall include time-consuming development review and approval processes, environmental growth controls that constrain land supply and developability, and citizen involvement in nearly every phase of the development process, adding delays, uncertainty, and NIMBYism. Zoning reform gets the lion's share of the housing policy press due to the fact that most U.S. cities have had zoning codes that have allowed almost exclusively single-family homes on large lots for the better half or the entirety of the last century. Thus, state and local initiatives to take a look at zoning's role in housing production and costs have spread across the country. One example being, next slide. Oh, sorry, next slide. The Massachusetts Housing Choice Initiative, which is a state-level program designed to increase housing production by supporting local zoning reforms and incentivizing municipalities to adopt pro-housing policies. The program provides grants, technical assistance to cities and towns that make zoning changes to support higher density and multifamily housing. Key reforms include promoting by right multifamily zoning and reducing regulatory barriers that slow down development. To date, the initiative has led to over 17,000 new units produced since 2018 for a total of just over 69,000 units in 4 years. Next slide. Builders often face significant financial burdens due to high impact fees, development fees, utility connection charges, all that are levied at the start of each project. These costs, meant to offset the public expenses associated with new developments, can add tens of thousands of dollars per unit, significantly impacting overall project feasibility. Such upfront fees not only increase the final price of housing, but also pose substantial barriers to builders, particularly those working on workforce or affordable projects where the margins are already slim. Builders are forced to either absorb these costs, reducing feasibility, or pass them on to future homeowners or renters, ultimately reducing affordability. In some areas, impact fees are tied to project valuation and not project size or the man hours, as one would think. In others, the funds are not being used or managed legally, potentially exposing municipalities to litigation. Also another policy, inclusionary zoning policies require developers to provide a portion of their units at below market rates as a way to mandate affordable housing. While these policies are well-intentioned, they can add complexity and cost to the development process, impact a builder's ability to finance and complete projects. These increased costs associated with inclusionary zonings can deter some builders, particularly in areas with already high land or construction costs, or just lead to fewer units being produced overall. It's about balancing this need for affordable housing with policies that maintain project viability, which remains a challenge in many jurisdictions. Next slide. California Senate Bill 937, signed into law in September of this year, addresses impact fees for housing projects. The bill sought to reduce the financial burden on developers by limiting fees charged by local governments, particularly in high-cost areas. SB 937 proposes a tiered fee structure based on project affordability with lower fees for developments that provide higher percentage of affordable units. It also requires local governments to justify the necessity and proportionality of fees for projects. One certainly small, but in reality large benefit of this policy is that it allows builders to delay the payment of certain impact fees until a certificate of occupancy has been issued for their projects. Austin, Texas also offers fee waivers to builders who include affordable units in their projects through its smart housing policy. Developers can receive waivers for permit, capital recovery, and construction inspection fees. The amount of the waiver depends on the percentage of affordable units in the project. Next slide. Builders and cities face numerous challenges in financing the infrastructure needed of new housing developments. Limited access to funding for essential services like roads, water, sewage systems adds substantial upfront costs, making projects less viable. Coordination issues between jurisdictions with different regulations and different priorities leads to delays and increased costs, further complicating development. Additionally, unpredictable increases in impact fees introduces financial uncertainty, forcing builders to adjust budgets or risk abandoning projects. Financing the maintenance of public infrastructure also remains a challenge, as municipalities or homeowners associations, for example, often lack the resources to manage long-term upkeep. States can help play a pivotal role in alleviating some of these barriers through innovative financing solutions. Public-private partnerships, for example, allow states and private entities to share costs and risks, making large projects more feasible. Tax increment financing districts enable infrastructure funding by capturing the future tax revenue from developments. States can also provide grants, low-interest loans, and other flexible financing tools to support builders. Next slide. Colorado's a state that's a good example that leverages public-private partnerships to fund essential infrastructure for new housing developments. Through these partnerships, the state or local government collaborates with private developers to share costs and resources for building necessary infrastructure like those roads, utilities, public facilities that I discussed, which can often be prohibitively expensive for the developer alone. Colorado's approach also includes the use of special districts, tax increment financing, which allows the developer to capture those future tax revenue. The public sector provides regulatory and financial support, while the private entities contribute capital and operational expertise. Next slide. Let's take a step back and talk a little bit about what type of housing can meet the needs of lower to middle income people in our country. Housing that isn't the traditional single-family, detached suburban house with a large yard may not be our current or future generation's entry-level house. It might need to be something else. Providing this type of housing, however, now often referred to as missing middle housing, can be a great challenge due to local regulation and zoning laws. Missing middle housing refers to a range of housing types that falls between single-family homes and large apartment buildings such as duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, courtyard apartments, and those accessory dwelling units. These housing types provide more density than a traditional single-family home, but are more compatible with residential neighborhoods than high-rise buildings. This type of housing is crucial because it offers diverse, affordable options for people who may not need or afford a single-family home, but also want more space or privacy than an apartment provides. This type of housing can support young professionals, middle-income families, older adults looking to downsize, and by introducing this gentle density in existing neighborhoods, missing middle housing can create more walkable, sustainable communities without fundamentally altering their character, thus helping to bridge this gap in the market. Next slide. As mentioned, missing middle housing may be this new workforce or entry-level housing in areas of our country moving forward, but zoning laws must be changed to simply allow this type of housing to be built. As a reminder, workforce housing is this category of housing aimed at middle-income earners such as teachers, nurses, first responders who may not qualify for subsidized housing, but also cannot afford those higher-end market-rate homes. The type of housing that targets folks earning between 80% to 120% of the area median income. Workforce housing is essential to support middle-income earners who are vital to a local economy and community, yet are often priced out of living near where they work due to rising housing costs. Additionally, there are few incentives or financing options available for small developers or remodelers, which discourages them from investing in workforce housing. To bridge these gaps, policy reforms such as zoning changes to allow more missing middle housing types could make it easier to add diverse and affordable options to communities. States can also support small businesses developers by providing targeted incentives such as grants, tax breaks, low interest loans, ensuring that essential workers can live near where they work. Next slide. A lot of cities, but those like Portland, Oregon, and Minneapolis have reformed their zoning codes to increase the supply of missing middle housing. In 2019, Minneapolis became the first major city in the U.S. to eliminate single-family only zoning, allowing up to 3 housing units on any residential lot. Portland followed suit with its residential infill project, allowing up to 4 units on most lots and providing additional incentives for affordable sixplexes. Next slide. Before getting into housing available below $200,000, that price point that's been brought up a few times, NAHB data shows that only 5% of homes started in last year were less than $250,000. So clearly this is a challenge across the whole country. Escalating land and material costs continue to push home prices higher, making home ownership out of reach for many. In rural areas in particular, the scarcity of homes priced under $200,000 compounds the difficulty as fewer homes are built or available in that range, limiting housing options for local populations and those seeking affordable alternatives outside of urban centers. Beyond the strategies that I've already discussed, to address some of these challenges, States have introduced a range of supportive programs. Land banking, for example, is one that involves acquiring and holding land for future development. I believe that various cities in Kansas do indeed have land banks, so if I'm not mistaken. Additionally, support for modular and manufactured housing helps streamline construction, making it faster and more cost-effective to provide lower-cost options. Next slide. This is just an example of the land bank system in Ohio. Since there are various land banks in the state of Kansas, I won't go in depth on this, but each county land bank in the state operates somewhat differently, customized to the unique needs of the community. For those that don't know, a land bank essentially has main functions including acquiring and consolidating vacant parcels and clearing the title to the land and preparing parcels to transfer for a third party for redevelopment. Next slide. As explained, availability of affordable housing and affordable rental housing intersects with broader economic and social issues, particularly as rising costs outpace stagnant wages, straining renters' budgets and diminishing housing security. The affordability gap exacerbates pressures on tenants who struggle to keep up with rent increases and on landlords who may face financial strain when tenants are unable to pay, often resulting in evictions that can disrupt communities. This cycle of high rents and economic stagnation not only impacts individual well-being, but also affects broader economic stability, as housing security can limit labor mobility and reduce overall economic resilience within communities. To address some of these complex issues, policy adjustments and proactive strategies are essential. Additionally, encouraging construction of affordable rental units through public-private partnerships could increase housing availability. Once again, zoning regulations and building codes can be adjusted to promote affordable rental construction. This has been brought up earlier, but we have to balance our priorities when it comes to code adoption, green infrastructure, design standards, housing affordability, all competing. The International Building Code versus the International Residential Code for homes is something to look at. And interestingly, one example is single stairway reform, which is a movement to change building codes to allow residential buildings with a single exit stairway instead of the traditional two. Next slide. In February 2024, bills were introduced in both houses of the Tennessee Legislature to allow, but not require, local jurisdictions in the state to adopt building code sections allowing these single stairway apartment buildings up to 6 stories in height. For accessory dwelling units, California has really led the way. As of this year, California is one of the few states in the U.S. that has passed statewide ADU regulations without owner occupancy requirements. And there are plenty of other state-based affordable rental financing programs through state housing finance agencies, low-income housing tax credit programs, or the ones like the New Hampshire Affordable Housing Fund, which provides low-interest loans and grants for the construction, rehab, or acquisition of housing affordable to low-income families. The funds from the AHF, for example, are generally combined with other funds, including but not limited to federal home funds. Next slide. The affordable housing I've discussed today, particularly that available to low-income or very low-income individuals, is primarily meeting the need for populations facing acute housing challenges. Seniors, veterans, individuals with disabilities, those exiting correctional or foster care systems require not only housing for income levels that may be low and or fixed, but also housing with services to tenants. There are various state-funded supportive housing programs and partnerships with nonprofits to provide this type of housing need. One example, in Columbus, Ohio, affordable housing is coordinated through a Healthy Homes, which is a nonprofit housing organization in collaboration between Community Development for All People and Nationwide Children's Hospital. Since 2008, Healthy Homes has impacted more than 730 homes in the community, including full gut renovations, new builds with energy-efficient features, and career training programs on site. Next slide. Just a couple more examples. Florida Housing administers the State Housing Initiative Partnerships Program, which provides funds to local governments as an incentive to create partnerships that produces and preserves affordable homeownership and multifamily housing. In 2005, Utah adopted a 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness using a housing first model. The initiative, which relied on local and nonprofit partnerships, focused on creating permanent housing with on-site support services so people could find their footing within the safety of their own homes. These examples highlight how affordable housing initiatives, whether through local government partnerships or supportive housing models, serve not only as a foundation for individual stability, but also as a vital component for economic growth and workforce sustainability. Next slide. Available and affordable housing plays a critical role in workforce development by directly impacting job creation and worker retention. With rising housing costs, workers often struggle to find affordable, conveniently located housing near their workplaces. This can lead to high turnover rates, increased commuting times, and diminished job satisfaction. For many businesses, access to this stable workforce is linked to the availability of affordable housing options nearby. And in these areas where options are limited, companies may face difficulties in recruiting and retaining talent, stifling job growth and economic expansion. Workforce housing ensures that these essential personnel, from teachers to healthcare workers, can afford to live within the communities they serve, fostering a more balanced and accessible local economy. From the perspective of the home builders, the path to creating more workforce housing is often obstructed by restrictive regulations and unpredictable approval processes. Builders advocate for policies that simplify permitting, reduce costly delays, and establish clear guidelines that support consistent, timely project delivery. Many companies are also eager for state initiatives that encourage investment in workforce housing. These types of supportive regulations can help businesses that meet the needs of their employees, ultimately strengthening their local economy, ensuring that workers can live and work within the same community. Next slide. Vermont's Employer-Assisted Housing Program is an initiative designed to support businesses in helping employees secure stable and affordable housing options near where their workplace is. Through this program, the Vermont Housing Finance Agency partners with employers to provide employees with down payment assistance, rental support, and other financial resources needed to obtain housing. Next slide. One more state initiative I wanted to highlight, the Montana Miracle, which refers to a series of recent groundbreaking legislative reforms in Montana aimed at easing the housing shortage by addressing longstanding regulatory barriers. Under leadership of Governor Greg Gianforte and a bipartisan group of legislators, Montana passed multiple laws last year to streamline housing approvals and remove restrictive zoning ordinances. The reform was steered by a 26-member task force of stakeholders, including legislators, housing experts, developers, local government representatives, and nonprofit leaders appointed by the governor. Legislators from both major political parties played an active role, which contributed to the bipartisan nature of the subsequent changes. These reforms are designed to allow more types of housing in areas historically zoned for single-family homes only, promote higher density development in urban centers, and expedite the permitting process. The miracle is not only in the content of the legislation, but in the speed and extent of bipartisan cooperation that led to its passage, a rarity in modern housing reform. Next slide. Finally, the National League of Cities has partnered with the American Planning Association, the National Association of Realtors, the Mortgage Bankers Association, and NHB to create the Housing Accelerator Program. The Housing Accelerator Program is a comprehensive initiative designed to support local governments in tackling housing affordability and supply challenges. Launched to address the complex issues faced by cities in creating affordable housing, the program provides resources, trainings, and technical assistance to help city leaders understand and implement effective policy change. Through the Housing Accelerator, participating cities gain access to expert guidance on a range of solutions, from zoning and land use reforms to innovative financing and partnerships. Most recently, the program has released their Housing Supply Accelerator Playbook, which is available online now. Next question. So I'll stop there. Next slide, sorry. with that, I'll stop there and hold for any questions. Hopefully I gave you all a little bit of a thorough background on the challenges that home builders as well as state and local governments are facing in providing housing. I know you all have a packed agenda of other folks who will probably echo similar things that I've said today. If I can't answer any questions now, I'll be happy to follow up at a later time. Thank you.
Well, we're two presenters into 3 presenters, and you've given us quite a bit of information. And we're always asking what other states are doing, and thanks for bringing all this to us. We'll ask a few questions here, but I think we could do an entire day on the 3 of you. Would be, and we will. We'll bring you back in the first couple weeks of the session and talk about this in detail. But Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. Are there any cities in Kansas that are participating in the Housing Accelerator Program? That's my first question. My next question is, I know commercial to residential conversion, I guess there are some financing, technical assistance to convert federal properties. Do you see that? Is that something that we should be looking at regarding like perhaps state and local properties? Is that part of the equation, the conversion?
To answer your first question, I'm not sure. I would be curious to know myself. With all memberships, I think there's some people on board, some people not on board, but enough on board for the League of Cities membership to want to create this partnership. So that's an encouraging sign. For conversion projects, as you mentioned, it is happening across the country. It's tough financing those projects, but it's also tough because of when we get back to the building codes. I think the first thing that comes to my mind is one of the issues is I think the International Residential Code says that you have to have windows that open, which not makes sense. But in a lot of these office buildings that are especially high up, the windows don't open. So they encounter challenges like that. So I think it does work in some places and is certainly a part of the equation, but it's challenging nonetheless.
Any other questions? I have one on the changing of local codes and allowing more density in neighborhoods that are existing. What do you do with the current homeowners that bought a house in a single-family dwelling neighborhood, and then you turn around and tell them now your neighbor can build a structure in their backyard and rent it out? I mean, we had a Prairie Village, I think it was, or somewhere in my area. They flipped an entire city council because they tried to do that. Mm-hmm. And so how do you deal with that?
I think that is the great challenge that we're facing now and stuff that we're always doing research on, because I think you get to the point where data isn't effective in those situations with folks who are worried about community change or because the data would show that any concerns about like property values stuff aren't necessarily grounded in reality, but perhaps in each situation, I think you have to tailor to the unique needs of those communities. I've heard from my members that the earlier that you can get into discussions with folks that live in a community, the better. If you show up to that meeting and you have 100 angry community members at you, you're dead in the water already. So the earlier you can get into those places and perhaps appeal to people's sympathies, like describing how this type of housing, who is the intended user of this housing? Maybe it's a parent who needs assisted living, but they would rather have them in the granny flat above the garage, or someone's child who has just graduated college and is trying to find a job in the community but can't find somewhere to live, so they can live in that accessory dwelling unit, which technically can be a basement unit above the primary structure. But that is the existential challenge that we're facing.
All right, we'll move on to Will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear. I'm Will Reuter, the Executive Vice President, the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City. I'm not going to provide any prepared remarks, but just kind of localize some of the things that you've heard from our previous two presenters. Nick mentioned early in his presentation the 5 L's of housing supply. Those are lots, labor, lumber, lending, and laws. Got it. No paper in front of me, so that was all me. And so when we kind of start at the beginning, you can't build a unit of housing on land that doesn't exist or isn't prepared for that unit of housing. So if you work all the way back through the housing cycle about how to get a unit of housing into service and ultimately on the market, land is the most difficult inventory to replace in the housing life cycle. In 2005 and 2006, there were 52,000 residential lots in various stages of production in the Kansas City metro. Today, there are fewer than 12,000. So when you look at the opportunities to build primarily single-family housing, which is what we're focusing on as part of my appearance before you today, because it is the product that is statistically most likely to be owned by the person occupying it. And we fundamentally believe that home ownership is the pathway to financial success that is most available to the average American consumer and certainly the average Kansas consumer. And so if for sale units, the prerequisite for that unit of housing being land is diminished by a significant order of magnitude over the last 20 years. That is truly, I believe, where we can focus a lot of our attention, is ensuring that future land use and future opportunities on which to add home ownership or home owner occupied units is the focus. Sean also addressed the labor aspect of this. The Olathe Area Technical Center was the first secondary education facility in the state of Kansas to adopt the Home Builders Institute curriculum. So what do we do with that? We ensure that we are funding the teachers and the instructors, make sure they have the right credentials and the certifications. We bring in the OSHA training to make sure all of those compliance needs are met. And then we continue to stay in that facility to expose those young people to professionals in the field so that they have a reference point of what they can ultimately aspire to. The trades represent probably the greatest path to entrepreneurship that exists for young people today. And as we look at where people are trying to prioritize their future economic activity or their financial stability in their own personal lives, the trades does offer that because those are transferable skills. They go with you wherever you go. And housing is still built by people and for people. We are not able to, anticipate a mechanization of home building. We still have to go where the good is being consumed, and that's largely on the job site. So we do need a skilled and capable and abundant workforce in order to accomplish that. So those are things that certainly we can control at the local level. When you talk about lending and a lot of the macroeconomic forces that kind of dictate what interest rates are and the access to capital, those are less localized. So, and I know you've got additional presenters that will address the financial services aspect of this ecosystem. Also, same on the lumber side of things. If this body were able to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement with the government of Canada, I would welcome that, but I don't anticipate that being the case. So we're going to stay in our lane here. So finally, the laws, the laws and the legal requirements within home building. Kansas and Missouri, two states that I focus on. We are the largest HBA in the country that crosses state lines, so we're kind of uniquely situated between two state capitals. Kansas and Missouri are two of only 6 states in the United States that do not have any statewide residential construction standards. So all of the legal aspects of what we bring to bear in the market is mostly done at City Hall or in the county seat. And so my local HBA covers 69 different permitting jurisdictions. So we've got 69 versions of the building code, the development code, inspection regimes, plan review, all of those things. And so it's trench warfare in Kansas City, in the metro. And so as we're looking to satisfy this intense housing demand for a growing metropolitan area with some, as Sean alluded to, some incredibly intense economic development projects that are getting national attention, where is that workforce ultimately going to be housed, and to what degree are they going to be tearing up roads and bridges and highways, trying to come from all points of the exurban metro to get to those new places. So what we want to see and what we believe what we can help with is addressing the supply issue. Fundamentally, housing is the question today before us, as well as moving forward, is what do we do about housing supply? The Mid-America Regional Council, in a recent report, estimated that there was 24,000 units of housing in the Kansas City metro short of what it would need to simply keep up with current demographic trends over the last 12 years. And so that is a problem that compounds every year that we continue to underbuild. So the members that I represent, we talked a little bit about consolidation in the space. In 2006, there were 670 builder members of my association. Today, there are 249. So we've seen a tremendous consolidation and, in fact, a departure of the ability to operate in this space due to the capital intensity of this and the availability of credit to keep a business going in a highly volatile market, a market in which we are subject to a lot of extraneous things over which we have no control. So what we are certainly asking for is predictability as we move forward, some consistency. If there is a well-lit path to yes for a project, you will find someone that will be willing to go down that path. But if you are going to require that they go through the due diligence process, and they've got to get their architecture and their engineering, secure the financing, retain an attorney, and go acquire the land, and the possibility of that project not getting to yes isn't apparent, they're not going to spend that $250,000 to prepare that application. So there's a tremendous amount of pent-up innovation that exists within my industry, and if we can expand the bounds of what is allowed, I think you will see those risk takers take that risk and apply that innovation. We're certainly not building everything we're capable of building or everything we would want to build, and it is a business vulnerability for the people that I represent to only be able to produce $500,000 houses and above. They don't want to exclusively serve that market. And when a newly built house, by measure of what it costs ultimately to the consumer, if new build construction is a luxury good, then we failed as a society. So we've got to be able to add inventory, add housing options, and do it at all corners of the Kansas City metro and all corners in the state of Kansas. So I would like to answer any questions or talk about what you would like to talk about.
Senator Schonberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. And you represent home builders, and I don't know, it just seems like we've got two worlds out there. When we in Baxter Springs hire a teacher, they need a place to live. And it's not Kansas City, and we can't get a developer to come in and build 27 units because we need a house. And we have 5 on the market. And we can't get a home builder to take the risk. And I guarantee it's not zoning because we don't have any. So we're not going to zone you out, and we're not going to restrict you. And we've got lots there with sewer and water and curb and gutter right there. But we can't get a home builder to come and build a house because there's not enough demand. And that's a problem in rural Kansas, in Sterling and Arlington and Galena and Columbus, and and it may not. It's a different problem than there is in Wichita and Kansas City, and I understand that. But what do we do? How do we do that? Do we just need cities start building houses? Our schools do, by the way, build a house a year, and it gets sold just like that. And so I haven't heard anything in 2 days that really addresses small town. What do you do about housing?
So my hometown is Plainville, Kansas, in Rooks County, so population 1,700. It's one of the communities in Kansas that will give you everything as long as you promise to build it. And then that has seen some activity, but there are regional draws to this finite labor supply to actually accomplish the work. I would imagine that there are home builders that have looked at Baxter Springs as an opportunity because of the inputs that you've described, and they're looking around at, well, who's going to frame this thing? Who's going to plumb it? Who's going to do the electrical work? For any one housing project, you're looking at probably 200 different skill sets necessary to bring that new home to market. And if any one of those skill sets is missing, that house doesn't happen. And so some of these puzzle pieces are much more difficult to put together in rural areas than they certainly are in urban areas. They're challenges, but they're different.
Thank you for that, and you're right. And I'll tell you what they do is they say, come over to Carl Junction where we're building 1,000 houses. And so we have teachers in Baxter Springs living a block from the Carl Junction school. They sure don't want to put their kids in that school, but they want to put them in Kansas, and they're living over there. And it's just a problem because Joplin's growing, and that's our suburb is Missouri. I've got 130-mile border in my district, all other states. And we need to, there's got to be a niche. There's got to be something we can do, and maybe before the day is over, we'll have a plan. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think, sir, localizing your housing supply is of critical importance, because if you have to have the technical expertise is not migratory, because where that technical expertise exists, they've got all the work they can possibly handle. And if there aren't people coming in behind it, which is why we talk so much about workforce, they've got to basically stay put. And if the choice is between doing a project, 10 minutes away from your house or 100 miles away, that's a pretty easy calculation for a business.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did enjoy all three of the presentations in this segment as well. I think one of the questions that goes with what Senator Schellenberger was also asking, we see that even with mental health, all of these facilities, so that we're talking about mobile units kind of going there, fixing it for a little bit. I don't know if there are groups of home builders that go to each community and take care of those needs in the rural areas. But my other question is, where does a 3D printing come into this? I heard a lot about 3D printing in houses, but I haven't really seen one, and I don't know if that's something that could assist in the affordability of housing.
I think those emerging technologies are going to absolutely be a part of what the built environment looks like in the future. Scalability obviously is one of those. There is an entire subdivision in Austin, Texas, which had all of the foundations were 3D printed and poured by these enormous machines. There's not a lot of them. So how do you get those, kind of around the country? To use a very, I guess, Kansas-specific reference, kind of what you would envision to address all of those very disconnected and geographically challenged housing markets would be a form of residential construction custom cutters, like the people that go from Texas all the way through North Dakota cutting wheat over the summer. We kind of do have to, in order to address those more localized and geographically challenged areas, it is going to require almost somebody coming in and setting up shop for a period of time and going from community to community. Again, it goes down to resource intensity and whether you not be able to apply that. But technology like 3D printing, it remains to be seen how applicable it will be, but I do know that there are areas of the state of Kansas that are already moving in that direction and trying to put those pieces in place.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to you, my comment to Tim, I think there's a lot of, 07 just wiped a lot of them contractors out, or they merged. There's just none of them left, especially in the rural areas. They've moved to more profitable areas. Banks are gun shy. They're starting to lend more than they have. But, you heard early on that, some of the cities need help getting the funding to put the sewers and having that effort. But I think the labor force and just that vacuum from 07 to now of all them young people, they weren't going into trades. And we've heard it a couple times here. There's just a big vacuum all across the country in the trades. My son-in-law, new son-in-law, he's 23. He makes $55 an hour painting. And he's been doing it for 4 years. Got a good pension, good benefits. Now he's a union. But I think all the trades are in an area where, if we're going to spend some money and ramp up, we need to ramp up in our junior colleges and throw 20 million the next couple of years, putting a VOTEC program in every one of them, ramping up. I know Johnson County Community College got a good one, but we really need to ramp up the workforce, for these housings to get the labor costs more in line with what it should. The trades are just, if I was, out of high school, that's where I'd be going. Because the next 10, 15 years, you're gonna have some of the best wages you're gonna have. There's a shortage. And even if we ramp up today funding, it's gonna take 5 or 10 years to catch up. But I think there's a whole host. Rates being high right now, or higher than we've seen in a long time. I think that puts a challenge in building a place in Baxter Springs. But, 25 years ago, they built RHID program in Baxter Springs, and it's paid for. But, I think some of the bills we did in 22, the MIH targeting money to them smaller. But I really think probably two things. The banks are gun shy, and there's just not enough capital with some of the builders that build in them areas. They disappeared. They either died or moved on to other things. And I think the labor force being shrank and cost being high.
Sure.
I think they all three play into the smaller communities. But we got 59 counties when we used to just have a few. Now with the programs we put in place, I think it's changing, but I think there's still a lot of work.
Thank you for that, Senator. One of the phone calls that I made in preparation for this appearance, I called one of my land development professionals and just asked me to work through some of the particulars of, a deal he was trying to put together to acquire the land and get a housing subdivision going. And he said his credit terms were 75% LTV. So he was going to need to bring 75% of the total project cost in cash and collateral in order to finance 25% of it. There's not very many guys that can just stroke a $10 million check. So that project's not going to happen. So when you talk about those credit conditions, it is affecting decision making.
Well, and if I might, just a quick follow-up, the next person going to talk, Alex Orr, he's going to tell you there's less banks and there's less, lending going on. Community banks are great for the local communities. They reinvest and loan in them communities. As they disappear, and there's in the last, since 07, there's, 100 plus banks that are gone. They're bigger banks now, and they're not lending back in them rural communities, probably not as much. And so I think that's just another piece of that puzzle that's a problem. Got some real challenges ahead, but I think we've kind of moved a lot farther forward since 22 too. So
Certainly,
thanks.
certainly. Thank you.
All right, so we're a little bit beyond time, so I'm only going to ask one of my million questions that I have for you today. The average home development in your area, how many homes would it be? 30, 40, 50?
Depends what you can get approved. We typically would bring an application for a plat that would maximize the land use to get as many home sites on as possible, because all of those development costs are fixed. So you're going to have the same amount of streets, the same amount of curbs and gutters and all of those kinds of things. So if you can get 100 houses in a phase of a subdivision, that's what you go for. And depending on whether or not that's approved, you might wind up at 75.
Okay, so 75 houses, how long does that take to break ground, build, develop, sell?
You're probably, best case scenario, 18 months from approval to going vertical. So that's how much
The first home?
First home to start pouring a foundation.
And when do your property taxes start going up?
The moment that you touch the dirt.
And so that cost, that increases the cost of doing business and the cost of.
Correct.
So you're paying property tax on an inflated something that you can't sell for a few years.
Correct. So the moment that you start improving the property, it starts a gradual increase in assessed value. So you are paying a higher rate of taxation on that ground that you are in the process of improving until you get it finished. So, you know, if you are, when tax time comes around and the appraiser or the assessor comes out and says, well, this looks to be about 60% done, so we're going to assess your property taxes at 60% of the final value. That's just kind of the way that it has always been. So you're paying a higher rate of property tax on property that is currently being manufactured or put together for its final and highest and best use. So, you know, if you think about homes in terms of inventory, which inventory is a word that is certainly used in real estate, this is the putting together of inventory, but you're having to pay taxation on it before you're even ready to put it on the shelf. And so if there was some modified version or some predictable graduation of property taxes, or a consideration of not assessing property taxes on the improved nature of the property until a temporary or a full certificate of occupancy was issued, I think you would then see the tax liability of some of these developments go down, or the tax liabilities of these builders go down, which could potentially make the project pencil for adding an additional 2-3 homes that they would have otherwise not been able to do.
I kind of figured that. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot for that. And we'll move on from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
The infamous Alex Oral is up next. Senator Olson already gave part of your presentation away, so that saves some time.
I could still share some. Mr. Chairman, how long do you have for me? I don't want to.
As long as you want, sir. You're the banker here. You're the banker here. Nothing happens in this room without you.
Well, it'll be easy. I got a reputation to live up to, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about housing. This is an issue we have talked about a lot over the last couple of years. Before the record, Alex Oral, Senior Vice President of Government Relations for the KBA, represent Kansas banks all the way from Liberal to Leavenworth. How's that for alliteration, Mr. Miller? Doing okay on the southwest and northeast. It's about as good as you can do. But it's a pleasure to be before you guys today. The KBA has become very actively involved in housing policy over the last couple of years at the formation of a task force, Housing and Community Development Task Force. Our bankers recognize that housing is an undeniable barrier for economic growth. If you don't have people, or if you don't have housing, you don't have people, then you don't have economic activity. Housing is directly tied to that. And I know there's been a lot of conversation on some policy proposals over the last couple of years, some unanimous, some controversial at times. But our state has been very clear at the statewide housing study that we did a couple of years ago. We're behind the 8 ball. We have not, you as lawmakers have unfortunately been set up in not a good position from previous legislatures. And I don't mean this over the last couple of years, and I'm not trying to be too derogatory, but the effort to fund housing initiatives over the years has not been a proactive priority. I'll use, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but I'll use the MIH program for KHRC, and I'll talk about them here in a second. Historically, we funded that program at $2 million a year. Nebraska, at the same time, with half the population, was funding their program to $7 million a year. Half the population were doing way more than us, and I'm going to get to that here in a second. But yeah, significant challenges, and I'm going to go over some solutions here too that I think this legislature can address. There is no silver bullet for housing. There's been a lot of things thrown out there over the last couple days, but I would caution this committee to let's try and be great at some things, not good at a lot of things. I feel like, and I've been a part of some of these conversations over the last couple of years, I feel like I'm acronymed to death as well. And so where can we focus on some practical solutions that you can get passage of legislation through? It's not an easy process, as you all know. Senator Olson, appreciate you bringing up the loss of community banks over the last couple of years, or specifically over the last 30 years. I mean, since 1984, there's 70% less banks than there used to be in Kansas, from 690 to 204. And actually, that number's down. We're about below 200. Significant regulations are attributing to that. That's also tied to mortgage lending in particular. You got a lot of banks that won't lend someone a house. I mean, when's the last time one of you went in and bought a house? The amount of paperwork that you have to sign, that you're going through and you're signing your name 300 times. Regulation's a good thing. You hear me say that. We are banks. We house people's money. We invest in communities. We should be regulated. Never against that, but we should have proper regulation. I think nationally, we have gone way too far on this, on the regulation side, and we need to come back and start cutting some red tape a little bit. Well-intended, trying to do the right thing, maybe trying to apply it all the way to the largest financial institutions that I also do represent, but it trickles down to the community bank every single time, and we see that time and time again. That's not necessarily a complaint to you all. It's national. It's more of a national issue, but I want you to recognize that that's some of the things we're dealing with. In Kansas, our housing stock, more than 30% of it, built 60 years ago. You talk about rehabilitation of properties. Those are risky loans. Those sometimes aren't the best business decision for some folks, and specifically in the rural areas too. So banks are in the business of risk management, and they're looking at what makes economic sense for not only their customer, but the community and the financial institution. There's multiple approaches to that, but there's a few solutions I'm gonna get to here in a second that I think that you can focus on. You talk about, there's been a lot of talk about tax credits. There's been a lot of talk about incentives, public-private partnerships. I appreciate some of the previous conferees talking about how much they used to do in Kansas and how much they do not do in Kansas anymore. Part of that is our surrounding states are doing incentive programs. Whether you like it or not, it is the reality. They are attracting them to their state to build homes. Our state, just in the last couple of years, has started to roll out some of those programs. I do believe, and I want to caution the legislature as well, to be patient with some of the programs that were implemented. These are not short-term solutions. They're not going to be fixed overnight. Especially over the last couple of years, we had unprecedented interest rate increases, over 500 basis points in a year like that. You had inflation, cost of goods. There was so many things going on that has been unprecedented in the last couple of years that we enacted historic legislation to the tune of $200 million of housing legislation over the last couple of years. Allow some of those programs to work. Let them see, let's see some of those projects and that money rolling over in that community, more property tax getting paid. You need more housing to broaden that base. One thing, and obviously population, we need people. Kansas, from 2010 to 2020, we saw a 3% growth in population. That lacked national average. National average was 7.4%. We even had in 2017 and 2019 and 2022 negative year-over-year population. We're losing people. So what are we going to do and try and get people to put down roots here? Specifically my generation. And now, I can't really say my generation. I've been before you all now for about a dozen years. But what are we doing for the kids right out of college? Once they buy their house, once they put roots down, they're less likely to leave. So any programs we can do to incentivize that younger generation to stay here, they're more likely to stay, long term anyway. One proposal on page 2 of my testimony was something I've been talking about this week before the Special Committee on Centralized Pooled Collateral and Pooled Money Investment Board Modernization. Yes, that is an interim committee. That is the real name of it. It's a mouthful, but there were some really good conversations that were had over the last 2 days and specific recommendations made to the legislature at that point too. One of the recommendations, there currently is in statute a housing linked deposit loan program that is operating under the State Treasurer's Office and the Pooled Money Investment Board. That allows for financial institutions to go to the PMIB to access below market deposit rates, 2% below market. They're able to get those funds and they're able to lend those dollars out for housing development. It was created in 2008. But it has not been utilized since 2014. It's the last time a loan came out of that program. You have $60 million sitting in that program that has already been authorized, that is state idle funds, that is meant for housing, that is not being used at all. That's no cost to the state. That's the idle funds that the legislature authorized to use for housing development. The special committee yesterday unanimous recommendation to do a complete overhaul of all of our linked deposit loan programs, but also that housing program. What can we do with that $60 million you've already authorized? This is talking about the state investing back in itself from our idle fund investment side of things, and that was talked about the last couple days. We have $9.7 billion in state idle funds. 99.5% of that money goes outside the state. Only 0.52% is invested back in Kansas. You're going to see some specific policy recommendations. There were 7 of them yesterday that were unanimously recommended in next year's legislative session. But so we need to do a better job of taking the resources that we currently have and putting them to work. One of the issues with the current linked deposit loan program, housing, is authorizing those loans for 5 years. That does not make sense. There's valuation limitations associated with that program as well. Once again, not attractive to developers, not attractive to financial institutions. One program that has been talked about over the last couple of days and was brought to my attention 2 weeks ago was regarding the city of Pittsburgh regarding the statewide housing incentive program, creating really a statewide TIF program with that $60 million to fund, 10% of with the developer, 10% of the cost of the build with a cap of $300,000. So $30,000 maximum grant that would be afforded to the developer to bid or to build, and that money's repaid back into that fund through property taxes over time. An example they had for me in Pittsburgh and their certain mill levy was if you had a construction cost $200,000, a grant amount of $20,000, county appraised value of $249,000, the property tax of $4,066, that you'd only need 4.9 years to pay that money back. So you could use that $60 million as a revolving fund to continually fund development. Now, you probably would have to put some limitations on it, without a doubt, in terms of populations. Some of the KHRC programs have those limitations. There is significant challenges, rural versus urban, in terms of people, and talk about 200 trades. I really appreciated previous conferees. These guys are absolute experts. 200 trades, I didn't realize the number was that high. But when you don't have the people there, it's going to be really hard. So you're going to have to incentivize people to come to the rural areas. And I know you just went through redistricting. You're looking at the rural populations of Kansas and the complete urbanization of our state, of districts moving, collapsing House and Senate districts and putting more power in the more urban areas. That's a trend that's going to continue and probably accelerate. So that's something, if you want to keep our rural Kansas communities sustainable and viable, you're going to have to do things like this. I do believe that is an idea that you could do with that $60 million. That is, maybe you got to fine tune some of the details, of course, but a recommendation from this committee to work with Chairman Nick Hoheisel, who is he's the vice chair of that committee, to come up with a program specifically related to housing would be fantastic. That recommendation has already came unanimous from another interim. Once again, $60 million, it's already authorized, no cost to the state. You already have it. A couple other pieces that you could also look at. I really appreciate Riley going on her testimony, Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit, technical cleanup. That is some legislation that was talked about last conference, in the tax conference. And so this committee knows that technical cleanup of the tax credits associated with that program was included in the final conference. It was pulled out at the very last minute because there was significant confusion about, was this the LIHTC program or was this the Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit program? I think the tax conference committee was acronymed to death, and they were confused as well. This is something that right now you have policy on the books that you have passed that is a program that is working, that does have caps, $13 million a year annually. It's a fantastic program that I think could really work, but unfortunately right now with the tax credits, you're losing the value, you're using a year of that value, and it's just not attractive. So once again, fine-tuning some of the programs you already have, be great at it, would be a solution. In terms of KHRC, I think the KHRC does a fantastic job on behalf of our state. I really do. I don't know if any of you are signed up for any of their email alerts or news alerts. I receive them. I feel like we share a KHRC development project weekly with our members across the state. They put out fantastic amount of resources and information about what they're doing. And I know there's talking about tracking and trying to figure out where their money's being used, and a lot of it's federal money. Most of it, frankly, is federal money, not state money. They are putting some good work together. If you've never been to the Kansas Housing Conference, too, I'd recommend you go to that. It's about 800 people in Overland Park. I've had the opportunity to participate the last couple of years. Last year was on the steering committee for the planning of that conference. They do good work. They're public servants that are doing what you are telling them to do. And they do it with the best intentions. And I've been nothing but impressed with that group. We need to continue to help those groups as well. I know you want to make sure that money's getting put to good use as well, and I'm not cautioning you against that. That is your job. Just having a kind of a sometimes blanket reaction to the funding that we've done over the last couple of years that maybe it's not getting utilized. Once again, allow some time for those programs to work and take that deeper dive, which I appreciate this committee doing. In conclusion, addressing these challenges, there is no silver bullet to housing. We all know that. But I agree with the previous conferees that we have to be consistent with these programs. We can't fund them and then not fund them and then fund them and then not fund them. That's going to give whiplash to people that are trying to build and develop. And once again, unfortunately, we are behind the 8 ball, 30 years. So this isn't going to be fixed in one legislative session. It's not going to be fixed in 5 legislative sessions. It's going to take a continued effort of multiple legislatures in a row to make it happen. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and share my remarks and industry's remarks, and I look forward to working with you all on some possible recommendations, solutions for next year. But I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alex. And I, too, have had conversations with Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh housing people are here today. I see them in the back of the room. It's my understanding that the linked deposit program scheme that you mentioned could also be used to rehab existing property. And it could be done on a one home at a time basis. So this isn't something that requires a developer to get bunch of lots. You can go build a house. The developer knows that they'll get 10% once that house is built and occupied, and that money gets paid back. The city or county agrees that the property tax for that will go back into the linked deposit program until it's paid back. So it's just a revolving loan fund.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think that's I think we should follow this trail a little sometime, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, because that property tax over time, if it's paid back on that 4.9 years, then it's just going to return to that original jurisdiction and just pay more property taxes at the local level.
Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think what we talked about over in the other meeting, there's never been any use of it. One of the reasons why it was put in place, if you remember, back when I was in the House, it was Senator King, I believe, and Senator Peck. They're senators now, but they were House members. They had a big flood down in Coffeyville, down in through there. This initiative was put in place to help them people rebuild down there. I think it was good intentions. Program was probably written by Senator King and Peck, and they're not experts in the field. I think, that just really needs to be looked at and maybe have some experts in the field in there to make it more usable. Also, the ag side of the link program, the limits are low now with inflation and everything. It's not getting utilized, so they need to go in there, all them programs, and modify them. But one thing I will say, there's not 60 million sitting over there that's not used. That money's invested in the state. There's appropriation to use up to 60 million in the linked deposit program, but that money, our treasurer has it invested, and if someone would come in, a loan would be approved, the necessary funds would be moved over. That's how a bank operates. You don't, 80-20, you're 80% loaned out, 29. Well, you're investing that money, and your CFO, make sure you have enough money to fund them loans on a daily basis. But you don't have, if you're a $100 million bank, you don't have 20 million laying around to, in the vault,
Can you follow that up a little bit? I'm not asking you to speak for the treasurer, but where is he on that?
Supportive. We've been working with the treasurer. We've been working with the league. I've talked to my friends at the realtors. In terms of the SHIP program in particular, this one needs to be vetted. This one's very new. But in terms of figuring out a solution and proposal of revamping those funds, everyone's been generally supportive of the direction of doing that. Because yes, that money is being invested, Senator Olson, but it's being invested outside the state. There was a recent economic study done by Dr. Emily Bright with the Fort Hays State Docking Institute of Public Affairs, talking about what each individual dollar, when you bring that money back invested back in Kansas, what does that mean? What's that multiplying effect? For every $1,000 of deposits put back into Kansas, it's a multiplier of 5. And so, yes, you're getting that investment return on the open market outside the state, but return shouldn't be your number one thing. You need to be looking at the collective entity. You're not an individual. The state's not an individual. The city's not an individual. It's a collective voice. So what's in the benefit of the collective entity long term, not just that initial return on the extra 25 basis points on the open market?
Is there an interest rate on the investment? So the property tax, it's not just dollar for dollar. There's a percentage of return.
So for the housing, or for the linked deposit loans in general, they are 2% below market, which is federal funds, right? So 4.58. Looking to the bankers in the room, 2% below market, and the financial institutions are able to charge a spread of up to 3 to 4%, depending on the program, and that rate is adjusted annually or every 6 months. Once again, it depends on the program.
That 2% will be made up then in income taxes and bank tax. What's it?
Good question. Actually, in the study, Dr. Bright concludes that if you were to keep money local in Kansas, local investments, put them in local financial institutions, that those out-of-state investment options would actually have to charge 3.15% more.
Right. All right, any other questions? Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So one of my questions is, if are there housing opportunities or requests that banks are reluctant to fund, such as tiny homes or any other type of homes that they try to stay away from?
Anecdotally, Senator, what I hear from our bankers is it's a business decision. They're not going to shy away from, frankly, any type of lending opportunity if it's the right business decision. Unfortunately, as I stated earlier, the cost of goods has significantly exploded. A house, I live in Maple Hill. I live in a town of 500 people, 30 minutes west of here. I mean, a new cost build for a house there, it's 2,100. I told the chairman it's 2,100, 2,200 square feet. It's costing almost $600,000 to build that house in the rural area. So the current inflationary environment we're living in is a huge barrier. But no, if it makes business sense, our folks will definitely not shy away from lending.
So one of my other questions is, you suggested, as well as our senator here, there are 70% fewer banks. And you named off a few reasons, but I wasn't sure. Is it also because of population decrease, or is it investments? What is the driving force? And are we trending that way to having fewer and fewer?
I'm going to try and keep this brief because I could speak for the next 25 minutes on this subject in particular. Yes, I'm like, oh, this one's a big one, Senator. I'll try and keep it to a few things. One, regulatory burden. When you talk to a banker, lending in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 80% was lending, 20% was compliance. It's completely flipped. Completely flipped. Some of those regulations were intended for the larger institutions. They've trickled all the way down to the community banks. Some of it is population shift. Some of our rural communities are just not there anymore. And you got to have that 3, 4-legged stool. You got to have the school, grocery store, hospital, you name it. You lose one of those stools, that really hurts the community long term. I would be remiss to say competition, too. We do have some lenders in our state that compete with financial institutions that don't pay state and federal income taxes. They do exactly what we do, and I'm not going to try and dive in that subject. We work very well together on many, many issues, but You know, when you're only 50% of the ag lending market and the other entity is the majority of it now, or we're 40 and 60, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know if one side ice cream truck on one side of the street pays taxes and the other one doesn't, who's going to be around longer. So that's a piece of it. Management. That you'll hear the state bank commissioner talk about management. We have a lot of family-owned banks in Kansas, third, fourth generation. You have some where the kids have moved out of the state. They're not here, so they don't have that next generation that's in there to run the bank anymore. So when their dad or grandfather or whatever retires, they may want to just sell the bank and merge. And scale is a huge deal right now too. IT, cybersecurity, fraud. I mean, just last year alone, we almost had $2 billion in losses in check fraud. You talk about all the, you get your card hacked at, Target or whatever, who's paying the cost of the reissuance of that card? The bank is. So there's a lot of costs on the fraud side and cyber side that is probably, if it's not the biggest line item, cost item, it's the second.
All right, as much fun as this is, we're going to have to cut you off, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
We have one last conferee before lunch, and I believe they're online. Trevor Carlson.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, great. We can hear you.
All right. Chairman Tarwater and members of the committee, my name is Trevor Carlson, and I'm a visiting fellow at the Opportunity Solutions Project, OSP, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing policy solutions in key reform areas. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I will be speaking about fast-track permitting reform, which has been shown to positively impact housing development in other states across the country. As we heard yesterday and already again this morning, home prices continue to rise in Kansas. While there are several reasons for this, it's true that there are real-world consequences when government doesn't run on time. Studies show that permit delays can play a part in increasing home costs and driving up rent. To streamline permits and help lower costs, lawmakers could pass a fast-track policy. States like Florida, Texas, Tennessee, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Minnesota have passed iterations of this policy. Research by the Foundation for Government Accountability, which I cover at length in the written testimony already shared with this committee, shows that after enacting a fast-track policy in Florida, building permits for new homes were processed more quickly. The policy is two-pronged. First, set a deadline for cities to process permits. And second, enforce the deadline. Here's what that looks like. The policies require municipalities to approve or reject permit applications for home building construction within a specified number of days. We can think of that deadline like a basketball shot clock. After all, Kansas Jayhawks are currently the top-ranked team in the NCAA, with a big matchup against Duke next week. When you're watching that game, you'll notice the shot clock that gives the team on offense 30 seconds to take a shot. They can't just hold on to the ball forever, playing keep away. You can apply that same shot clock constraint for processing home building permits. While setting a deadline is all well and good, the state also has to ensure that municipalities are complying with that deadline. And there are different ways states can go about doing this. For example, if a city fails to meet the fast-track deadline, some states require cities to automatically approve the permit. Other states require application fees to be refunded. And some allow a third party to step in to review the application. You can also utilize a combination of these methods. Let's talk about the first method, where local permits are automatically approved if the city doesn't process them on time. Here's an example of how it would work in Kansas. Under this fast-track policy, municipalities would have to review permit applications and make a decision within a specified number of days. Let's say Kansas wants to set a 60-day shot clock. Of course, the ideal time frame may differ. Florida imposed a 10-business-day deadline. Now, if the permit application is not processed within 60 days, then the city would be forced to consider it approved. In practice, this means that a city would have to process permits in a timely manner or risk losing the authority to deny the applicant's permit. Of course, sometimes things are outside the city's control, and the policy accounts for that. Just as in a basketball game, when the shot clock resets after an offensive rebound, the permit approval shot clock resets in cases of an incomplete application that needs to be revised by the applicant. Some local governments in Kansas may already be in compliance with a 60-day window. In those cases, this policy would help maintain those good practices while preventing major permit delays where that is not already the case. The beauty of this reform is in its simplicity. A fast-track policy doesn't completely overhaul local permitting systems. It just sets a deadline and enforces it. It's not a magic bullet, but it's a smart backstop set in place as Kansas faced rising home prices. Thank you for the opportunity to share more information on the fast-track permitting reforms. I encourage you to take a look at the research I shared about Florida's approach and consider a fast-track policy for Kansas to streamline the process, hold localities accountable, and put more money in the hands of homeowners. Thank you.
Any questions on the fast track process? Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, this information that you're providing about Florida, how does this compare to what Montana has done in past? Have you compared that or looked at that with your data and research?
I have not looked at the Montana example. I'd be happy to take another look at that and see what comparisons are and get back to you with more information.
If you could just get that to Matt, the same person you sent your presentation to. Are other states enacting this legislation?
As I mentioned, there were a few states at the beginning that I ran through. Again, they're varying iterations of this reform. Some will do the fee refunding, others will have longer or shorter shot clocks, as it were. And so there are examples of other states having already done this.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Stand by. All right, we have 15 minutes until lunch. We're going to start offering suggestions for recommendations. And I think we've had a few over the last day. Members of the committee saying, I think that'd be a good idea. So we'll open it for discussion. Does anybody have a suggestion off the top? Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we just touched on this with bankers, and I do have kind of a proposal that the city of Pittsburgh has developed. I'd be happy to have staff make copies of this, or I hate to talk about it in advance, or I can jump right in if you want me to.
Are they going to be presenting that?
I don't think so. I don't see them on the agenda.
All right, go ahead then. You take it.
I had a meeting with the city of Pittsburgh, and there was a proposal they came up with, which I think would work in small areas. It's a block or a house. It's not a development. In essence, what happens is a home builder will come to the city and say, I want to apply for your housing, whatever we want to call it. I think they call it SHIP, Statewide Housing Incentive Program. And that will be the money that would come out of the revolving loan fund. And they would get 10%. Once they built the house, they would go to the city. City has to approve them. Go to the city or go to the county, go to the jurisdiction, bring in the documentation of what the cost was, not the cost plus profit, but the cost was. They would then, once the house is get the certificate of occupancy so they can sell it, they get 10% of their costs back. And the house is sold, and over the city has agreed, and the county have agreed, the school district agreed, that over a period of time, all the property tax will go back to the revolving loan fund. And that would be the amount above what it started at. So if the lot was already worth $1,200 or $2,000, then the county would still get that. Everybody would get that, but all the improvements would go away. I do have information. I don't think it would be proper to say, let's do it, but I'd be happy to get this to everybody. We can talk about it after. It seems like something that a committee should be given consideration of during the next session.
So I think most of us on the committee are familiar with that type of a structure. We've got other incentive programs that are similar to that, but they're for areas. And we've always kind of looked at the ability to sell bonds for a bigger area and pay it off with property taxes. And this would just be using the asset that we currently have, right? And this is the linked deposit stuff that
Correct.
we're talking about.
Yes.
I think most of us are familiar enough to discuss it anyway. Is there any discussion on this? Senator Olson?
So let me make sure I get it. So it's a one project kind of deal, and they're basically like the RHID. They're just going to pay the debt back through the property tax. Is that right?
That's correct. Okay. City would decide if they want to go into the program. And then, so then they don't have to run and get pre-approved. But every house then that gets built would qualify for that.
Is it 100% of the property tax, or is it just the city's portion, or
I think
the
that
school district?
I think the plan is to try to get sign off on everyone. In Baxter Springs, for example, we have a tax incentive program that if you buy an old house and fix it up for 5 years, you'll get rebated everything over the old value. Same kind of program. Of course, you wouldn't be able to do both, but it would be just the increase in value.
Probably a great program. Sounds pretty good to me, but the only problem, you wouldn't want to do too many in one area.
Well, and I think, I don't know, I haven't read this all together, but at the time, I think they said it would only go for counties with less than so many, 60,000. Well, no, but counties under 60,000.
60,000 is a federal threshold
That's right.
When we did the investor, we moved it up to 75 because that grabbed a few more. I think it's Andover and some of them. But I think it's a good program. You just don't want to get too many in one area.
Yeah,
or giving up property tax.
I think that the recommendation is to look at doing it. We're not writing a bill here. We're not passing a bill here. We're just we don't need all the details. But if enough people think it's a good idea to look into doing that, then I think you should make a motion. Any other discussion on it? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I agree. I think that looking at how we can utilize and using that investment in our state, that totally makes sense. I did hear that that can also be used for rehab. And so just as we're looking at that, adding that to our component of looking at how perhaps we also use that for rehab, because I think that that's an important component as far as like just making sure that we're doing all we can to increase our housing stock.
Senator, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we consider this.
Seconded by Senator Erickson. My apologies. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Alex? Well, you spend 10 minutes here and you get the first recommendation. I don't understand that. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion, I guess, or do we do discussion first? I'm not really sure.
Why don't we discuss it and then make a motion?
Okay, so I would like to think about doing legislation to clean up the evictions, what we heard about yesterday with the, this, I think she called it eviction ceiling, where people have filed an eviction and there's absolutely no proof of wrongdoing. And if we seal that, and then she also mentioned about expungement, so there's a way to get that off of your record once it's been satisfied, and protecting those clients. It seems that this, especially the eviction filing, could be retaliatory by landlords and used as a piece to ruin their credit forever when there's actually no proof of wrongdoing. So consider legislation to clean up those laws and make them clear and protect Kansans.
So what about a real eviction? And
So it would go through the court process, get a judgment, and then that would be on the credit. So they could see that, landlords could see that. It would only be on the record if there's actual proof of not paying or breaking the lease in some way.
okay, and in the expungement part, you don't believe that somebody that is renting to somebody has the right to know they've been evicted?
Maybe do a time limit on that, 3 years out. In 3 years, they can do an expungement, or 5 years, they can do one.
Any discussion, Senator Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Me being a landlord, I like to look to know what people's past history. I think, in some ways, you might actually, discourage investment because people want to know, you're right. There's people out there, they get behind, they have to go through the eviction process, and then they get caught up and, them go away. But there's also bad people out there that get evicted, and now you're giving them a way to remove that eviction off there that, they do it one right after another and after another. And this is really a judicial issue. You can file a bill if you wanted to do that, but I don't know that that's our charge today, but I think, that should just go through the committee process, the judicial committee, because you're talking about law and, how that's going to be interpreted. So I don't know.
So I was thinking as the credit history process, there is a way to clean up your credit. There's a way to resolve that, but there's nothing for evictions. So that was my thinking in that.
Representative Howell.
For the purposes of discussion here, I would personally love to see this so that evictions that are filed, in my opinion, you have one person, the landlord, who is filing an eviction, but you have not been taken to court when it's an eviction filed. So you only have one side of the story, and yet it is currently, under our current law, it is placed on your permanent credit record. And there is zero way for you to remove it off of your record right now as a tenant. It's forever on your record, okay? That is like being convicted without going to court. I find that unacceptable. That is not okay, in my opinion. So what I would like to propose is that we would say, in order for it to go onto your record, your credit record, it has to go to court. If it doesn't go to court, it cannot go on your credit record in the state of Kansas. If you go to court and you are, so to speak, convicted, okay, because you committed a wrongdoing by not paying your rent and you were actually convicted, then it goes on your record as a consequence of your misbehavior, so to speak. And I would like to recommend it goes on your record for 5 years. And then if you don't have any more mistakes and you continue to have, you are a good citizen and you meet your commitments and you don't have any more goof-ups, then it would automatically go off your record. You don't have to go through any actions to get it expunged. You don't have to pay any fees. You don't have to go to court. Our court system is already overburdened. Our judges do not need more to do. And the point is, we believe in giving people second chances. So if in 5 years you haven't, this gets rid of people that are habitual wrongdoers who are trying to take advantage of landlords who are users, okay? This would eliminate that. But it's just a streamlined system. So I'm throwing that out there for discussion.
So I'm not quite sure I know enough to weigh in on this as far as, the timeline, certainly not. I wouldn't support that at all because I would think that if I have, and I do have properties that I rent, and I would want to know who I'm renting to and what their background is as far as if they've paid for somebody else. Because it's difficult to get these people out in order to sustain the property. Secondly, Senator Olson, how does an eviction work? I'm not familiar. I'm
You normally
not that far down the road yet.
put it on their door and, in 3 days, then it gets set up for court and you go to court and you present. Normally, when you get to court, they send you right to mediation first. You go into the mediation room, you discuss it, and, a lot of times the landlord will have the physical evidence to be able to show piece by piece. They have obligations too. I mean, everybody, they think the banks are rich, they think people are rich, they have obligations, and when someone doesn't pay, it puts them in the pinch too. But anyway, so they go through that process. They can't mediate it, then it goes back to, then you walk back in the courtroom and you try the case. And I think that's where, 97% of them get settled in mediation. It's not saying 97% of them didn't owe money. And that's a big difference, It's just they've come to a resolution how to make that settlement. That person's going to make payments or they're going to, pay what they owe. But I don't believe that 97% of them got filed and then, there was some kind of resolution. There might be a few or small percentage that the landlord wasn't owed, but I'm sure the tenant owed some sort of money and they've just come to a settlement. Because if you live there, you kind of owe it, so. And there could be damages, it could be, they could have tore the property up, all kinds of things,
So if you file for an eviction and you put it on their credit record without going to court, that's
It's really not on their credit record unless you notify the credit agency. Where it goes on, if you go look whoever's name up on Johnson County website, if that's happened, it'll show there's been a docket that they've, someone's filed for eviction against them. Then you can go and look at the details a little more. If I was a lawyer, I'd probably have better access to it, but I'm not. But that's how, I think that's what people are being referenced here. Hey, well, you know what? People file civil suits all the time. That docket's going to be, that's permanent. And I don't think the county would want you to remove that. It'd just create more work for them unless there was a process for expungement. But just, even a criminal, if you have expungement, doesn't mean the KBI and law enforcement doesn't know it's on your record. It's just the public might not know it. And I think that's what they're after here, is to remove that to where the public can see it, they've been sued. And, so your credit rating, they're under a whole different law. I don't think there's anything we can do that will change if it's been reported to the credit agency. That's a federal statute, I believe. And so, and over time, it's just like anything. People that have gone broke or whatever, their credit's poor and there's things they take care of, and over time, it gets better. So I don't think it'll affect their credit report if, they start performing.
all right. Any other discussion? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I've done a little bit of work on this area in the House Judiciary Committee. So we did have judicial counsel look at expungements in a process. And they aren't exactly expungements, as you say. They are sealed from public view. So what the Judicial Council recommended, and we could look at their study, was to to streamline the process so that those cases that are found not guilty, that are dismissed, or that have completed their diversion, have that process be streamlined so that they are sealed. I think that would solve what we're talking about, because the evictions are not ones that have actually, they are ones that have pretty much been resolved or dismissed. They are not ones that have action. Those are the ones I think that we're trying to solve for. So I think if we would just simply follow the Judicial Council's recommendations on what we should have had adopted for our expungement process, I think that that would solve that. So perhaps we could look at that. Honestly, the House passed that bill. It got stuck in the Senate, and the Senate did not pass the bill. But there was a bill that did get passed through the House that would have streamlined that and automatically dealt with not guilty, dismissed, or diversions, which you would say, why would those remain on somebody's record anyway? You would have to ask that question. So thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple things to note. Johnson County is the only county that has mediation, so that's not available across the state for the tenants. And then secondly, 50% of filed evictions cases are never prosecuted, but yet it is listed on their permanent record. And filed evictions are pulled by tenants, reporting agencies who vet tenants. So even though 50% of the filed cases are never prosecuted, it's used against the filed evictions are used to keep them from being able to rent again in the future. So again, they're being convicted without actually being ever taken to court. I mean, they're getting discriminated against when they were actually never taken to court. So that's where my real problem is. So if we were to make that so that it wasn't available to be seen, if we were to seal that, unless they were actually taken to court, then that would fix the problem.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just the fact that we've had this much discussion means maybe we ought to let recommend that a bill gets drafted, and we can always vote against the bill once we hear it.
I agree with you on that. I mean, that bill will go nowhere in commerce, so I would recommend that you make a recommendation to send it to the judicial for review. I can promise it won't go anywhere in my committee.
Just one comment, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It's not a conviction. It's a contract. You're being sued. It's two parties disagreeing and asking a judge to look at it. You're not being convicted of anything. In a civil suit, you can't go to jail. You can't. So there's no conviction. It's just one party saying you owe me some money, and it happens in civil court all the time. But I don't have a problem with expungement after a period of time if they've demonstrated. So.
Okay, you want to go ahead and make the motion?
So I would make a motion that we send the recommendation for eviction review to the Judiciary Committee.
Okay, do I have a second? Representative Curtis? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of that say yes. Aye. All against say no. All against say no. All right, motion passes, and I think lunch is here. So Steve Green has provided lunch for the committee, and I think we're back at 12:15. What? Right? Are we 12:15? Yes. Well, right. It's a working lunch. No, it's a working lunch. So, no.
Absolutely. For that.
Foundation, and you're up. Thanks for waiting on us. Sorry we're tardy.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon, Chairman Tarwater and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Tidwell with Health Forward Foundation, and I'm here today to discuss Health Forward Foundation's new initiative around homeownership, present you some housing data, and also talk about a housing trust fund in Kansas. So I was going to tell you just a little bit about Health Forward and what we do. Health Forward's strategic plan includes 4 purpose areas: platform, people, power, and place. Platform supports efforts to advance economic justice throughout all sectors of our community. Our people team strengthens capacity and healthcare across our ecosystem, and they champion health science and community-driven efforts around food as medicine and as well as health sciences. And then our power teams build capacity and support grassroots and community-driven efforts with civic engagement. I will be discussing today the place team purpose area, which is advancing safe, healthy, and affordable housing and home ownership, as well as digital equity. Health Forward serves 3 counties in Kansas: Johnson, Wyandotte, and Allen County, and 3 counties in Missouri: Jackson, Lafayette, and Cass in Missouri. Our homeownership initiative concentrates on the opportunity to build a pathway to health and wealth creation. We are focused on our urban, suburban, and rural communities and have created a cohort of organizations that will help us send this initiative to new heights. It is meant to increase the supply and access of homeownership and affordable housing stock, adopt policies to expand access to housing and home ownership, and also to assist in maintaining and sustaining housing through minor home and substantial home repair. Greater funding opportunities for more families to see home ownership as a option. So this initiative is building and restoring credit, engaging the community to provide education, then one-on-one opportunities for each household to get housing counseling and supports. We are also providing home ownership assistance. As you know, the average down payment is upward to $25,000. We're engaging all sectors of our community, which includes banks, realtors, and many organizations that are focusing on how to get home ownership assistance to the folks that need it. I know KHRC is providing home ownership opportunities and down payment assistance in many of the counties that are served in Kansas. Many of these programs can be paired to help homeowners. We have been talking to USDA in our rural areas because many of their programs provide homeownership opportunities with little or no down payment assistance, and then help follow those homeowners into their homes so that they will be able to meet the requirements. And next, we are building a coalition of emerging developers, small developers that will provide a housing workforce. We have a community cares initiative, which is walking along with us to create a number of tools for infill housing, innovative housing solutions to support small and medium-sized builders and working with our cities around land banking solutions. So we're doing a lot around home ownership and really want to have the support of a lot of folks that are in this space. I wanted to talk next about just some data that we have put together around homeownership rates for the state and for some of the counties that we work in. So the homeownership rate around for the state of Kansas is around 68.5%, which is a high home ownership. But many of those that are underserved in several counties, their home ownership rate is much lower. In Wyandotte County, we find it at 44.1%. For African American homeowners, for Johnson County, 29.7. Same thing with Hispanic homeownership rates. They're a little higher at 59% in Wyandotte County and 48% in Johnson County. Some of the reason for this is excessive housing costs. As you all know, during the COVID, a lot of the costs spiraled out of control as it related to homeownership, and some of that has not gone down. And so those excessive housing costs have burdened those that are trying to get a home. We also looked at Wyandotte and Johnson County as it related to severe and moderate cost burden. Of your extremely low renters, 28% of those folks are seniors. So we really need to think about how we will begin to house our seniors, and 22% are disabled. We also looked at life expectancy at birth. In Kansas, that life expectancy is 78.5%. Wyandotte County is 75.3%. Johnson County is 80%. And Allen County is 75%. These are some of the counties that we serve. But I also put a life expectancy by county on your actual PowerPoint, and you can go to that and you can actually find all the life expectancy data for every county. So moving on to the Housing Trust Fund. So state and local trust funds have been effective tools to expand the availability of affordable housing. It is good for the preservation, the creation, and has long been a way to create capital and cover the gaps. Housing trust funds have been so important in our community. I know that KHRC does have a housing trust fund that they administer through federal funding. These would be more flexible funds. Housing trust funds have been established by state, county, and local governments, and they are receiving ongoing dedicated sources of public funding to support preservation. Housing trust funds are flexible sources of funding. Some activities that you could use: emergency rental assistance for families facing the threat of evictions, homeless projects to fill the gaps, new construction and preservation of affordable housing, repairs and weatherizations for older homeowners, and then just homeownership activities and assistance and housing activities. As I talked about this, I wanted to talk about how the structure of housing trust funds have worked. So they are all over the United States in many cities and states across the nation. Primarily, the trust funds are run by housing departments or housing departments in cities and states and counties, and they try to manage through some type of governing body these types of entities. There is a lot of community and stakeholder engagement that takes place there, because a lot of what we see is that they are trying to make sure they have a committee and a steering governance body that actually says, okay, this is what we think our communities need, and those communities are actually choosing for themselves what they need and what the flexibility of the Housing Trust Fund could be. The funding sources are varied, and I put together a list of some of the things that these housing trust funds are being used across the nation and what their sources of funding and intended use are. Real estate taxes is one of the favorite around the nation, where you use document recording fees or some type of real estate transaction fees to fund the Housing Trust Fund. The challenges with that is because, as you know, that taxes are used for a variety of uses, and sometimes, you know, there is challenges with actually pulling some of that funding out to be used for a housing trust fund. But the plus is that there are ongoing real estate activity. Basically, it's an ongoing activity, and so these trust funds really work well. They can be used for any general uses for the trust fund. I was talking earlier about what types of things that a lot of the organizations are using, and that is one of the reasons why this one is important. Some organizations use annual budgets, allocation of city or annual budgets, but there may be little discretionary funding for that. So you have to think about there's going to be an annual approval. Bonds are really popular. So there's a number of different bonds, some that may or may not generate a revenue stream. But state and local voter approval is normally required for bonding, and as a result, you have to go to the vote of the people. The one downfall with bonding, they last for over a period of time, and so you have to come back and back to go to the state vote for voter approval. Sometimes you need shovel-ready projects on these, depending on whether or not those projects are going to pay you back. The sale of property for development, this is used by a lot of state and local governments because they are working to sell unused property for development, and so that income stream would go into a housing trust fund. However, they're one-time sales. Developer fees on residential and commercial development, they require adherence to state and local requirements. They can be ongoing revenue streams, sometimes very unpopular though. Tax increment financing funds from redevelopment districts. These are really popular because a portion of that TIF funding could go back to housing. So it may be used only for the area that redevelopment is occurring in. So depending on the state laws or the local laws, those TIF fundings could have some requirements where they would only allow you to use it in a certain area. But usually these agreements are really great and can go over a 20-year project, a 20-year period. I've known them to go 15 or 20 years. Surplus budget funding, allocations of city or state annual budget. Here again, those surplus budgets could be used as other discretionary funding. And then the last one is area employers working on housing to help to house their employees. And this may last for only a period of time. So thank you so much for letting me talk and give you some insight on Housing Trust Fund and what we do at Health Forward.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many counties have a housing trust fund? Would you know that?
Oh, I can get that for you, but I would say at least 50% of the states or local areas have housing trust funds. But I can get you the data on especially the ones that are in our region and get you information on that too.
First I've heard of it. Any questions?
Really flexible. The trust funds are really flexible in terms of being able to do a whole lot of different things with the funding that you put in there. And it gives you an opportunity to actually decide and your community decide what's most needed.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This interesting information that you have. I noticed on your handout that renter-occupied housing, people who live in renter-occupied housing spend more of their income, excessive housing costs, than owner-occupied. Is that because people that rent are generally poorer to start with? Is it, and if that's the case, it looks like they're kind of trapped.
They have less income. And because the cost of renting is just escalating, the cost of utilities is escalating, so they tend to have more of a cost burden than homeowners, because they typically make a little more, may have two incomes, where renters don't. And what I was talking to you about, that a big portion of that are seniors. And so they're on fixed incomes. So I think a lot of where you see the renters being very cost burdened is because of that.
I noticed as I looked, just one last thing, I noticed as I was looking over the information yesterday and I ran a mortgage calculator, that it's a lot less expensive to live in a $150,000 house with a mortgage than the rent would be on a 3-bedroom house.
Absolutely.
So I guess if we could get people to buy a house, help them get to buy a house, we're all going to be better off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions. Thank you so much for the testimony and the information.
Thank you so much.
All right, so our next presenter is online. I don't know if, did she send in a presentation to put up? No, okay. Lana Duvall, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. I had a board meeting at 7:30 this morning, and that was not going to allow me to make the 5-hour drive to be with you all. But I do thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the critical issue of the housing shortages and the urgent need for some sustainable solutions in Garden City and similar communities across Kansas. Our community faces a significant challenge. To support our continued economic growth, we need to add 4,000 housing units by 2030. This demand stems from workforce expansion, economic development projects, and population growth, all of which are central to Garden City's continued success and vitality. Meeting this challenge will require innovative, community-driven approaches. While we appreciate the efforts of the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation and the availability of state-administered programs, it's evident that one-size-fits-all solutions don't adequately address the unique challenges and the needs of individual communities like Garden City. State-administered programs often inadvertently pick winners and losers, either through program development that pre-selects certain communities for funding or through application scoring processes that may not align with local priorities and circumstances. These limitations underscore the need for tailored, community-driven solutions. Our proposed initiatives empower local stakeholders to take control of their own future, fostering investment and growth that meets the specific needs of our residents and economy. Communities need access to legal review to ensure that those solutions that we identify comply with current law. And if there are legislative actions required, we need guidance on how best to advocate for those actions. Implemented properly, we believe that we can create sustainable and meaningful change that aligns with our community's visions and potentials and could be replicated throughout the state if they're successful. So a few of the items that have really been a challenge for us, obviously with 4,000 units needed, we have to have a focus on multifamily development. That's just simply the only way we're going to get to those numbers is with many high density projects. We have some single family development that has stayed pretty steady throughout the past couple of decades, but not nearly enough to keep up with the growth that we have. And what we run into with the multifamily development is financing seems to be the big challenge that we have with developers. We can get developers interested. We have land available. But when it comes to financing those projects, we often run into challenges where either they have to put some income limits on the apartments themselves, which don't work well for us because our folks simply make too much money typically to qualify for some of those special financing projects, and our local banks aren't able to participate in the lending for those. So that's a huge challenge for us. Other things that have really complicated it for us has been housing cycle disruption. The historical lack of housing construction here over the past several decades has disrupted the traditional housing cycle. So ideally, families move through housing progression, right? They go from rental or starter homes and then later to larger family homes. And then they downsize, go into senior type housing or empty nest housing, if you will. In Garden City, the cycle stalled because we simply weren't building enough housing along the way. So we've created log jams that trap our residents in housing that no longer fits their goals. Either because of the size of the home, the affordability, or their changing family circumstances. So that disruption has limited mobility greatly, and we don't see the older stock of housing, which would typically be where your starter homes would be. We don't see those opening up in time to allow folks into those homes when they're needing to move into the community. So we've created a couple of ideas locally that we're working with the banks and community foundation on. I'm going to share my screen, hopefully. Are you able to see that?
No, we're not.
Well, we'll try again. Well, of course, they said it would be super easy to just click the share button and get it shared, but it's not doing that.
You want to send us a quick email, we can put it up for you.
Okay.
Send it to the same person that you sent the presentation to.
All right.
While she's doing that, committee, Lana has been in economic development for quite some time, and since I've been here, she's presented to committees that I've been a part of many times, and I've always been impressed with her innovative ideas. She was on the Spark committee that I was chair of for economic development, and she had some good ideas with housing there. So that's the reason I reached out to her. She's the first person I reached out to when they assigned this committee to me, because she usually comes up with some pretty unique and innovative ideas. And sorry you didn't meet her in person, but did you get the email yet? I can talk about you for longer if you want.
I am sending it. I apologize. Yes, I do appreciate your kind words. Thank you for that. We just have found that it's much easier for us to look for local solutions. And we've been more successful in doing that. So I appreciate your kind words. It's sometimes just a matter of not having a choice. We've had to be creative, but hopefully that presentation will come through. I can kind of talk through it with you before you even get it. But a few of the options that we're working on right now, again, are to address those just these three kind of big barriers: multifamily project financing, diminished homeownership opportunities, and the decay of aging housing stock. So the programs that we're looking at, and I'm just going to give you kind of a brief overview of these projects. Maybe it's going to let me. Maybe it's going to let me share. Let's see. Whoa, can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Sorry. So again, we're going to talk just about three of these ideas that we have. So this employer investor sponsored lending programs, this again is a route towards getting some of our local developers to be able to participate in multifamily financing. We believe that by allowing our employers and our folks who just have funds that they'd like to invest, if we can get funds set aside in local banks where they're still earning interest on those funds, they still show up on their balance sheets, but they allow those funds to be used as collateral against multifamily loans. We feel there's some opportunity there to not only increase the number of projects we're able to do, but also to keep those funds within the community. In talking with our community foundation, one of the things that we talk with them about is they're investing dollars all the time that ultimately are going into banks that invest in multifamily projects in other communities. They just don't know that that's what they're doing. So what we're trying to do is create this direct lending network, if you will, that gives the banks, the community banks, some support and some additional collateral towards those programs, but also would again allow more of our local developers to get involved in the multifamily game. So again, some of those benefits: retention of the local capital. It keeps that money within our own community, which is obviously going to strengthen our local banks, but allow us to get more projects underwritten and moving forward. Favorable loan terms. We would like to think that if folks are investing in their own community for housing, they would be the banks would be able to do a little more favorable lending terms. So maybe that's interest rates, maybe that's loan to value requirements, but hopefully creates some opportunities to make projects work that otherwise would not have worked. Obviously, it would help us to expand our workforce housing, being able to go to employers to directly contribute to some of their housing solutions without having to be landlords. I think that's one of the areas that I hear the most, is that our large employers have business that they conduct. Landlords is not on the list of things that they're really interested in doing. So this creates an opportunity that we've got professional developers, professional multifamily operators operating the housing, but making those units available for our employers. And then employers and investors will again, still earn interest on their deposits. They'll still show up on their balance sheets, but it gives them an opportunity to contribute to the housing solutions for our community. And then again, strengthening our local financial institutions. You know, in Garden City specifically, most of our banks are locally owned. And certainly anything that we can do to increase their profitability is going to be good for our community long term. And then it's interesting. I was just listening to the last presentation, and this program fits pretty well with what was being discussed there. But an employer investor sponsored home ownership program. So again, a lot of our employers offer some down payment assistance programs and that type of thing. But many of our employers are smaller, and they have, you know, they maybe only have 50 employees or 100 employees, and it's harder for them to administer programs like that. It's not that they're not willing to offer them. It's just very difficult for them to maintain those types of programs. So what we're suggesting is that, again, we would allow employers and local investors to set funds aside in banks. It would work very similar to the way that the lending program would work. This would just be obviously much smaller loans, creating those home ownership opportunities. So we think that, you know, we know that there's proof that for the workforce, you definitely increase their loyalty and your employee retention when you're able to get them more connected to the community and when you're assisting them with owning that home. So we feel like there's some real benefits to being able to do that by utilizing our financial institutions to act as the mediator, if you will, in that. Number one, they'll still be checking those applications for credit worthiness. They'll be able to provide a home ownership counseling up front and then ongoing throughout the process if they'd like. But this again gives us that opportunity to really allow our local banks to participate in that, and for some of our smaller employers who just simply don't have the manpower to manage this type of program throughout our community. So again, facilitation of homeownership. We all know the benefit of folks owning their own homes. We certainly want to be able to do that whenever we can to assist with that. The retention and loyalty of the employees will be very good for our employers. It does create additional investment in the community, keeps those funds local, again, within the community so that our banks are stronger. Promotes the idea of owner-occupied housing, which will also help with our local builders. We don't have a lot of local developers, but we do have a lot of local builders, and their opportunities for building single-family homes will improve when we're able to get more folks into an owner-occupied position. And of course, we believe that it also does contribute to community pride and engagement. When we are in neighborhoods where folks own their homes, you can feel the difference. And I think that that's an issue across the state, probably across the nation, but certainly we see it in the communities across Kansas. And then it also, again, with being able to provide home ownership training, it helps us to create responsible homeowners. And those are lessons that I think we can all agree spread farther in our life than just in the home ownership realm. Once we experience that, we seem to be more responsible in all areas of our lives. And then the last program is a neighborhood stabilization program. So again, because we have not had adequate housing development over the last several decades, we have many neighborhoods where either the quality of the home has suffered because the folks who are living in them are no longer engaged in their neighborhoods, or what is most often the case, the older stock housing has sold to investors, and they've not had to make any investment in maintaining those homes because we are so desperate for housing that people will rent anything that's available, if you will. So the neighborhood stabilization program would actually allow the municipal government to identify neighborhoods within the community that are kind of at-risk areas, if you will, and be able to go in and facilitate a targeted transformation of those through some retroactive covenants that would, once those homes are either demolished and rebuilt or have been renovated, they would then have deed restrictions in place that require that those be owner occupied instead of investor occupied going forward. So we think that this would help greatly in obviously encouraging owner occupancy, but also incentivizing renovation and reconstruction, redevelopment as needed, and discouraging the neglect and call it what it is, slumlord practices that we often see. The obvious benefits of this are improved and stabilized property valuation. What we find often in municipal government is that we have new housing areas. The tax revenues from those new areas is having to go back and support some of the maintenance and um, public infrastructure that we have in the older areas, simply because the older neighborhoods are decaying and losing value, or at least not keeping up with the value that is needed to support the public infrastructure within those neighborhoods. So this would help us to offset those public costs and improve the appearance of those neighborhoods as well. Again, reduce some of the neglectful landlord practices that we see. Those homes not only don't look good, but in many cases they're simply not meeting safety standards either. So we have folks who are living in homes that, quite frankly, should have been demolished probably some time ago. And then again, through creating that higher value in those homes, we have the opportunity to ensure that we have equitable public facilities locating throughout our communities as well, whether that's schools, parks, streets, sidewalks, all of those things that we all kind of take for granted, if you will, in the public infrastructure. Those things can be more easily made equitable throughout even the older areas of the community if we're able to utilize a program like this. So for us, again, the big challenge is that we need solutions that are tailored to our unique needs as communities. And I talk to my colleagues all across the state. We all say the same thing. We have different barriers. Some of the barriers are the same. Some of the solutions would work across the board, but often we have unique needs within our communities, and we need to be able to utilize unique solutions to solve those. If any of these solutions, whether they come from my community or any of the other communities across Kansas, if they're successful, obviously they can be replicated throughout the state. But the real challenge we have is when we identify solutions like this, it can be really costly for our community to go through the legal review process. And then, if the legal review process shows us that there needs to be some kind of legislative action, then we're back to, again, spending more money to identify what that legislative action is, and then to finally get to the place where we're able to actually talk to you at the legislature about how you can help us to solve our own problems. So what we're asking for would be some legal review from you, have the legislative group actually look at these solutions and help us to identify if something needs to be changed or what would need to be changed in order to comply. And then again, if we need legislation, pointing us in the direction so that we can then champion those actions to make these things a reality for our communities. I think you would find that across many communities, it's the same. There are challenges, very similar challenges to ours. And if they work here and there's an opportunity at some point, these could also be great opportunities for the legislature in the future to choose to put some funding behind some of these programs that come out of the communities themselves. And thank you again for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions I can.
All right, thank you very much, committee. Any questions on that? Okay, so are these programs, have you tried any of them yet? Or are you running into obstacles and that's what you're looking for?
Yeah, we are just now the big one, the multifamily employer sponsored lending program. We are just embarking on our first project for that. It will be about 48 apartment units, and we're working with one of our large employers to, again, to set the funds aside, and then we have a local bank who will do the lending off of that. So we'll see how that goes. That one is about a $12 million project. So we haven't run into any challenges with that yet. Hopefully we won't. But if it works, it could be, it could be a really good solution for us going forward on the multifamily stuff.
And there are no incentives involved. This is just a local solution, and employer is going to step up, put up the money for collateral in order to get the loan to value to where it needs to be.
Yeah, actually on this first project, this project was one that we were able to secure some KHRC funds for. So we were able to get an MIH grant and some of the Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credits. But even with that injection of capital through the grant funds, the project simply would not work at the loan to value requirements and the interest rates that have been out there. So that's kind of how we landed on this solution, was that we had to find a way to limit the risk for the financial institution enough that we could get that pricing down where it needed to be.
Okay. And we had a couple of members on the committee ask about the 3D printing housing, and I know that's something you looked into several years ago. Did you ever get anywhere with that?
Yeah, we didn't get real far with it. The real problem seems to be the technology itself just is not where it needs to be. We've had conversations with some of the manufacturers of the 3D printers and with some of the developers who had already purchased the 3D printers and were trying to make a go of it. And we've seen, we continue to watch how the technology is coming along. We've seen it be successful in a couple of communities down in Texas, but unfortunately, like I said, we've not been able to get everything put together to launch that here. We still believe it would be a great solution if we were able to get the actual technology here.
All right, committee, any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Bye-bye. Okay, Lindsay Hicks, are you here? You're up. Thanks for coming, and welcome to committee.
Are we on now? Hopefully I talked loud enough you could hear me in the beginning. I have a loud voice, it echoes. Normally I avoid a mic. I'm grateful to be here today to ask you all to prioritize not only the development of affordable housing, but to consider alternative mechanisms to address affordability challenges. We need solutions on the supply side and the demand side, including property tax circuit breakers, home repair assistance programs, home buyer assistance programs for low-income households, as well. The most significant income improvement is housing choice vouchers, but many cannot use that income due to the source of income discrimination. We need to include source of income as a protected class in the Kansas Acts Against Discrimination to allow Kansans to use benefit income, including earned benefits, in all Kansas communities. Habitat affiliates across Kansas, such as Manhattan, Topeka, Wichita, and I have some of my colleagues here from those representative areas, know that these policy changes can significantly impact the communities that we serve. While these are all mechanisms we ask you to consider and to explore, I'm excited to share with you all programs and the development that are actually in play at Habitat for Humanity of Kansas City. Specifically, I'm going to talk a little bit about our impact on a statewide level, a little bit about our impact on a local level within Kansas City, and then highlight a project, which is our Pathways at Heritage Park, which is a community land trust project, which is in the city of Olathe. So I do have, oh, it's up. Thank you. Okay, so we can, okay, perfect. Okay, let me pull this up on my phone then so that I can, okay. So as far as our statewide impacts goes, we have 14 affiliates across all of Kansas, which is serving 16 different counties. We serve 68% of the state's population, and we completed more than 266 affordable housing projects last year alone. We also completed 220 home repair projects across the state of Kansas as well. Next slide. And you can go to the next one too. Okay. As far as the Habitat Kansas City impact goes, you can go to the next slide as well. Last year, we partnered with more than 1,799 families. That's across Kansas and Missouri because we are a bi-state affiliate. To impact more than 1,052 children and to create 366 home repair projects and to create home ownership as an opportunity for many families within our Kansas City community. Next slide. So next we're going to go into our Pathways at Heritage Park development. This, next slide, sorry, thank you. This particular project was one that really focused on unity. We knew that we had to bring together multiple partners in order for this to come to fruition. Pathway at Heritage Park was made possible because of significant investments by not only the Board of County Commissioners in Johnson County, but also by the City of Olathe, as well as our private developers that supported the project. Additionally, the only way this project was possible was with the support of the church who owned the land. Obtaining land in Johnson County is incredibly expensive, and one that if you would have asked me 10 years ago, would we be able to build a neighborhood in this community, the answer would have been, I don't know how we make that happen. The church owned the land, and they decided to sell it to us for pennies of what it is worth because they simply believe and saw the need for affordable housing. And they believed that not in my backyard would not, we would not align with that. We would so much stick to God in my backyard, and we believe that everybody deserves a place to live here in Johnson County. Next slide, please. This is the plat of how our project turned out. It's a 14 single-family home development. We have a playground, we have amenities within this community, and you can see the church down in the bottom left-hand corner. We actually will most likely be acquiring that church as well in partnership with them to create the first HUD-certified first-time homeowner and homebuyer counseling program within Johnson County. That's in the process right now. But Olathe Pathways is a 14 single-family home development. The homes will be placed into a land trust in partnership with the Kansas City Community Land Trust, ensuring affordability into perpetuity. What most folks commonly want to know is how do people qualify for a Habitat for Humanity home? And that is based off of 3 criteria. 1, you have to have a need for a Habitat home. That's different for all of our families. Many Johnson Countyans are spending 50 to 60% of their monthly income on rent for a 1 or 2 bedroom home or apartment, and that simply is creating difficult situations for their family. So we assess need based on their income. Maybe they're income restricted. For others, they're living in deplorable situations. And so we'd assess need on different ways. Second is ability to pay. Habitat actually is the lender, we are the servicer, and we have the relationship with the home buyers for life of the loan. Our loans are a 0% interest mortgage, and so that really creates the affordability for our families. Last is willingness to partner. All of our families are required to do a minimum of 100 hours of sweat equity or partner hours, and that includes our HUD first-time home buyer certificate program that we offer. It also includes budgeting, coaching, one-on-one counseling, and individual empowerment. So really quick, I know I'm short on time here, but I did want to talk about the land trust. The land trust is really what allowed us to have an affordable neighborhood in Johnson County. Without the land trust, there's no way that the families that we partner with that are within our 80% AMI or under would be able to afford these homes. Basically, how the land trust works for us is that we are partnering with the Kansas City Community Land Trust. They will own the land, and because they're a nonprofit, they own the land. Then we then will sell the homes, so our homebuyers will own the structure. They will not own the land, but they'll own the structure. And so, essentially, what that allows us to do is it allows us to do a 99-year ground lease with our homebuyers. The 99-year ground lease has land in it. Or has language in it, which allows us to ensure that the homes are then sold to additional home buyers that are 80% AMI or under. And it also has language in it that we will sell the home at a discounted rate. So essentially, our homeowners, if they sell, they will get 100% of their principal, payments back. But we cap the market appreciation at 25%. And that market appreciation cap allows us to sell it to the next home buyer at an affordable rate. This not only allows for us to continue to sell this to the families that we get to partner with, but it also keeps these units affordable into perpetuity. And so it allows us to not only create affordable housing for a one-time homeowner, but allows us to maintain that stability for our homeowners that we partner with. Next couple of slides, you'll see some of our renderings of the houses that we will be building on those particular 14 lots. And then I basically went into the community land trust, so I don't need to cover this slide as well. And then the last slide here is just an overview of that resale process that we use. So one of our asks for you all to support this is to put statutory language in place that allows for an appraisal that reflects the limited resale value of our land trust properties. We feel like this would be beneficial for as we continue to develop these land trust neighborhoods, and we feel it would be a relatively easy language to put together and to put into play. So I appreciate your time, and I will accept questions.
I'd say that's a fairly reasonable ask. If the home can't be worth more than 125% of what they purchased it for, then it shouldn't be appraised for more than that. But that's just one guy thinking about this out loud. So, committee, the Habitat for Humanity, for those of you that aren't familiar with them, one of my side businesses is in construction, and we donate a lot of construction materials, leftover construction materials, to Habitat for Humanity. And we buy things from them too. They have stores throughout the community, and we buy things, and they have really good stuff there for discounted prices, and all that money goes into things like this. And when I saw this email come across about a week ago, I reached out to see if maybe she could come up here and talk about this, because this is another way for outside of state government people to make things really happen in the community, and I thought it was a pretty incredible thing. So. Thanks for coming up. Are there any questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to piggyback. I think I see Ann Patterson here from Wichita, and I just also want to echo the praises of Habitat for Humanity. They sponsor a legislative build day every year, and I just love going and doing that. But what I learn about that is this is exactly what we're talking about here. It provides affordable, attainable housing for people who couldn't otherwise get it. I've heard stories of how these families working alongside them with their children, and how they were paying $2,000 in rent, and they're now going to own a home for $900 a month. And not only that, Habitat helps them get to the root of how they ended up in this situation. They take budgeting courses. They learn how to do home repairs themselves. So this is a wraparound program that I think really addresses more than just putting a roof over people's heads, but helping them have the skills to be successful in life. And I just want to say thank you for what you do.
Yeah, I think really quick, if I can, with that, with working with them on the root causes, one of the things that we're really fortunate is that we have HUD counselors on our team who really do address those root causes. And because of that, we've recognized some of the barriers to homeownership even outside of Habitat's program. So we launched a down payment assistance program in partnership with the Health Forward Foundation, which has been incredibly successful for folks to purchase their homes on the regular market as well. And so we're looking at different unique mechanisms outside of just our traditional builds so we can help ensure that everyone is safely housed.
Representative Essex.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you? So glad to have you here.
I know, good to see you too.
I sit on the Olathe City Council, so I had the privilege of working with Lindsay quite a bit with this Habitat for Humanity. And I know Senator Erickson already sang your praises, but I'm just going to add to it a little bit. So glad that JoCo, we found a way with the land trust to make it happen. And this is community for people that wouldn't have it in an area that has excellent schools and opportunities they might not have in other areas. But wanted to share how many, so we have a lot of NIMBYism going on when these projects move in, and how many community meetings did you have to put people at rest who were just not understanding fully what this program does?
We had 6 community meetings where we actually invited the community to come in to attend. And then on top of that, we had many other one-on-one meetings and many other coffees and conversations and things along those lines, far beyond what's required from any typical developer. But I will say that during that process gained a lot of support as opposed to opposition. And tomorrow we'll be voting to see if we can get allocations of funds to do a 50-plus home development in Johnson County. So excited to see that traction.
Wonderful. And thank you for, I keep going on. Thank you for those efforts. And one of the things that I would say that was appealing on the project as well is you guys pick the right families, not just any family to move in. And anybody who would say, oh, you know, what kind of people are we going to get? And I'm like, I would love to have background checks on my neighbors before I moved into my neighborhood. Seriously, what a benefit, right? To know we've got the right families there. So thank you for all you do. Just wanted to add that.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So question I have is the property is in a land trust. That's, I'm guessing, exempt from property taxes. So is the land exempt, but the houses are paid property taxes?
Correct.
And you're keeping the value down on the price. Okay. Yep. So the property taxes are going to be much lower than if someone had that house somewhere else in the city, we'll say.
Right.
An individual, say, that's got an older house, but it's the same square footage in that, they're still going to go up 10 or 12%.
Yeah, because the land is backed out of it and it's in that land trust. So that's really what creates the affordability for our families and allows for them to be able to purchase and to maintain and stay in their homes. You're welcome.
So the only downside is that they can't sell the house for more, for what it would otherwise be valued at. They have to keep selling it, which is an answer to a question I had yesterday on the affordable housing and the low-income housing tax credits, or the moderate income, where we help people buy houses, but we don't really watch it to see what they sell it for 4 years later. Seems like you guys have kind of figured that out, but it takes a whole neighborhood and a development and a land trust to make it work.
Yeah, it definitely does. And we recognize that we're building in east side of KCMO and in KCK, and those houses have more than doubled their value over the past couple of years. And so as we embarked on this Johnson County adventure, we knew that we had to have something that would protect that affordability into perpetuity and protect those assets that we were building. So, yep.
Genius.
Thank you.
Representative Howell.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a couple of questions. One is, first of all, I have a friend who lived in a Habitat for Humanity house, and I know it's been a real answer to prayer for her. And I just wanted to just acknowledge that. And I just had a couple of questions. One is, so if the owner owns the structure in this case, like with this project that you're talking about, how do you ensure that they maintain it?
So actually built into that ground lease, there's specific language in there to ensure that, but also too, we have what's called a home maintenance fund, which is a part of that ground lease. And so the homeowners are required to pay into that as a part of their payment to their monthly payment to us. They're required to pay into that monthly maintenance fund. And so if something does happen, then they can apply to access some of that capital to do any repairs that are necessary on their home. Habitat for Humanity, we also operate what's called our Home Preservation Services program, where we do minor and critical home repairs for existing homeowners. They don't have to be Habitat homeowners. And so if needed to, and if they still income qualify, we can partner with them to help support them in those needs.
my other question, which you kind of touched on a little bit there, is so does Habitat for Humanity in general across the state, do you guys renovate and refurbish homes?
We do.
Okay.
We do. We do.
I just haven't run across and been familiar with you all doing that, so I just wondered about that.
Yes. So we have a pretty robust home repair program that is across the state. As far as rehabs, it just depends on the affiliate, if that's something that, one, they have access to, or two, that they're willing to embark on, because rehabs can be, you never know what you're going to get into, and that can be cost restrictive for some of our affiliates. But definitely on the home repair side, we're really proud of the traction, the progress that we've made in growing that program.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thanks so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Pat Jonas, are you here? Come on down. Timbers Preservation Project.
Correct. Thank you very much, Chairman Tarwater, Vice Chair Erickson, and members of the committee. I'm really here today to thank everyone. Thank you guys, thank KHRC, and especially this low-income housing tax credit program. We operate the Timbers, which is 100 apartments in Wichita, Kansas. But there are clients from all over the state, and the apartments themselves were designed to accommodate persons with physical and neurological disabilities. And so it was the first partnership that HUD ever had back in the 70s, where we would renovate these apartments and show some adaptive technologies and stuff. We worked with Wichita State's engineering department, and we designed these homes, these apartments, there's 100 of them, in the 70s to accommodate wheelchairs with roll-in showers and lower countertops and all of those wonderful things. However, they're 40, 45 years old now, and we were having some significant foundation issues. In addition to that, almost everyone from back in the day, I know because I used to work there as an aide, you had manual wheelchairs and you would push people around. Now everyone has a power chair. They're much bigger, the people are bigger, and the rooms are just not large enough. They are not ADA compliant. And so we had talked to our HUD chief in Kansas City, and he had suggested a preservation project. And like I had mentioned, we had some of the foundations that were separating to the tune of like 2 inches between the footings and the concrete floor. They were actually dropping. And so we had some consultants come out, and they said, the only way to make this happen, to make these larger, there's just not enough footprint, is to tear them down and start over again. So we started that, and that was like 4 years ago. We, with the Federal Home Loan Bank and a community lender, started building this, and we built 3. We had like 16 buildings at the time. We started on 3. COVID hit, and construction prices just zipped, and they couldn't get any of the supply chain, they couldn't get anything that they needed to build for a period of years. So we were sitting around at a board meeting. I was telling my board, what are we going to do? And one of our members suggested a visit with Sally Stain with City of Wichita, who is like the housing guru. And it's something that HUD was pushing too. They said you need to look at low-income housing tax credits, which is what we did. And so we started this program 2 years ago. We finished up phase 1, which is 3 buildings and 18 units. We're approved for phase 2, which will be 40 units and 7 additional buildings. And all of them will be about 200 square foot larger than the current buildings to allow for easier accessibility for those, because the majority of folks that we serve are in wheelchairs. Now, the unique thing about the program, it's not like a group home or anything. These folks that live in the apartments, they choose who their care provider is. They check with home health agencies, so they're responsible for getting their own assistance if they need it. And I don't want to go into too much time. You guys have been here for a couple days, it looks like, but I would like to show you a quick slide presentation, just a few slides to show. We had multiple focus groups of residents, and they basically told us how we should design these apartments going forward. So if we might, I'll move quick. We also don't serve just people with cerebral palsy. We serve people with all sorts of disabilities, just the FYI there. If you can move forward, please. That's a view of, it's actually one of the older apartments. We do have a pond there. So it looks really nice, but if you get a little closer, we have a lot of work to do there. Next slide, please. I'm going to move pretty quick. These are some of our residents. So you can see almost all of them are in chairs. You can see some of the fellows are pretty big. The fellow in the red, he doesn't live there, but he comes about once a year. We do have some ambulatory folks, you know. We provide transportation and case manage, some other things like that, and all the maintenance for the buildings. Next slide, please. This is one of the older apartments, and I'm going to show you this thing. This hole right here. I don't know why. That's holds all the electrical. Breaker boxes in there, and you couldn't get around it. And the folks in these power chairs were putting holes in the walls and in the appliances, and it was, I don't know why we didn't see that. It was not a great design. So if you go to the next one, this shows the square footage. I'll get into that in just a second. If next slide, please. That's the old footprint. This is what we did. We had the architects actually design kitchen using cardboard boxes in an open area we had, and then we had the residents come in, and they helped us decide what the height should be on some of the countertops and where they would want the utilities and those types of things. So they're very involved in the process. Next slide. This is one of the newer apartments. You see that pole's gone. Top left is the kitchen area. You'll see this is a bathroom in the kitchen where they can get their feet underneath the countertop there. And then that table in the kitchen area itself is adjustable. The old tables were not. So if someone comes in, they're all varying wheelchair height and where that table needs to be. So that's adjustable. Next slide, please. This is the new model. I'll just give you, well, the final little thing will kind of tell you that, but the kitchen went from 86 to 148 square feet, the bathroom 75 to 133 square feet, the living room from 180 to 215, and the bedroom from 151 to 171. So it's a total of almost 200 square feet larger, and it had to be. Now they're ADA compliant where they were not prior. Next slide, please. We got Senator Moran involved. I talked to him, and he was able to capture some federal dollars through the Community Project Fund and through HUD, so they are assisting with this rebuild as well. He came down for a tour and spoke to some of the residents. Next slide. Yeah, and I think this somehow magically turns into a video, and it's very short. It's like a minute. You know how to do that? Because I have no clue. Yeah, it actually is to a YouTube. This might work, maybe not. And even it was the best video you've ever seen. If you click on that, I think it will go to control and click. I don't want to keep you guys. I know you're busy. I told you I'd be brief. I don't know how long I need to be here to thank you. I'll stay here all day if you need me to.
Well, if we can't,
this project could not have been done without this program.
Inbox. So we have the video in our inbox. We'll watch that on our own time.
Well, seriously, we could not do this without the help of the Low-Income Taxpayer Clinic. The city of Wichita has been helpful. We received a grant from them. We passed a $13 million IRB for phase 2 that will help us with some sales tax exemptions and some fee exemptions they're giving us. So Sally Stang, Ryan Vincent and his crew done a hell of a job. Excuse me, heck of a job. Thank you guys very much. I'd stand for any questions if you might have them.
Do you guys have any comments on this? I mean, I can tell you that you won't find a single person up here that will have a problem with the state participating in programs like this.
Wonderful.
That's what, in my opinion, what these programs really should be used for.
I'd love to invite anyone down who wants to come down to Wichita to take a look. We'd love to take you through. Thank you.
Al?
Unless there's questions. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Chair. No, I just wanted to say I visited there many times, and I'm very excited to see the new innovations. It looks like a much needed renovation, so it looks wonderful.
You are correct, and thank you.
All right, well, thanks a lot, sir.
All right, thank you.
Representative Hoheisel, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused with somebody.
Yeah.
Much better looking than he is.
I agree on that one. Smarter, we'll let you guys decide on that. But first off, I would like to say thank you to you guys for letting us come up here and testify before your committee. Especially thank you to Representatives Howell and Howerton. They've been meeting with us. I believe we've had 2 pretty extensive meetings getting into a number of these issues. So I'm speaking on some of the issues that they have identified, as well as other members of the city council that we've chatted on some of these issues. So some of these issues I'm not necessarily the expert on. I do believe we have Councilmember Johnson and Chris Labram, who is director of MABCD. He is MABCD, if you're not familiar, that's our code enforcement wing, among other things, with the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County. So I do believe they'll be on here as well to answer some questions a little later on. I also ask you for some forgiveness. I had a conference up until late Saturday. We were out of town. Get back Sunday to a sick kid and a wife's birthday. Monday was a pretty lengthy day, and then yesterday we had our city council meeting end at 1 o'clock this morning. So if I fall asleep up here, please just have somebody come and poke me or whatever you got to do to keep me up and going here. But so yeah, I appreciate that. So I'll go through this and then just allow Councilmember Johnson some time to speak as well. So I do want to just let people know that I am representing myself up here, not necessarily the city of Wichita. We have a process to go through and be a representative of the city of Wichita, but seeing how I am familiar with a lot of these issues, I feel like it's appropriate for us to be up here as well. So to the Special Committee on Housing, thank you for the chance to speak before you today. The city of Wichita faces many challenges when it comes to our current housing stock, ranging from the lack of affordable and transitional housing to having the ability to appropriately enforce housing and health codes and maintaining aging units. I could go on for longer than the time allotted on some of the various issues, but for the sake of brevity, I'll quickly outline some of the most pressing needs and issues and allow time for follow-up questions. Many of you are familiar with the MAC, or Multi-Agency Center, we've been working to open in the Wichita area to help the homeless in our community eventually find stable housing and employment and return to society. That's the real goal of it. It's not just to provide shelter space for people to live and occupy, it's to address the underlying issues that you are facing that is causing homelessness. We have recently completed the purchase of Park Elementary, a former elementary school shut down by the local school board, and have been working to update the infrastructure to meet HUD guidelines and our own codes. Within the next few weeks, the MAC will serve as a low-barrier 24-hour shelter that can hold up to approximately 220 individuals. And by next spring, the second phase will be implemented with office space being provided that will be filled with members of the Sedgwick County's Mental Health Services ComCare, as well as employees of the City of Wichita's Housing Department, various mental health, addiction, and homeless partners and services in the community, and other organizations to provide wraparound services to address the needs of the HUD House community. This model is based in part on the Haven of Hope in San Antonio, which is nationally renowned for their ability to effectively address getting people off the streets. The third phase of this program will be an affordable housing piece that will be built on the MAX campus or nearby. Having individual units instead of communal housing is something truly valued by this population, leading many to prefer the solitude of tents over the shelters that are provided today. The ability to have their own space indoors will motivate many individuals to attend and complete programs offered, such as addiction counseling, addiction therapy, making their doctor's appointments, and maintaining their medication, and give them space and time to address some of the additional barriers to getting back on their feet, such as completing rehab programs, completing educational programs, and finding steady work. We have been exploring opportunities to help build these affordable housing units on the campus of the MAC, including the use of LIHTC or low-income housing tax credits, funded by the federal government and administered by the states. In Kansas, they are administered, I'm sure you know, by the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation and are awarded twice a year. One of them is a 9% highly competitive grant, and of course, the lower competitive 4% grant. Last year, we were not awarded the 9% credit for the MAC. This is not unexpected. In fact, a Wichita area project has only been awarded 4 times in the last 80 grants administered. And I say that realizing we just had a presentation of one of the highly successful ones, the Timbers. It was our pleasure to work with it, and thank you guys, and thank you to the KHRC for providing those tax credits, much needed. We were ultimately disqualified due to the regulation that disallows LIHTC being awarded within 1.5 miles of another project, despite the fact that we had the highest score. We also filled out a waiver and were denied that as well. While this may be an attempt to ensure that all of Kansas would receive a fair shot at accessing these credits, this is also unfairly impacting some of the areas most in need of affordable housing. My district, for instance, suffers from among the highest rates of poverty in the state. And just a personal testimony here, after CARES Act funding to help people in their homes ended in the fall of 2022, the number of people searching for affordable housing or housing assistance was the #1 request that I had coming in from my constituents. These are grandmothers who were trying to raise their granddaughters. That one was a particularly heartbreaking case, but a number of people who had been helped out by some of those benefits during the COVID pandemic. So when it ran out, many of them were facing homelessness due to their inability to meet rising rents on limited incomes. The standard of only one project within 1.5 miles means we are having to choose between supporting only 1 or 2 projects within the city at a time. Even this week, we are being asked to support a project that could conflict with any future LIHTC applications for the MAC. There is a waiver to lift the requirement, and we applied for the waiver, but that was turned down. Lifting, or at least modifying this regulation, would allow for the individual projects to be based on their own merit and according to where the need truly is. I can't point you to the correct fix to the problem. It seems the KHRC was set up to avoid meddling by the elected bodies, not always a bad thing. However, you might consider no longer awarding both state and federal tax credits on the same project to maximize the opportunity for more projects to receive assistance. Many times when they get combined together, they are simply going to make a project developer's profit even greater. Another issue that has arisen, and this was brought up by Councilmember Glasscock, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, is the classification of manufactured homes as real property unless the title owner and property owner where the home resides are the same person, and the home is on a permanent foundation. This makes manufactured homes lose value as it is titled as personal property and can also open the owner of the home up to shenanigans regarding residency and rising lot fees at the property they reside, and gives limited options of recourse from the tenants to protect their investments. Classifying manufactured homes as either single-family homes or real property would raise the resale value of the homes, open them up for more financing opportunities, and open the property owners up to additional tax opportunities. If I can, real quick, Councilmember Glasscock also sent some additional commentary today. I did not include in my original testimony, if I can read that. Thank you, sir. This is from Councilmember Glasscock. One of the largest issues any community owner faces is getting title to an abandoned manufactured home. When selling a heavy lift deal that is in distress, most buyers will plan to go in and remove all inventory and replace it with brand new homes. Many times when the property is in distress, the previous owner does not have the title to the homes. In that case, the buyer cannot demolish or remove all the homes because it is technically not their home. If they end up closing without titles, we do a bill of sale for the mobile homes that are owned by the park owner and often include the abandoned homes. From there, the new owner needs to get with an attorney and go through the quiet title process. This is an extremely costly, tedious, and lengthy process. I do not believe Kansas does bonded titles, but other states do for homes with messed up titles. This is another option, but is costly, and you can't do anything with the home for 3 to 4 years in the event someone comes back to claim the home. The idea that these homes are chattel and easily movable is not accurate. The reality is if a home is north of 20 years old, it likely cannot be moved. It will either cost more money to move it than what the home is worth, or it will completely fall apart in the moving process. To move a home, set, tie down, skirt it, and add the steps will cost you around $5,000 all in. It can be more than that in some cases. Additionally, most low-income families do not have a couple $1,000s to move the home and set it in another community. What I would like to see from the state to ease the burden on owners is to incorporate what Alabama does. If a mobile home is older than 20 years and does not have a title, the park owner can provide the new owner with a bill of sale, and that gives 100% ownership of that manufactured home to the new park owner. You do not need a title. Because of this, the park owners are able to save money and time. Therefore, they can remove the home and bring in a clean new manufactured home for the community. This is a win-win situation for the park owner, future current park residents, neighbors, and the city. In summary, this asset class is a solution to the affordable housing crisis in America while allowing residents the ability to obtain the American dream through home ownership. I would urge you to walk through a new manufactured home if you haven't. They are truly incredible. Please contact Councilmember Glasscock with any questions. He would be happy to talk about this more in depth over the phone or in person. All right, so completing that aspect, we are also facing issues with vacant housing in our neighborhoods for a myriad of reasons, such as no heir being listed when a family member passes, people who do not inherit the property showing no interest in maintaining or unloading the property, property owners being jailed and allowing the property to deteriorate, property owners allowing their property to go into default after 5 years of not paying taxes, or property owners just paying the last year of taxes to keep it from being seized. Many vagrants pay attention to the obituaries nowadays, and using the internet, they can find the addresses of people who have recently deceased. They also keep an eye out for any opportunities to break into unkempt and deteriorating structures, and set up residencies in the confusion, hoping to go unnoticed by the property owners or taking advantage of the probate process if the process is necessary. Theft and drugs used around the neighborhoods can follow, as I've seen firsthand in my own neighborhood. MABCD has the ability to board up and secure their properties after a lengthy process and abate the cost to the property owners in many cases, but a lack of response by absentee owners, many of whom live out of state, complicates this process. We understand and support trying to keep people from losing their homes due to not being able to pay taxes on time, which we believe is the intent of the law. However, we are looking at some administrative changes on the city and county level to deal with unencumbered houses, which we can discuss further, and ask that the state work with us as we try to balance property rights with health and safety concerns for the surrounding neighborhoods. We could also look at adding a section to criminal trespassing, similar to changes in what Georgia's and Florida's laws regarding abandoned properties where people without any permission to be there take up residence. I am not sure this amendment would resolve the problem, but it would be helpful in removing squatters where the property owner cannot be reached. Another of the challenges representing a district with aging infrastructure is and subpar housing units is dealing with unresponsive landlords and slumlords and maintaining a basic level of healthy environment for their residents. Unfortunately, our residents have seen more than their fair share of horrific cases of neglect, health hazards, and landlords threatening them with eviction for reporting violation of city and county ordinances. With a quick Google search, you will find news stories exposing the inhumane conditions Kansas have to live in every day, including children. Believe me when I say that you and I would not allow our children into these conditions. Some of the cases in mine and Councilmember Johnson's districts have made national news. I encourage you to search up Emory Gardens and see the conditions many elderly, children, and disabled people on limited incomes have had to endure. We have recently adopted a landlord retaliation ordinance to enforce state law banning retaliatory evictions meant to suppress the reporting of violations, and we'll be looking to fill some loopholes in our current ordinances, such as a possible ordinance banning black mold. There are other fixes that could allow us to address bad absentee landlords, such as allowing for a landlord registry that would include occasional inspections. The timeline of the inspections could be yearly, every couple of years when a new tenant moves in, or when the property is sold, which would help close a loophole where property owners will put their property in another's name, sometimes through a rent-to-own agreement, in order to avoid being held accountable. Even if we know and have found the property in violation of health codes, once it switches hands, the slate of violations is wiped clean, even if we know the violations still exist. We could also limit the inspections to units where major violations have previously existed for a period of time until we are confident the issue has been resolved. We don't have the personnel to be in a constant rotation of inspections and would have to use our discretion on where to allocate our resources, most likely focusing on large-scale violations of repeat offenders. We would also urge you to consider placing limits on late fees, which can reach up to $50 a day, digging a larger hole for a person who is already struggling financially. Many states have limited the total cost to approximately 5% of the rent total. Also considering requiring the property owners to list a true cost of rent. Oftentimes, landlords take advantage of prospective renters by adding hidden fees, such as mandatory administrative costs, that can affect a tenant's ability to stay below their budget once locked into a lease. Requiring a rent's true cost will let the renter know what they're getting into and plan appropriately. We have a slideshow here and a short clip of Emory Gardens, the one that has made news, which also resides in Representative Hallerton's district. And to her credit, when she found out about this, she was on the phone with me, asking what she could do, asking all the right questions to really look into how we can address this. And I'll show you these pictures in a minute. Councilmember Johnson and I went out there. Just to let you know, the doors were off of these units. We were able to just freely walk in, just like any child would be able to. So again, thank you for your time and attention to perhaps the biggest issue my city is currently facing. I also appreciate the chance to engage with you in a productive dialogue and will answer any questions to the best of my ability. And if we could play the slideshow, and then I believe Councilmember Johnson has some remarks as well after. If you guys want, I could do a little dance right here while we're waiting. I need to burn some calories. I mean, my niece, my kid, she really hates this. I'll do the sprinkler and pick the apple, put it in a basket. Or I could tell some embarrassing stories about Nick while I'm up here too.
Representative Howardton has a question in the meantime.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just kind of to recap, could you just recap briefly, point by point, your issues? So we talked about the MAC and then the denial of the application and then rental and then inspections.
Yeah.
And encumbered titles.
And again, when Representative Howell sent the list, I wanted to make sure to hit on the points that she had asked to particularly hit on. Unencumbered vacant houses is one of them. because, and I'll relay a story from earlier this year. We had a person who was living, or a group of people who were living in a house an elderly widow had. It was a rental for her. She had allowed them to live there. I think maybe her mental facilities were declining. Rent-free, they came by and mowed the lawn once a month or so. Crime was going up in the neighborhood because of it. Everybody knew what was going on there, but they had residency there. She finally sold the house. The people were being evicted because the new owner had to come in and go through the eviction process. All this stuff is being tossed out on the curb from inside the house, and they're telling our inspectors and some of the neighbors there, they knew exactly what house they were going to. It was another house that was vacant. The owner of that house is in prison in Florida, I believe, for child pornography, so he's not getting out anytime soon. Of course, we have to go through this process. After 3 years, there is a waiver to help speed up the process a little bit. It's not always successful, but essentially, if they get in there and they have residency and we can't prove, or the property owner does not trespass them, our hands are tied as to what we can do until we can get to some serious health violations. So vacant houses is part of it, and then code violations like we're about to see here. Yeah. And Councilmember Johnson, would you, is it okay if maybe he speaks while we're, Councilmember Johnson, are you online?
That's going to require multitasking.
Boy, are we, boy, I love technology. I'm also comfortable continuing to answer questions while we wait for this to load.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Councilmember Hoheisel hit on quite a bit of the challenges we have. The only thing I would add to that also is a challenge around access when there is an issue in the apartment. So some of the slides you'll see in the video, per state statute, an individual has to let one of our inspectors in to see those challenges. And oftentimes we know something like black mold or bed bugs, roaches, some of the other things you'll see can spread to other units. But the only way our inspectors can get in there, again, is if another tenant then lets them in, even though we know that there's a health issue that's impacting them. There is a process where you have to get I believe a warrant, and Director of Labor can specify that a little more, but even with that, you have to be very specific in that to be able to go in there. And oftentimes, if a tenant is evicted or they leave because they're having health issues, then we can't even go in that unit. So our hands are really tied to address some of these major health issues that are impacting multiple tenants in the multifamily complex. So that's one other thing we would love some help with, brainstorming, or some help from the state on addressing that to help more individuals. And again, I believe you have the link to one video and some of those pictures, but there's multiple out there. And if you're ever free and someone is willing, like I did with Councilmember Hoheisel, I'm happy to bring you along. It's a lot of heartbreaking stuff to see. And one of the more heartbreaking situations we just had was at a place called Liberty Way. It's supposed to be sober living. It's not. And the individual who owns that place, there were a number of code violations and health violations I was able to witness because I was invited in by someone who was really concerned. And because of, again, property doors were locked, by the time our inspectors can get in there. But I saw a number of violations that I reported back that even with the warrant, they weren't able to see all of those. So the common area, they were able to write up a number of violations on, fire exit signs, some exposed wires, but they weren't able to get in and see all of the real damage there was there. And these were occupied units, not unoccupied. So people had to live in these different spaces. And that individual was so bad that anyone who helped me, showed me anything, they were all evicted, to include the individuals on the news story, to which you'll hear him promise he wouldn't evict them. Well, 3 weeks later, they were all evicted.
And to just maybe give a little more background on our landlord retaliatory ordinance, that is a state law, but there's never been an enforcement wing with it. So a landlord, and we tell people keep paying your rent, because a landlord can go back and find any violations along the way anytime you've broken your lease. If you're a single mom and a kid gets sick and you have to pay for medicine or something, so you're a couple days late with your rent, they can go back and evict you for that. So so a lot of times they use this as a scare tactic. You know, if you go to the city, if you go and report these violations, we're going to come over and you're going to be evicted. As a matter of fact, the owner of Emory Gardens, after we tracked him down, I believe through 7 states, a shell company in Delaware, it took a while to finally get a hold of him. We heard he was on the property handing out eviction notices. Councilmember Johnson and I wanted to have a conversation. We went up there to speak with him, and in his hand is a list of residents who are part of a group complaining in Facebook, a Facebook group, about the property there. So he was going around checking and seeing who had missed a rent violation or something like that and handing out eviction notices to those individuals that day. Again, this is a lower income. These are disabled people that live here, elderly people, children, single mothers, massive bed bug infestations, even though they had included in their rent a fee for, I believe, quarterly pest control to come in and spray the units to try and keep stuff like bed bugs at bay. So
As far as the video and the pictures go, they have emailed that to all the committee members, and we can watch them on our time. So, you're good to go now? All right, we'll give it one more try.
Living at an apartment complex are still waiting for the owners to fix some serious health hazards. Good evening, I'm Deb Ferris.
And I'm David Scott. It's a story we've been following since last week, with residents battling everything from bugs falling from the ceiling to black mold everywhere.
KAKE's Pilar Pedraza is here now with a look at where the investigation stands and what's next. Pilar?
Deb, at this time, the city says it's working to make sure fixes to the damage we've shown you actually happen. But it's a long process. And for those who live at Emory Gardens, it may seem like nothing much is happening right now. Even some of you have been so frustrated, you've asked us why no one's simply condemned the building at this point. The city says that's because Kansas has strong protections for property owners. We checked state statute, and it does give cities like Wichita the power to set deadlines for repairs and, if missed, to order the owner to show up for a hearing to explain what's going on and hear complaints directly from tenants. But it also allows cities to immediately tear down a building if it is, quote, in such condition as to constitute an immediate hazard requiring immediate action to protect the public. Because many of the tenants in Emory Gardens told us they're using federal grants to help pay for the apartments and can't afford to move, we reached out to the federal government's Department of Housing and Urban Development as well, that's HUD, to see if it was involved in this investigation. A spokesperson told me Emory Gardens is no longer a HUD-insured or assisted project, but added it's monitoring this ongoing investigation. We do expect to hear more from HUD as the investigation continues. Meanwhile, we also reached out to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, trying to figure out its role in all this. No one has responded to our calls and emails at this time. Pilar Pedraza, KAKE News, on your side.
And I'm sorry. Yeah, if we could go through some of the slides.
Against the plans
by
for the
Councilmember
three-story
Johnson.
complex when it was
And the current regulations is, as far as black mold is concerned, is a source of water leak. So in one of these cases, you can see a lot of flooding down on a lower level. The water leak was on the 3rd story. So you can identify a water leak, which is not always the source of a black mold, like we saw some with the broken windows, which can add to the problem with black mold as well. So if the water leaks on the 3rd floor, the person in the middle unit also had mold growing under her sink, black mold growing under her sink, a single mother with a child. And we are not able to get into that unit by ourselves. We, again, have to be invited in by people who are scared of retaliation. What Councilmember Johnson was bringing up earlier about trying to get into additional units, surrounding units, if we suspect there's a problem. Black mold is not, it goes through drywall, it goes through air ducts. It's not just going to be contained to one individual unit. We are able to get into Section 8 units, that we have mandatory inspections for those anyways, and those are always the best units, the Section 8 units. They make sure and keep those up to code and up to snuff. The other units, again, it falls down or falls back on just having the resident or the property owner call in to inspect the units. Yeah, this is, I believe the Councilmember Johnson can elaborate a little more. I believe this is a ceiling in one of the units.
This is at Calvary Towers, now called Wind Village, 25th or 26th and Grove. That is a ceiling. Every black dot you see is black mold. It gets worse than that. That building was occupied at the time that I took that picture, so I took that with my phone. Director Labrum came with me later to walk through that building and see bed bug infestations. I think there were approximately 15,000 mice in that building. Everything you can think of. They had bed bug infested mattresses in the hallway, so those bed bugs were leaving empty units and going into occupied units. And luckily for us at the time, the ownership was not happy with the attention, and we were able to take the occupancy briefly as they changed ownership to get some of that remediated. But one of the folks who worked for Ms. Wynn, who is also a known slumlord here in Wichita, said that they cut as many corners as possible while inspectors weren't there and only did the things that were necessary for inspection to pass. So I haven't been back in there since then, aside from the one tour she invited us on where inspectors pointed out a few issues they needed to address and get fixed. But since then, I haven't been invited back. That's the elevator. That's black mold. I think that's Emory Gardens, one of those other units that we were in before the news got there. Again, as Councilmember Hoheisel said, the doors were open, so there was a playground probably 500 feet away. Kids could come in there as they please and see all of this stuff and be exposed to it. And this is right below units that were occupied. So again, black mold can go into all the units above there. And there was black mold in the units above that we were able to see.
I believe that's from the water damage of some of the water leaks from the upper levels.
Senator Erickson has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here and sharing this. It's hard to look at that level of condition that people are living in. My question is, I believe, and I know we've touched on it a little bit, there are laws that landlords have to keep their property up to a certain level of repair, or there could be damages awarded to the residents.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that being utilized? And my second question is, in the news report, it said that KDH&E had not responded. Do you know if they've responded since then?
I would cede to Director Labrum for that part. Yes, there are. Again, a lot of it falls to us. That's why we enacted the landlord retaliation. People are, they can get some restitution for some of the costs they have while having to move and whatnot. The issue is we are working with our county colleagues right now to come up with some better ways to institute this stuff. We also have some ordinances coming out here, some international codes that we're going to pull into our city ordinances just to make things a little clearer. So we are working through a process to improve this locally as well. Again, one of the main things is when we know that it's going on in other units, that can spread to the whole building, just being able to get in there, because even if we know something's going on, which we do in many of these cases, our hands are tied as to actually being able to get in and inspect some of these other units. But Chris, I don't know if you want to elaborate a little more, sir?
Hi, Chair Tarwater, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, Chris Labrum, Metro Area Building and Construction Department. Thank you for the time today and letting us speak. So in this particular case, and in general, KDHE has referred these back to us to answer that specific question, Senator. So they, we have had a few cases where the contamination has gone on to groundwater or property type concerns such as that. KDHE will get involved then. Otherwise, they fall to us. You are correct that there are rules and laws in place to assist us with these. Those are a lengthy process designed to protect the property rights of the owner, which we understand. We don't want in anything we do to inhibit those rights. Some of the details that we see in that, as Councilman Johnson, Councilman Hoheisel have discussed. So in these particular cases where they were called in by tenants, by the time I went back with Councilman Johnson in that example, a lot of the doors were locked. So myself and my inspectors were not able to gain any legal access to those. In the case of the Emory Gardens example, where those rooms were open, we wrote cases on those. The answer from the landlords was simply that people were not living in them at the time, and they would get those fixed before someone else could move in, which they did to minimum standards, but it didn't help those who had just had to leave those. So all that is to say that with the process as it exists, and I have no authority to look anywhere other than where I am granted access by either the landlord or a tenant or is a public commons area. That often slows us down to the point that it's too late for the tenants. Unfortunately, a lot of times they do not come to us, or unfortunately, they don't come to us first oftentimes, and that is an educational piece that I think would be a good point of emphasis for all of us to put resources towards. But by the time they come to us, it's often too late, because at that point they're already being evicted or they're already in that situation. And then, as our council members have described, I may not have legal access to that unit at this point. And then especially if I'm not granted any adjacent access, we're very limited in what we can see and what we can do. This is not just a state issue. Obviously, a lot of this is ensuring that we don't do any illegal search and seizure type actions. So we would, again, want to remain sensitive to that. But if we had some form that I know has been discussed before, and we understand the hesitations, but if we had some form based on number of units, size of a building, number of units owned by a landlord, maybe coupled with past violations, past complaints, et cetera, that would allow us to register those buildings, those units, those businesses, and that would give us the option to just perform a general inspection, whether that be based on a complaint or whether that be based on a periodic basis. We would then at that point be able to enforce local codes, both building and housing, just in order to better protect tenants.
Without the tenants having to put their residency on the line in order to report the violations.
And that is a very good point, that it would not make that put that vulnerability on them and that risk on the tenants.
Okay, so is that all?
Yes, sir, that's all we have as far as
now?
slides and whatnot.
Okay. Representative Howerton, you have more?
I have several. If I could just ask one question with this.
Yes, ma'am.
So we were just talking about evictions, and we passed what did we pass? A motion for judicial committee to consider that. So what you just said, so landlords can check tenants for any breach of contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way for tenants to check out landlords for any ongoing complaints or code violations, or do they just kind of have to take it at face value when they sign a contract?
I'll see the Chris Labram on part of that. I know part of our landlord retaliation process is it goes to mediation to weigh who broke the contract at what, whose obligations it was at a certain point. So there can be some recourse for tenants that way. Chris, do you know any other areas that might match?
Are code violations public record?
They are public record, but they are not consolidated and reported, ma'am. So that would be
Consolidated.
So they are public record, but an individual would have to look those up by individual address, potentially even individual unit to find those. So they could, with due diligence and the right knowledge, find those. We do not consolidate those. We do not report those. A potential part of being allowed to register more proactively than we do now, landlord businesses would be that we would be able to potentially provide a rating or better assistance to leasees.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. So if we could switch topics just a little bit and go back to the application that you submitted for the MAC where you were denied. So the other project that was within a mile and a half that you were denied for, is it the same type of project or is it different? Like the MAC is focused on homelessness. Was this other project, is it low income or what is?
It's low income, yeah, it matches the low income, so
there's
regulations.
separate types.
It is different than the MAC. Our piece is something that we hope to hold up there too. You can work your way into that and still be nearby supportive services. So this, and I don't know if we know, I believe it was awarded maybe a year and a half ago before we had any idea where we were going to put the MAC. Going through that whole process was pretty daunting, I'm sure you guys can imagine.
Okay, and the waiver that you were denied for, did they give you a reason, or did you meet all the criteria for the waiver? It was just denied?
As far as I know, it was just denied. I apologize, I don't know all the background on the particular waiver and why we were denied that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to make a motion at this time?
So we're going to have discussion here in a little bit, but go ahead and make that one.
Okay, so if we could make a motion to reconsider that waiver to the Lieutenant Governor or whoever would be in charge of that process. If there's no reason, and I think what we've heard is that Sedgwick has a very high population and of low-income housing and homeless in the state, and they have a very low approval for these tax credits. If we could just get that to be reconsidered.
Yeah, from my understanding, from hearing everything, that it was denied simply because it's within a mile and a half of another project that may or may not be working right. I don't know why that would preclude something like this from happening, because this is really, again, something that those tax credits should be used for. So
And they're separate projects. They're not, it's not the same
we should
type
have
of
the
project.
Lieutenant Governor or the Department of Commerce or whoever gives those grants, the KHRC. I mean, I would support a motion to direct them to relook at that waiver. You want to make that motion?
I make that motion, yes.
Seconded by Howell, Representative Howell. She lives there. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All against say no. Let the record show it was unanimous. More questions?
I'll yield right now.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just wondering, there was a reference made about landlords and if they're in violation about inspections and such, and how that's documented and where somebody can find it. So my understanding of landlord inspections, unless you have a rental inspection program in your city or county, is typically fire or windows and such. They don't check for mold and mildew or water leaks or anything of that sort. Is that right?
Chris, would you like to answer that?
That is correct, ma'am. And note that those fire inspections, just like those that would be conducted by my department or by the housing department, would also be based on a complaint by invitation, if you will. So those types of businesses do not require an annual inspection in any form. So even with fire restaurants, bars, nightclubs, those type of venues, event centers, come with an annual inspection by the fire department. Apartment buildings do not.
Yeah, and I think that's one of my concerns. I know in the city of Manhattan, there was lots of conversations, being a university town, of having rental inspections, because oftentimes students try to, of course, try to find affordable apartments and don't want to be worried about mold and mildew. They just want to move on. But there are a lot of people that are not so transient that live there because that's all they can afford. So I don't know what we can do better, and I'm sure there are things we can do better, at least to meet the fire code. Because they don't look at leaky refrigerators or plumbing issues or mold and mildew, but there's a lot of safety issues that are not required like you would if somebody went to we see our food violations of our restaurants in our local newspaper, what those violations were and how they're rated. But there's nothing for properties, rental properties. So that might be something we want to look into in the future. I just don't know how they are all different from each community and what the state already requires. So that's something to look at, I think. Thank you.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it was in 2016 that the state legislature decided that we were going to prohibit cities from having rental inspections. And so did you all have like a rental inspection program prior to 2016? And have you in any way tracked, or do you have any insight into what the consequences were of that action? I mean, you're talking about a lot of those consequences now. And then I guess my other question is, I don't see us rolling back to where we were before 2016. So is there a hybrid somewhere? Is there a way for us to make sure that we are really addressing health and safety at the same time, protecting our good property owners, but maybe somehow figuring out how we get at those bad property owners that are really putting people's life and health at risk?
Yes, ma'am. And in regard to the landlords, I know a ton of great landlords who have, some have a bit larger units, but most of them have 10 or less doors that they have. And these are their retirement funds, so they make sure and keep the properties in shape. They want to sell those at the end of their career, retire on that, maybe sell one to their kids or whatnot. So a lot of the smaller landlords keep their properties in excellent condition. Most of what we find are just the large-scale landlords We were looking at doing I don't believe it was with inspections, but we were looking at doing some sort of a landlord registration, just to come to find out here recently, and that was put on the back burner. Chris, I would like, if you'd like to elaborate a little more on maybe the history and what happened in 2016 when they did pass these new regulations.
And thank you, sir. To my knowledge, ma'am, city of Wichita has never had a landlord registration. And I have spoken with the Landlords Association about this. We do have this discussion. They, of course, are not in favor still at this point of doing that. You bring up several good points, and I thank you for doing that because I was looking for an opportunity to get this inserted back in there. Just as stated, the vast majority of our landlords do it right and do a good job. We would recommend, exactly as you said, that anything along those lines be some form of hybrid. Those landlords that maintain standards, that do not have complaints, that are not in violation, may not ever have an inspection, or if so, maybe it's, once every 5 years or something along those lines. I don't know exactly if we could get there without some form of change to the current state law that would allow us some increased level of visibility on that and registration of these businesses. But you're absolutely right that we would seek a hybrid of that. We would not, for one, we would not have the resources to try to look at every rental in every year, and we would mainly be looking at large scale ownership in vulnerable areas and high risk areas.
And to follow up on that a little more, in conversations I've had with many of our good landlords in our community, one of the things they've recommended is setting up a board of landlords, and a board that we can appoint to, maybe one from every council district and the mayor, who, when there are complaints that come in, they have the ability to look at these cases. They have the ability to possibly fine the landlords for some of the violations. It's just like nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. Nobody hates a bad landlord more than a good landlord who's trying to do the right thing by their residents.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to shift the discussion a little bit, if we could, to talk about the encumbered deeds on vacant homes a little bit. So when we've had some discussions, particularly the city of Wichita, unfortunately gets a little bit of the bad rap here because it's the most populated area of Sedgwick County. And as I think most of the committee members knows, Sedgwick County has 1/6 of the population of the state of Kansas. And so in Wichita, we have quite a few vacant homes. And as we've discussed in our meetings, a lot of our vacant homes have what I use the term encumbered deeds. And there's a lot of nuances to some of those. And the issue is complicated because obviously private property rights is sacred, and we all take that seriously. And but it is a health and safety issue in our communities, and we do have squatter issues. And in some parts of in the city of Wichita, you can just turn around, you can turn in a circle and see multiple vacant homes that are deteriorating. And it's heartbreaking, especially when our state is in a housing crisis. And we get in situations where we have to demolition these homes because they continue to deteriorate year after year after year. And so I wanted to just kind of talk to you or ask you about, I know you mentioned sometimes we have people that are in prison that are the owners, or sometimes they're in nursing homes. So, we mentioned sometimes people die without a will. or naming any heirs, or we have heirs that are in disagreement with each other about the property. Can you think of, off the top of your head, what are some other frequent issues that we see with those encumbered deeds?
A lot of them get inherited by people who live out of the state. It's their childhood home, something along those lines. They want to keep it. They want to keep it in the family, and they do absolutely nothing with it. Right on the corner near my house, we have one of these incidents where it's a nice house, and the resident, the owner, passed away last year. His daughter has inherited it. I believe she has not paid any taxes on it yet. She lives in the nearby county, so she's not too far away, but she has shown no interest in maintaining it. We have had squatters break in there repeatedly, so now it's right on the corner of an intersection. I drive right by it every single day. It's boarded up. Big, ugly plywood board stuck on it, and all the time I see the plywood from the front door pulled across. We've cut off utilities to it. We've cut off water to it because there's no reason for that to happen right now, for it to be hooked up, and people are still breaking into it. Large piles of trash that end up on the side of the house. You can only imagine what's going on inside the house. My district and also holds the South Broadway corridor. So this is a struggling community now. It used to be one of the lifebloods of Wichita. After the highway through there, it used to be the 81 highway, closed down. Now it's motels and a lot of abandoned houses. It's fire season now. The temperature's getting cold. I get a notice, an email every time we have a fire in my district, and it's no lie to have 2 or 3 a day just within a 1 or 2 block radius because people break into these houses, they start warming fires. Next thing you know, it's going out of control. It's an incredibly dangerous situation for our firefighters as well. So that's one of the big ones is unresponsive owners who live outside of Wichita, outside the county, outside the state, getting a hold of them, getting in touch with them to, hey, I mean, when the grass grows more than a foot tall, we give them an opportunity to come in and take care of the issue themselves before we actually go out there and mow the grass and charge it to their property. So we give them 30 days after contact to take care of the problem. Just actually getting in contact with these people is very difficult as well.
Senator Erickson has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just very quick. The MAC, going back to the MAC.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a former school.
Yes, ma'am.
Attendance center.
Yep.
Legislature passed a law that they get right of first refusal on any building. What, do you know, was that process followed? Did the legislature do right of first refusal?
Yes, ma'am. Yep, went right through. We had been in contact with several representatives around here just to make sure that it's on everybody's board who was involved with the process. And so, yes, ma'am, it did go through that process, and you guys said you had no interest in it.
All right, any other questions? We're up against time. Go ahead.
And if I may, Councilmember Johnson just had one more point he would like to make, if you would.
Sure, go ahead.
Sir. Councilmember Johnson?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Just one more quick thing. State law requires a tenant to pay rent no matter what. And I was hoping that we could look at maybe some form of amendment that allows some wiggle room in there. I know that the point is to make sure that landlords and property owners get the money that is due to them for a tenant residing in a space. But oftentimes, tenants are facing eviction for violating the law being that they have to pay rent when they're simply trying to survive. A few cases to highlight: there was a lady in an apartment complex in West Wichita who had been to the emergency room 5 times for black mold, 7 times for black mold. She had a 1-year-old kid. That kid also had some black mold complications. She spent her rent money to get a hotel room to get out of that apartment. Legally, she didn't pay rent, so she was in violation. And when it came to eviction, she was evicted because she broke the law by not paying rent. But the black mold in the apartment complex was a threat to her health, and that didn't matter to the property managers. Property managers were Eucalyptus, a part of Lou McGinnis. They have the highest eviction rate in Sedgwick County. But there are a number of people who, again, are wanting to pay rent. They have a good history of paying rent, but when these issues are not fixed, such as a black mold or in the summer, AC is not fixed and they're living in 115 degrees in their apartment or house, they try to go somewhere else. These are low income people, so they don't have the disposable income to both pay rent and move out. I just would hope that we could work together on looking at some exceptions to that, not taking it away completely because I understand why it's that way, but having some wiggle room on exceptions to give people a chance to, you know, have a better quality of life.
Okay, thank you.
And just one more point, having evictions on your record makes you ineligible for many other housing vouchers that you have. So if these people are getting unfairly evicted, that means they are disqualified from a lot of assistance that's out there for low-income people as well.
So unfairly evicted for not paying rent. That's what he just said, right?
It could be late on rent as well. I mean, like I said, it could be something like you're a couple of days late, you get hit with the fees, you catch back up on the rent, but they can go back and retaliate against you and say that's cause to evict you down the road.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it on this one. We'll move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Emily Hamilton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Tarwater and members of the committee. I think my video's not working.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to try to share my screen. All right. Can you all see my slides?
We can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you all on this very important topic. I'm a housing economist at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. I study housing policy and the effects of land use regulations on housing affordability across the country. And I also spend a lot of time working with state policymakers like yourselves, identifying opportunities for more housing to be allowed to be built at lower prices. In Kansas, as you all know, as in so much of the US, housing affordability is a problem that's affecting a growing number of households, with the typical house being increasingly out of reach for the median income household. Local zoning rules and permit approval processes are one of the most important root causes of this housing affordability problem. They prevent home builders from building products like starter homes that can be built at prices affordable to typical households, creating the opportunities for a housing market to serve residents at a wide range of incomes. And it's not just in growing, healthy neighborhoods where land use regulations cause price problems. They also have effects in neighborhoods that are suffering from disinvestment by making it more difficult to redevelop or reinvest in existing properties. While these rules are typically implemented at the local level, localities get their authority to regulate land use and to limit housing construction from their states. And when these rules are causing statewide affordability and housing shortage problems, I think there's a clear case to be made for state policymakers to step in to set some guardrails on that local authority to protect property owners' rights to build housing on the land that they own. I'll talk about 3 potential avenues for setting these guardrails on local zoning authority that have been implemented in some states across the country. First, limiting minimum lot size requirements. Second, legalizing more apartment construction. And finally, legalizing accessory dwelling units. To the first one, minimum lot size requirements. Minimum lot size requirements combined with single family zoning is the bread and butter of local land use regulations in the US. These rules say that each house has to sit on its own lot and that lot or yard has to be a certain size. And in places where land is expensive, that means that there can be a very high floor on the cost of providing a new home. And in turn, these minimum lot size requirements also have secondary effects on the type of housing that gets built. Generally, there's not a market for a new construction, small, basic house on an expensive piece of land. So minimum lot size requirements tend to incentivize home builders to provide big, fancy, expensive houses that can make the math work on what they're building. They can make it really difficult to build starter homes that are affordable to the typical family. The city of Houston has the country's biggest experience with minimum lot size reform. In 1998, the city reduced their minimum lot requirement from 5,000 square feet down to 1,400 square feet within their I-610 loop. And based on the success of the reduced minimum lot size requirement within the core of the city of Houston, policymakers expanded that reform to cover the whole city in 2013. This has resulted in the construction of 80,000 small lot houses that would not have been possible to build without that reform. This chart shows that across the spectrum of housing in Houston, lot sizes are falling, particularly as this blue line shows at the bottom within the core of the city inside the I-610 loop, where the typical lot for a new construction single family house is now less than 2,000 square feet. Houston is more open to housing construction of all types than most other U.S. cities, but allowing small lot single family construction is one important piece of that openness. And as a result, Houston is the most affordable Sunbelt city, and its median house price is below the national median, even though it's been growing faster than the country as a whole for decades. Secondly, I'll talk about a strategy intended to make it possible to build more multifamily housing. Whereas minimum lot size reform is more targeted toward lowering the cost of home ownership, this one is more targeted toward rental housing, which is, of course, one of the key avenues for broad-based housing affordability. In most Kansas cities, as in the country as a whole, the vast majority of residential land is limited to exclusively detached single-family housing, with multifamily housing being allowed only in very small areas. And within those areas where multifamily housing is allowed, lots of other rules like parking requirements, height limits, and open space requirements reduce the amount of housing that can be built on those multifamily sites. Some state policymakers are starting to experiment with setting some limits on the extent to which local governments can restrict multifamily construction, requiring them to allow multifamily housing in specific places. For example, the state of Florida passed a law called the Live Local Act, which legalizes multifamily construction in all of the areas where local governments have zoned for commercial uses, like retail or office development. And oftentimes, underused commercial sites are creating a situation that's really not benefiting anyone. And whether this might be because of local opposition to housing construction or just because of regulatory inertia, we have lots of sites across the country that are dead strip malls or dead malls or underinvested self-storage sites that may not be particularly benefiting local tax rolls, the property owner, or the community as a whole, where housing might be feasible to build, but for land use regulations standing in the way. The approach of the Live Local Act in Florida shows that opening up those sites to multifamily construction can create new housing opportunities. Other states, such as Colorado and California, have adopted similar approaches, but by requiring localities to allow multifamily construction in areas that are served by transit, in the case of Colorado, or in California, requiring multifamily construction to be allowed on land owned by faith-based organizations. And as in the case of Houston's minimum lot size reform, we have very strong evidence that allowing more multifamily housing to be built also puts downward pressure on rents. The city of Minneapolis recently adopted a package of zoning reforms. If you follow housing policy, you may have seen some stories about their reforms to single family zoning to allow triplexes to be built across the city. But more importantly, they made bigger changes to allow a larger multifamily buildings to be built in more limited areas and reduce parking requirements. As a result, the city has seen a boom in apartment construction, and they have seen real rent declines, whereas many peer cities, including the Kansas City region, have seen increases in real rent prices over the same time period. The final avenue for placing some guardrails on local zoning authority that I'll talk about is legalizing accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units are a secondary rental unit at the site of a single family house. They can take lots of different forms depending on the context of the neighborhood where they might be built, including backyard cottages like this one. They can be built above a garage sometimes or in a basement, and they provide homeowners with an opportunity to make their mortgages more affordable by providing some rental income. They generally provide a housing option that is less expensive for renters than a typical apartment in the same neighborhood. And they can provide opportunities for multi-generational living when families build them for example, an aging family member, a young adult, or a family member with special needs. This has been the area where we've seen the most experimentation in state policy that's intended to make it possible to build more housing at lower prices. So far, 14 states have broadly legalized accessory dwelling units for homeowners across their states. And there is a lot of variation in these state accessory dwelling unit policies that has allowed for lessons to be learned about what makes it possible for homeowners to actually build these ADUs. One thing that's become clear is that parking requirements, public hearing requirements to get an ADU permitted, and owner occupancy requirements that say that the homeowner must always live on site in order to rent out that ADU can all make it infeasible for homeowners to actually build ADUs even when they're allowed on paper. The states that are in bold here have all addressed all of these common barriers to ADU construction. The state of California has done the most experimentation with laws intended to increase opportunities for more and less expensive housing construction, in large part because of their history of local zoning and permit approval processes causing the country's most severe housing shortage and housing affordability problems. And what we've seen from California is that beginning in 2017, when state policymakers began addressing some of the barriers to building ADUs in the state, ADU construction and permit applications began increasing substantially. And now in some California cities, ADU construction is making up about a quarter of all new housing construction, providing one very important outlet for the state's pent-up housing demand. I'll leave it there with those three options for opening up more opportunities for housing to be built in Kansas. And I'm happy to take any questions you all might have on these policies or other related reforms to land use regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, I'll just ask one on that dwelling unit. This is about the third or fourth time we've heard about that today. And I'm just curious how that gets passed. I mean, I can't imagine going home to tell my district it's mostly single-family homeowners that have home associations that say you have to live in the house and only one family. I can't imagine going back to my district and saying, I just voted to allow your neighbor to build a box and rent it out to somebody else. Can you explain how do these other states get that passed? I mean, it just seems like that'd be the ticket to fire. We'd all get fired, guaranteed.
Well, I've served on the Montana Housing Task Force appointed by Governor Gianforte. And in the 2023 session, Montana policymakers passed a package of housing reforms, including legalizing accessory dwelling units across the state, among many other policies. And it seems that by and large, this has been good for elected officials' popularity because so many of their residents are struggling with housing affordability and serious problems like kids not being able to afford housing in the towns and cities where they grew up. This is certainly not to say that there hasn't been controversy in adopting these policies. Organizations like the League of Cities in Montana have been outspoken opponents of these reforms. From a policy case, as I said earlier, localities get their authority to regulate land use from state law. And when those local regulations are causing big problems for a large number of Kansans, I think there's a strong case to be made for statewide reform. To your point about affecting homeowners associations, in Montana and in many other of the statewide ADU laws, private restrictions like HOA rules or deed restrictions or other private covenants that regulate land use are not affected by the statewide laws. So if people want to purchase a home in an HOA or establish an HOA to set restrictions on land use within their neighborhood that goes beyond what zoning regulations might permit, they have the option to do so. And I think allowing that opt-out from a more liberalized land use environment both makes sense politically by creating by reducing opposition to liberalization, by giving people the option to live in a more regulated community if they want to. And also just based on property rights issues, I think it certainly makes sense to allow people to establish communities that meet their own preferences.
All right, committee, any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Manley, are you here?
Thank you, Chair Tarwater, members. Thank you for allowing me to appear remotely. I'm on my way to a conference sitting in the airport, so I hope you can hear me all right. I'm delighted to talk to you guys today about housing. I am Jim Manley. I am the State Legal Policy Director for Pacific Legal Foundation. PLF is a national nonprofit law firm. We were founded 50 years ago by members of then Governor Reagan's staff. And we litigate and work on legislation all across the country to protect individual liberty. Property rights is one of our core concerns. We've litigated 18 cases at the US Supreme Court, 17 of them to protect the right to own and use property. I think we all know that there's a housing crisis. That's why we're here today, so I won't spend any time diving into that any further. I want to talk about a few model policies that we've introduced and that have been enacted in a few jurisdictions. And two things I want to highlight about them. They maintain local control, but they're also backed by research which shows that they expand access to affordable housing. So, and then I also want to talk about a bill that deals with exactions and impact fees. That's sort of made necessary by one of the cases we won at the Supreme Court last term, where the court said that impact fees need to be reasonably related to the impact of the development. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then finally, I'll just raise an issue that's been mentioned a little bit in the committee today. We have some model legislation that addresses the problem of squatters. And it's based on some law that's been passed in half a dozen jurisdictions, and we think it can help address that problem that's sort of adjacent to the housing crisis. So the core of the bills I want to talk about today are really, there are three bills. They do three simple things. They simplify the approval process, they speed it up, and they ensure finality. So the first bill I want to talk about is our By Right Housing Development Act. And all this bill does is quite simply, if you have a right under existing land use regulations and zoning to build something, you should be able to build it without discretionary review. And that just means you submit an application. If it meets the requirements, you're good to go. There isn't additional layers of review that involves discretion of local building officials. If it complies with the code, you're good to go. And what studies show is that this can add anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 to the cost of a project or a single home. And so that has a huge impact on affordability. So secondly, we want to speed up the approval process. Time is money, especially when you're building houses, anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 per house, in fact. If the permitting process is delayed by just a few months. And so what our bill does is simply put a time limit on the approval process. And the other thing that does is give certainty to developers and property owners to know that after a certain period of time, their application is either going to be approved or denied, and then they can appeal that or amend it or get to work building if it's approved. And to make sure that they can get to work when it's approved, the third bill that I want to talk about is to prevent challenges from third parties. Now, often when a building permit is approved, you get a lawsuit from a vocal minority that doesn't represent the younger, lower income families who are most likely to benefit from additional housing. And these are folks that have had an opportunity to participate in the whole process of the building a permit process. And then once things are approved, they come in with a lawsuit, and oftentimes it's a lawsuit that's just designed to be a nuisance, to slow down the project and ultimately kill it. And so what our bill does is just narrow the group of people who can bring those sorts of lawsuits. So you can still sue if a project is going to negatively impact you as an adjacent property owner. But if you're simply a neighbor that doesn't want more development, the time to voice that concern is during the approval process. And then once the building permit is approved, it's not time for sour grapes lawsuits. Excuse me. Those are the three core bills in our housing portfolio. The other two bills I mentioned, exactions and squatters. The exactions bill addresses the problem where the local governments are charging impact fees that far exceed the impact that the property has to the local community. So for example, in the case that we took to the US Supreme Court, George Sheets wanted to put a mobile home on his rural lot in California, in El Dorado County. And the county assessed him a traffic impact fee for that single mobile home of $23,000. Without any need to justify that to Mr. Sheets, to explain how that's proportionate to the impacts that his property, that his development would have on local traffic. So all our bill does is create a framework to justify those sorts of fees. So when a local government imposes an impact fee, it needs to, upon request, provide a study that justifies that and shows that it meets the constitutional standard for proportionality. And if the property owner thinks that that study is off, he can bring an appeal and challenge that fee and have an independent decision maker, ultimately a court, decide if that fee is proportionate to the impact of the development. And then finally, our Stop Squatters Act is, as I said, it's modeled on bills that have passed in about half a dozen other states. I included a research report that our team put together on that in my written testimony. And you can see it is a national problem, and it's a fairly simple solution. The bill doesn't reinvent the wheel by any means. All the bill does is allow law enforcement to use the existing authority they have to remove trespassers, while putting some guardrails on that authority to make sure that if there are mistakes, that the police aren't on the hook for damages or mistakes of property owners trying to kick folks out unfairly, and then providing a framework for folks to challenge if there is a mistake or some other harm that occurs during that process. So protecting really everyone involved in the process by creating this system. And empowering law enforcement to act. What we hear time and again is that law enforcement just doesn't know how to approach these situations. They can be complex. And so having this framework in place to address part of that squatter problem, we think is really important to protecting property rights, public safety, and ultimately the vibrancy of our communities. So very briefly, those are the 5 bills that we think are really important for expanding access to affordable housing and protecting property rights. And I'd love to take any questions that the committee might have.
Okay, committee, any questions? I'm not really seeing any. We have heard a few of the other issues from other conferees, and looks like you have it pretty well spelled out. And thank you for including model legislation with your presentation, because I think that's going to help us. The one on the list that may be more difficult to suggest is the one that disallows third-party lawsuits or people. Does that preclude people from weighing in on the decision and fighting a new development in their area?
Yes, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think you were asking about the third-party challenges. And so the way that's structured is just to simply narrow the class of who can bring those lawsuits just to people who are adjacent to the property and who are genuinely harmed by it. So it's basically importing the standing standards from federal court. So it's very similar to the standards that federal courts apply to decide who can bring a lawsuit in federal court, and just applying that to housing approvals. And again, this comes at the end of the process. So there's been a long public process already. And so this is just limiting that final ability of folks who aren't really harmed by the project to bring a lawsuit for purposes of slowing it down.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. Thank you very much. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. Samuel Hooper. Are you here? Online?
Yes. Good
Okay,
afternoon.
okay,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Tarwater, Vice Chair Erickson, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Samuel Hooper. I'm Legislative Counsel at the Institute for Justice. So we're a non-profit civil liberties law firm that has an emphasis on free speech, economic liberty, and property rights. We're primarily a litigation organization, so we fight to vindicate our clients' constitutional rights in courthouses, all the way up to the US Supreme Court. But we also have a legislative team that I'm a part of that seeks to develop and promote positive pro-liberty statutory reform wherever possible. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, so I apologize that you'll have nothing to look at other than my face. I apologize also, I can't be there in person. I love Kansas very much. I first visited your state in 2003. I spent some time in Galena by the Missouri border and visited Wichita several times for some weddings. I apologize I can't be with you in person. Also aware that my testimony comes at the end of a thorough 2-day hearing in which you've dissected the causes and solutions to a lot of the issues around the housing crisis. So rather than repeating a lot of those points, I want to keep it short, just talk about some of IJ's insights from into what makes successful housing reform work based on our litigation and legislative work around the country. So at the Institute for Justice at IJ, we have something called our Zoning Justice Project, which aims to protect and promote the freedom to use property, which has been eroded, we believe, by the abuse of some zoning practices that were enacted with the best of intentions in some cases, but have since metastasized and spread and have impinged on property rights. And these overzealous zoning regulations unfortunately prevent citizens sometimes from using property in the manner best suited to their needs, even when they're not causing a nuisance to their neighbors. And they prevent the building of the kind of gentle and sustainable density close to places of work and recreation that causes the housing crisis. And particularly zoning laws that ban anything other than a single family home, that really drives up the prices by artificially limiting the supply of housing. So at our Zoning Justice Project, we advocate for zoning reform that restores those property rights, that promotes economic opportunity and expands the housing supply. And research shows that zoning reform like this can reduce housing costs by increasing the supply of available units. So I live in Austin, Texas. I'm part of our IJ Texas office. And in Austin, we see firsthand how liberalizing land use rules and unleashing the building of gentle density, of small-scale multifamily housing, whether it's townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, that can stop and even reverse some of the painful rent increases that we've seen throughout the housing crisis. And that applies across all price points, from luxury condos downtown to low-cost housing to vital workforce housing for essential workers like teachers, firefighters, and so on. And we really believe that having, looked at the current state of the law in Kansas really has an opportunity to follow leaders like Montana in taking the lead, embracing zoning reform to curb rising costs and the kind of unsustainable sprawl I don't think anybody wants. We certainly support a lot of the other recommendations that others have mentioned today. I think my friend Emily Hamilton from Mercatus talked about minimum lot size reform. Houston's the gold standard there, and I lived in Houston for a while in a townhome, and it was fantastic. As a poor law student, I was able to live very close to the center of things for under $2,000 a month, which in Austin you certainly can't do, because in Austin the minimum lot size until recently was much larger, and it prohibited anything other than a single family home on a large lot. We also support easing restrictions on accessory dwelling units. And as I think Emily mentioned in response to a question, it can seem frightening sometimes, and you hear a lot of dire worst case scenarios about these monstrosities being put up in people's backyards. I think it's important to remember that a lot of the state laws that are most effective, they don't override existing HOAs or restrictive covenants. So, and that's very much in line with IJ's philosophy of property rights. We believe that people should be free to privately contract as they wish about how they and their neighborhood use their land. But what they shouldn't be allowed to do is co-opt the government to then prevent their neighbors from using their property as they see fit through government diktat, particularly when they're not causing a nuisance of any kind. And ADUs as well, often they can fit within the footprint of an existing building. So a lot of ADUs, you know, it's not a separate building. It might just be subdividing a garage, for example, turning into a garage apartment or a mother-in-law suite above the home, not changing the footprint of the building or the character of the neighborhood at all, but just adding vital additional housing that we think can be beneficial. We also support the kind of mixed-use commercial and residential development that others have talked about, and other kinds of multi-family housing. One thing that I haven't heard mentioned, it might have been mentioned during yesterday's testimony that I didn't hear and wasn't privy to, was talking about reforming the protest petition process. So I believe currently under Kansas Statute 12757, if landowners representing, I think, 20% of adjoining real property protest a rezoning or a proposed rezoning, that constitutes a valid protest petition that then requires a 3/4 supermajority on the relevant government body to overcome the objection. And that's a very low threshold to begin a protest and a very high supermajority to overcome it. So what that does, it effectively creates a veto of the minority, and we think it's ripe for abuse. So if you adjust those thresholds to say 50% of adjacent land owners required to initiate the protest and a bare simple majority of the council to allow a project to move forward, that rebalances the protest petition process on the side of fairness. And that can be very effective. In Austin, in Texas, that's something that we're trying to do as well. And in Austin alone, just having an unfairly skewed protest petition process has been responsible historically over the past decades for preventing, I think, up to 50% of potential housing in the city. So it's an often overlooked but potentially quite significant reform that you could consider making. In wrapping up, I just reiterate what others have said, that the housing crisis isn't neatly confined to the boundaries of any one city or metro area. It's statewide, it's a national issue, really can't be solved at the local level. And municipalities, just because of political considerations, often responding to the outsized voices of a small but vocal minority, tend to be incentivized to fall back on arguments about local control, neighborhood character, and so on, to impede the rights of property owners, and hoping that other localities will pick up the slack and build the housing that we all know needs to be built, but which they themselves refuse to build. And ultimately, we think that's unsustainable. It threatens future growth and economic vitality in Kansas and around the country. Again, I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you very much, and I'm more than happy to answer any remaining questions you may have.
Okay, committee, any questions? We're seeing no questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, committee. I think that's it. Is there anybody else that's here that wants to weigh in on any of this?
Good afternoon, Chairman. I don't have any prepared remarks.
You state your name, please, and where you're from.
My name is Josh Brewer. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of the Northern Flint Hills. We serve both Riley and Pottawatomie counties. And I emailed previously about one statutory recommendation that we would request, which is to address a appraisal issue for properties in a community land trust. We started a community land trust program this year called the Good Steward Community Land Trust. And like my peer, Lindsay Hicks over in Kansas City, that land trust creates affordability in perpetuity. And so it's not just about creating that immediate impact, but stewarding that for the long term. And so our county counselor's office, when they first reviewed that, they let us know that there was the issue with appraising those properties, and that would inadvertently appraise those properties at their market value, which will grow more and more distinct over time because of the nature of the community land trust. Thank you so much. Any questions?
How would you word that? I mean, we talked, she mentioned it earlier. She mentioned it earlier, but I mean, it seems viable that you couldn't appraise a home worth more than it could possibly ever be sold for. Right. And so is that the type of wording you're looking for?
It is, and what needs to happen first is to describe the type of properties that are included in a resale restricted arrangement, such as a community land trust. I mean, there's other resale restricted arrangements, such as deed restrictions or other properties, but first needs to address what type of property would be subject to this sort of resale restriction and recognized. I think the second piece of that is a formula for what is the difference between the market price and the attainable price of the secondary buyer. We spoke to that when we drew up our land trust program. Some land trusts, like tenants to homeowners, they use models that may be linear appreciation models, so you could very easily predict what, and I hope I'm not misstating their model, but linear appreciation models can easily predict how much that property will appreciate, so say 4 or 5% annually. So you could see how that resale will differentiate from the market value over time. Our model is based on an appraisal model, and so we can very quickly identify what the resale value of that property is at any time. And we did that so that it would be easier for our agency, because we're a small nonprofit organization, to calculate that resale value due to the seller and owed by the buyer, but also for the appraiser's office.
Okay, thanks. I think one of us has suggested wording for it, so stick around. All right, seeing no other testimony. Oh, did you have a question? I'm sorry. Representative Howell?
Sorry. I did have a question, and maybe if somebody else has wording, maybe my question's unnecessary, but you know, the old thing about I slept on a Holiday Inn last night. I'm married to a county commissioner, so this kind of topic comes up all the time as far as property taxes. So are you suggesting you want like kind of like a cap in the increase of the property taxes, or you want them waived completely? I'm not quite understanding what you're looking for.
Yeah, so what we heard from our county counselor's office was that the county appraiser's office is very clearly told that they need to appraise properties based on their market value. What they need is allowance that they could recognize the restricted resale of that home. And they needed that very explicitly. Thanks.
All right, thanks for clearing that up. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is something I was interested in also trying to introduce with our peers here. I think it's extremely important because there have been presentations done in Riley and other areas, and I think even in Lawrence where they have this, where it's helped a lot of families continue to live in a home, and then when it's sold, it's still sold not at the fair market value, but at the same rate continuously. And that's been the barrier to have some, and instead of putting these, the land back on the tax rolls, it's just stagnant. Nothing's happening to it right now. And they would still be paying property taxes, but at that same level each time.
Okay, so as we move into the recommendations, I do want to point out once again that we don't necessarily need to provide all the detail, just kind of a general type recommendation. And so I think we've got enough to move that one through. So why don't we start with that with Representative Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just been taking notes on just a few. It looks like this might be several smaller things lumped into one big bill to make a difference here, but wanted to talk about, in a couple testimonies, we talked about stacking incentives. And I wonder if the incentives would go further if we no longer awarded both, like stackable. I don't know, I just want to throw this out there so it would go further. I don't know, combined tax credits, who is it really helping? I mean, is it helping the people when it's stacked, or is it helping developers, and how does that work? So it's one thing that maybe we can look into, just a thought. Go ahead.
I mean, that was one of the things that I noticed right off too, is a lot of the same people are getting more than one incentive on the same project. And maybe, so you're saying you would want to look at how that works and whether or not it'd be more beneficial to spread those out in the community rather than in one project.
Yes. And I have one more, if that's okay.
Is it related to that?
No.
Let's stick with that one first. Let's do them one at a time so that way we don't confuse the issue, unless they're related. Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. On that particular topic, it seemed to me like what I heard was our programs didn't work until we could stack them. But I may be wrong. It seems like that's that the feds had this tax credit, but nobody took advantage of it until our tax credit came along. So I don't mind looking at anything, but it seems like that's what I gleaned from that.
Yeah, so there are some incentives that, in order to pull down the federal incentive, you got to match it, but then they're also getting other incentives on top of that, and so I think it's worth looking at. But Representative Curtis.
No, I was just going to agree that I think it's worth looking at in both ways, in that ways that perhaps we're, stacking that maybe it's not as beneficial, but then also ways that we can also stack that it is beneficial, like we did with the federal, like you just referenced, Senator, with the federal low-income tax credits, and then marrying that with the state, and then all of a sudden it made that a program that was actually workable. So I think when we look at it, we need to look at it from both ways. Like, are there programs that we can stack that does make sense and it does really help us to reach our goals? And then are there things that we're stacking that maybe shouldn't? But I think we should look at everything. So thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on looking at the stacking? Seeing none, do you want to make your motion and look at the possibility? Just look at stacking and whether or not it makes sense to stack or not stack.
All right. Hey, thanks stack for that. That was a word salad. Anyway, looking back, sorry.
Stacks would you stack if you could stack stacks?
Quick.
On that thought, is it a referral like to ask research to look into it, to compile research on it, or who would do the looking at, I guess is what I'm asking.
It'll certainly be looked at in the Commerce Committee because they're all commerce items.
Okay, so it's okay for the committee to review. Okay, thank you.
All right. Then I'll make a motion to look into the stacking concept, when it's helpful, when it isn't, and what we should do about that.
Need a second? Senator Schallenberger. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Did you have a second one?
I do, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
This one, it just got my attention a couple times, but it was brought up, the classification of manufactured homes. They're considered personal property, which causes all kinds of problems. Recommendation from our Wichita councilman was classifying manufactured homes as either single-family homes, so they're actually a value, or real property. Just looking into that, perhaps.
Martha, something tells me this is going to cause all kinds of problems for your industry. So.
It will shut down our lending because it depends on whether it is personal property, like homes in manufactured home communities. Those are all personal property, and the lending is very different from a home that's on a permanent foundation. That is real property, and there is a process in statute to eliminate that title, and after it's eliminated, there's another statute that said it is considered an improvement to the real property like any other real property improvement. So, yeah, it would shut down our lending.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. No. Do you have any others? Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Thanks for sticking around. Sure. Go ahead. We got one question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while you're up there, could you maybe respond to City Council Member Glasscock's for the title issue there?
I would like to talk to him before I respond because I'm not exactly clear exactly what the situation is, but there are two statutes that come to mind that could address his issue. There's a valueless home, manufactured home that's abandoned that you can utilize to give away the home. And there is also, let's see, what was his other, not knowing who owns the home, title-wise. There's title searches that can be done. Oh, it was quiet title process. And we asked several years ago to streamline the quiet title process because it is expensive and it's time-consuming. And we were told that it's a due process. You have to have the quiet title process because we did ask about streamlining that. But maybe there's something else after I talk to him that we could help him with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Reddy.
Are we back at making motions?
We are.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, was there a motion made about the community land trust? We discussed it, but was there a motion made?
There was not. Wait a minute. There was not a motion made, and that's what that's what you were supposed to make. Oh. And then you went down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
So, would you prefer that she makes it since she has suggested wording?
I just want to make sure.
Okay. Good catch. Good catch. All right. Representative Essex.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we look into the appraisal process for community land trusts.
Okay, and I think that the revisers have heard kind of what we're looking for there, so you understand how that needs to be worded. All right. Any further discussion on that particular Representative Howell?
Just wanted to make sure when we say community land trust, we're talking specifically for nonprofits and the low-income housing specifically. When we say that, is that correct?
Yes, as we were talking about the wording, it would be specific to homes that have limited resale value in those types of trusts.
Excellent.
Charles? So yes, the county appraiser would have allowance to recognize. Senator Schallenberger.
I probably shouldn't even say anything, but is there a constitutional problem with that? I mean, are we supposed to be appraising houses at market value? I just raised that, and I'm sure whenever the committee looks at it, you'll figure that out.
Yeah, it probably would come up in discussion, I would imagine, if it's not constitutional. But I'm all for a constitutional amendment on property tax, I'll tell you that. Okay, so all in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Do you have any others? Senator Reddy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was lots of discussion about zoning. I know that there's a lot of local control in zoning. I would like to know how we can, how we would look at streamlining some of those zonings, especially for multi-purpose housing. And there was so many variations of types of zoning, and I would like to have, like to have us look into that and have some specifics for statutes to make it easier for more development to happen in those communities.
Okay, so are you looking for preemptive legislation to preempt local control on zoning?
No. I really like the local control. I guess because this is not my depth of expertise, I hope we are not restricting communities from having the types of zonings that they would like to have. Keeping it more open so they can have more types of development, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Representative Curtis with a question.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to clarify because I wrote down a note myself in that regard. And so what I heard from some is that they would like to be able to locally go away from the law that ties the use of property to zoning and be able to use what's called form-based whatever. So I don't know. So are we looking at like allowing, is your motion to allow local government more flexibility in the codes that they adopt? Or are you looking for something that's standard? I'm not sure I'm following you.
I think that's where my thoughts were kind of confusing a little bit because I heard a lot about streamlining, but then I heard a lot about this form zoning, and I'm not exactly sure that I understood what exactly form zoning meant. And I need more of a clarification. What I don't want to do is take local control away from some of those communities because they're so different from each other. But I would like to open it up so that they are, it makes processes easier is what I'm looking for. But I'm not quite sure how to make that motion or what department that would fall under.
How about if we have a look at zoning law reform and we take that into consideration? Is it something, are there instances where the state does need to set some parameters, but yet underneath there we still have, some ability for local to conform to what their community needs are? Is that, but if we have them look at what zone, maybe we just have them, maybe the motion is just to look at zoning law reform.
That makes
those
more
options
sense to
are.
me so that there's more discussion.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think where I'm at on this, just to add to the discussion, is if there are things that laws or statutes we have on the books that are making it difficult for local governments to have flexibility, I would be comfortable looking at that, but I would be very hesitant to do anything that would restrict the local control as it relates to their zoning. But if there is something on the books we currently have that is being restrictive in the flexibility for local governments to make those decisions, I would be willing to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Representative Howell.
We all need another round of coffee. It's getting late in the afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I believe that there perhaps might be a place, perhaps in commerce hearings, if the chair would deem appropriate, for perhaps some educational hearings on the zoning, in a discussion of zoning in what do we really want to place as priority in our state, because not to take away home rule authority from our local governments, but what we have competing interests currently happening. We have fire, for example, with the width of roads, who want to double the width of roads because of the size of their fire trucks, and they don't want to have to back them out. They want to be able to turn them around, okay? So which greatly increases the costs of our houses, competing with the cost of building a house for our residents, okay? And county commissioners and city council members do not like to argue with our fire departments or our fire marshals, for example, okay? And this is just one small example. There's many things that we think they're the experts. They keep people safe. We trust them. They rubber stamp their requests. Okay. Sean Miller that was talking about the design for houses with brick and all those things, our design codes and all those things in our neighborhoods that greatly increase the cost of our homes, okay? Curb and gutters, asphalt streets, do we really have to have those? Those increase the cost of our lots by tremendous amounts, okay, before we ever get a house on them, okay? What do we really, as our state, what do we really prioritize the most? Is housing, solving our housing crisis the highest priority or not? So maybe some educational hearings, perhaps, just to kind of have some philosophical discussions to kind of educate everyone and let everyone come in. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
You have enough to make a motion now? More discussion. Is there any more discussion?
I think what I heard from some of our legislators was what I'm thinking is kind of a zoning reform that doesn't, that also doesn't take away local control, but makes it easier as we look at housing in our communities. That's my motion, but I don't know if that's still clear enough because it's so vast.
Okay, so we got a little bit more work to do.
Sorry,
Representative Howerton, you want to weigh in on this?
if I could.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote zoning down as a recommendation because in all my research, all this, it did not come up. And so I'm completely unfamiliar with it. So I like the part about the educational and just trying to research it. I don't like the word reform that you're using in your motion. So I wouldn't agree to zoning reform, but I'm all for studying it to learn more and be educated on it. So, yes.
Yeah, so the way I look at this is there's probably a reason that the state has certain restrictions and there's probably a reason that the locals have theirs. And so I'd be open to looking at the differences and why they're there. But I do want to avoid saying we're going to remove from the state, or we're going to restrictions from the state, or restrictions, or the ability to restrict at the local level. But I think we should look into it. It came up enough today that we probably ought to look into at least educating ourselves on it.
So, Mr. Chairman, so can I maybe propose a zoning task force of some kind? It seems like a lot if you just have it in commerce where you have so many other bills to look at. Maybe we can just have a small task force that their primary focus is this.
I mean, you can certainly make that motion. I don't know that you'll get a lot of support. I mean, that's a whole nother committee process, and we've been told we're doing 90 days, 90 days, 90 days, and I don't know that you'll get much out of it. And so I'd be willing to look into it in the Commerce Committee on the House side. I can say that if you pass your motion. Senator Erickson.
Well, I just want to maybe boil this all down and simplify it if I didn't make it clear earlier. What I would suggest is if there are things that we have in statute at the state level that make it difficult for local municipalities to have the flexibility regarding their zoning laws, that we take a look at those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're good with that? That's your, okay? And you want to second it? Okay. Okay. All in favor to that, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I have almost marked all of them off except for one, and that is, and I'm not sure if this would really go to your committee, the Commerce Committee or not, but it was brought up about renters at one time had access to our homestead property tax rebate, and I would just like for us to look at that again in extending the homestead property tax rebate to those qualifying renters that would qualify to receive that.
Well, yeah, it'd be about time that the people that are renters would realize that they're actually paying property tax. If nothing else comes out of that, they'll start voting a little differently at the local level.
You never know.
I mean, that would be something that would go to the tax committee, and I know that it's been brought up several times there, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense to them anyway, but if you want to try to recommend that they look at it again, go for it.
I would like to make that recommendation, if you all agree that we suggest our tax committee revisit that and look at extending the homestead property tax rebate to our renters. They still have to qualify.
I know we're not getting into details, but what about all these abatements that when the apartment complex isn't even paying property tax?
Kim.
Go ahead.
So I, coming from the tax industry, I prepared a lot of those forms, and I couldn't recommend that we go back to the past. Maybe some other form, but I couldn't support that motion because I think it's an unfair credit. It's not, because if they're not paying the property tax, there's no checks and balances on that. It's just, I don't know. I'm not going to support that, so thank you.
Do we have a second on the possible motion? Seconded by Senator Reddy. Is there any other discussion on it? Not seeing any other discussion. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Noes have it. Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this was, I know that Senator Reddy and I were out of the room for a minute. I don't know if anyone ever circled back to House Bill 2832, which was started last year, I guess, or maybe passed the House, that dealt with the historic tax credit. I'd like to see that revisited.
That just kind of refresh the committee. That was something that was brought up early yesterday, and then again today by Alex Orrell. And currently on the tax credit, it's not good for the current year, and that was a mistake. We had a bill to correct it last year, and this would recommend that we look at that bill again, or we pass that bill again. And is that clear?
That's the motion I just made.
Okay. I have a second on that. Seconded by Senator Erickson. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. Too bad Mr. Orrell's not here to see that all of his recommendations have passed. Any further discussion? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really intrigued by Ms. Duvall's presentation on local solutions and allowing communities to examine how to work with employer and investor solutions. And one of the things that she had in her testimony was about having some assistance with reviewing Kansas law that would allow communities to look at some of their own local solutions. So I would recommend that we assist with that and look at any Kansas statutes that would prohibit community-supported solutions to affordable housing.
Any discussion on that? Seconded by Representative Howerton. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. Motion passes. Any further recommendations or discussion? Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was intrigued by, I think it was mentioned a couple different times, but by Florida and I think Montana with the timing of the issuing of permits and codes. I would love to look into that further and see if that's something that would be right for Kansas. That's my recommendation.
I have that on my list as well, and I have the whole Pacific Legal Foundation, all their little bullet points, if you would be open to just including them all, and then we can be done with that.
So moved.
Seconded by Senator Schallenberger. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. Motion passes. Any further discussion? Okay.
So just in light of the City of Wichita's testimony about the horrific conditions of some of these apartment complexes and rental places in Wichita, one is which in my district, I would just maybe suggest or recommend a review of the Landlord-tenant Act, and just in light of both sides, it seems one-sided to me, and so if we could maybe balance that out and just maybe educational hearing, or just, if you want to help me with that, I know.
I'm sorry, I cannot help you, but.
Okay. Well, I want input. I want to look at it, but
Anytime, so let me just say this. Anytime that you start adding restrictions or inspections or any type of something where somebody can go into your building and tell you need to make all these different repairs, we are in no way reducing rent. We are increasing rent. So it just be open to that. If you open this door, your city council will go into every building that has any kind of report, or has any kind of report of black mold, and then they're going to have a list of repairs that are going to get passed, the expense is going to get passed on to the renter, I guarantee you. Just make sure you're ready to go down that road before you make that recommendation.
so just in my mind, I'm trying to balance, it's a contractual agreement where the landlord provides a place, the renter pays rent, but when you look at the conditions that they're having to put up with absolutely no recourse, where they're required to continue to pay rent, or they get evicted, but they're not fixing the apartment. And I don't know that we even solve that. I don't even know that we're the answer to that. But I'm not necessarily recommending legislation. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do. Maybe I'm open to those suggestions.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. You know what we saw on the slides is not unique to Wichita. I can take you to Baxter Springs, Kansas, 3 houses down from where I live, and I can show it to you. But most renter agreements say the landlord's supposed to not do that. So there's already a contractual agreement, and the chairman's right. We're just getting in the middle of a fight if we try to do anything. A tenant has rights under current law, and a landlord has rights. And sending an inspector in just won't get you anywhere. And let me tell you what we do in Baxter Springs. Now, I watched this and couldn't imagine the scope of Wichita, because I know what we deal with. But the city of Baxter condemns them just like that. And we make the landlord then come to us and say why it shouldn't be. We start condemnation as soon as we see a problem. And they come in and they, usually what they do is they tear the house down. But that's what we do. And I just think that you're getting into the middle of a fight that's probably not.
And if there were affordable options for housing that these people could move to, I wouldn't have a problem with that. And that's kind of the conundrum that we're in. And so maybe it's just a discussion, maybe we don't do anything. But I just want to I'll just think more on that and bring it back in session.
I mean, you have the right to make the motion and see if you have the votes, but I don't know. It's a big pill to swallow.
Would that be like an LPA thing or something?
It could be. Well, I don't know. I mean, I
don't know anything about that.
I don't know. But I don't want to prohibit you from discussion or motion. I'm against it. I just don't see it. I just can't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'll just maybe ponder on that and talk some more and see what we. And maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's maybe law. I think it's other people getting involved, cities, and maybe working with them on some issues they can do.
I'd suggest they talk to the League of the City, whatever that. League, where they can probably find out what other cities are doing.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Representative Howell.
I don't think mine will raise your blood pressure. We'll see. But I will add a caveat that it might need to go to, might be a recommendation to go to judiciary possibly. But so I'll share my thought process behind these ideas a little bit. So going to the, what I'm calling the encumbered deeds, because nobody has a name for it, so I've made up my own name, okay? So going to the encumbered deeds on vacant homes, okay? And as we've already talked about, obviously we have a property rights issue that is very sacred here that we must protect. But we also know we also have a real world problem here, and somehow I would love to see some solutions to balance that. And I'd also like to see us come up with some creative solutions for getting these houses back on the market before they deteriorate to the point where we have to destroy them and hopefully not have squatters moving into them. So these are my wild and crazy ideas. Okay, so with that caveat, I'll list these out. So one is for homes. So when we have these homes that the homeowner is deceased and they do not have a will, and they are under a value of, I'm going to make up a number, under a value of $300,000, could we consider changing the law so they are not legally required to go under the through the probate? If it's uncontested.
I can make a suggestion here on this one. We had a bill, Charles, I don't know if you remember this or not. It was Stan Franfelter's bill 6 years ago that addressed this type of an issue where there were homes that were possibly owned by somebody, but no one was taking care of them. They were getting to the point to where they had to be demolished. The city would be able to allow an investor to come in and repair the house, and that investor would own the house unless within the 2-year period while they were, or the year period that they were rehabilitating it, the current owner showed up and came back and said, I have an interest here. Then they had to make, as long as they made the investor whole in their investment, they could have the house back. There's a lot more to that bill than I just stated, but it was very well vetted, and we passed it. It just didn't quite make it through the Senate. I don't know why, but it was late in the year when we passed it out of the House. But that's a possible solution that we could look at. I thought it was a fairly good bill, and we looked at the property rights, and we did the best we could to address it, because there are a lot of situations where people just leave the house and they're gone. Nobody knows what happened to them or where they went, and it's just it'll just be a hole in the community forever unless we can do something about it. Do you remember that bill? Okay. Remember how long it took us to write that thing? Yeah. It was several years. Senator.
I'm not going to say anything.
But just to say that somebody dies and doesn't have a will, it doesn't go through probate, I think is it goes a little far. Okay, Representative Curtis.
I always wondered why when you buy property, they don't at the time tell you can also put a transfer on deed, because I know that going through probate, like if somebody doesn't have a will, it takes a while. You may own that property for a year or two before you're able to really do anything. And if you're not there close by, you may not know the condition that it's in or whatever. So I can see where that happens, and it just seems like it's so simple. It's like, why in the heck when I buy a house, they don't just at that very time say, here's a piece of paper, transfer on death. When you die, this transfers to so-and-so, and that just would make it so much quicker.
And
Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the intent. I understand the intent. But is someone paying the property taxes on that property? I'm really hesitant to look at property owners' rights and say, because we don't agree with you leaving it vacant and don't like how it looks, or I understand the intent, but if someone is paying the property tax on that and they own that property, do they not have the right to do with that property as they deem fit? That's my concern.
Yeah, so in the bill that I spoke of, that was addressed. I mean, they had to be 3 or 4 or 5 years behind on property tax, and nobody. But yeah, no, I totally get that. They're right. Go ahead.
Well, if a house is sitting vacant, perhaps we need to be willing to discuss changing how long we allow arrears in back taxes when the house is sitting vacant.
Senator, you know, a little
Seems like I've been through all this stuff. I bought taxes at tax sale. I bought house at tax sale, 3 years. Now, that doesn't mean your county will do them in 3 years. We've had, sometimes the county waited 6 or 7 years. But a city has a right to do them too, and cities rarely do a tax sale. So if you stay on your counties, cities and counties, if the taxes are 3 years delinquent, you can buy that at a tax sale. The previous owner has 1 year to redeem it. They have to pay you back with interest. So if you, and if you've improved it, they have to pay you back the improvements. So there are ways for all of this to happen. And by the same token, if the property taxes are paid and the city believes that it's unsafe, they can condemn it. They can condemn it if the taxes are current. It requires a little work, 30 days notice, the people don't show up, it gets condemned. Nobody wants to go through the legal work. And it's a little bit of hassle, but if you really want to clean your streets up, that's what we did in my hometown. We just got the city attorney and we said every time one doesn't look right and we can't get a hold of the people, or they live in Texas, or grandma died and they don't want it. And we've had people say, I don't want it. We're glad you called. We'll sign a deed over to you. But you've got to make the effort to get a hold of them. So there's a lot of problems that just, people's not chasing them all the way to the end, but that's my 2 cents on it.
Just
Representative Howerton.
thank you. And just in response, the city of Wichita is doing that. They have almost 100 properties that are in tax sale. They are condemning, but I think the point that maybe Representative Howe's making, I want to speak for her, is that we're trying to get houses before they get to that condemnation point so that we have more houses on the market and trying to solve that issue, so.
Representative Howe.
Thank you for that clarification. That is exactly my point. I want to get them back on the market before they are to a point where they need to be condemned. And I also want to, I don't want it to become government property. I want them to be sold like at public auction and be out on onto the market. And if we do have heirs that are in other areas of the state or whatever, they can have their share of the sale. If they are not going to take action themselves, they have the opportunity to take action themselves, and they are not given, and they are not taking the initiative to solve the issue on their own, then, could we set a deadline to say you resolve this within a certain amount of time after the time of death of your loved one? If you don't do that and property taxes are not being kept up, then it'll go to public auction, and then the proceeds will be divided amongst the heirs and unclaimed, and any heirs that can't be located, it'll go to unclaimed property tax or unclaimed property with the treasurer's office. Those types of ideas, so that we can do it before it gets to the point of being condemned, is just the ideas that I had.
All right, so what would your motion be without all the detail, just to explore?
Really what I'm looking for is solutions and ideas for trying to get these properties on these encumbered deeds, solving the issues and complications on these deeds before they get to the point of being condemned and having to be destroyed, and having, and hopefully helping deal with the squatter issues, and there's a health and safety risk to the communities around them, and hopefully doing a small part of helping solve the housing crisis in these communities. Just looking for solutions and ideas.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Representative Howerton. Any further discussion on it? Go ahead, Senator.
I might not have been clear, but once the city condemns a property, doesn't mean they tear it down. Once it's condemned, you get the title to it. So, anyway.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Is that 4-3? Chair. Okay, the motion passes. So we can look into it. We can look into it. We can, I guess we have some people that are abstaining. You have another one? Oh, okay. Any further discussion or any other recommendations? Senator ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think yesterday we heard from Aaron from the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. I just want to know, I don't know if this is a proper motion or not, but I would like to make a motion to do no harm to the current programs that we have in place.
What do you mean?
For example, the moderate income housing or the RHID or the affordable housing tax credit, that we don't remove those programs, because some of them are still in the beginning stages and it takes a little while for us to see, quote unquote, the return on investment. So I just don't want us to cut programs that we already have in place.
Any discussion on that? I can tell you that I have on my list to take a deep look at I forget which one it's called, but the one that the state is investing $122,000 a unit, and then federal government's doing the same. We got 2,200 units for $500 million of taxpayer dollars. That's one that I definitely want to make sure we look into for transparency and to make sure that we're getting a return on investment.
So one of the things when we talk about stacking, is that what we're talking about? Was that one of those programs that didn't see any applications until there was a different parameter added to that? Is that the program? Because I felt like without that, it would not have been successful, and they were unable to get any applicants with just one type of funding.
Right, you're required to match it to pull down the federal funds, and when we put it in place, we got 2,200 houses for $500 million.
Over a period of 10 years?
Yes.
I feel like we're still in the beginning stages of that. Was that the one that was there for 2 years, since 2022?
And so every year that we do another 22 houses, it's another $500 million of taxpayer dollars.
Okay, but I thought the numbers were bigger than that. I don't have the information currently in front of me. I thought it was, isn't it 2,600 houses that were from that? It was just 200? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I just wanted to make sure we have
2,200. It was about $225,000 a unit, and these are apartments.
So,
in the defense of the program, the gentleman that spoke first today shed some light on some of the expenses and some of that, but I do want to look into it still. I want to learn more about the program, and to make a motion to do no harm to any of our programs, that would be contradictory to that.
I understand what you're saying. I'm still going to make the motion. If it should fail, that's okay. I just feel like we still need more time before we start taking money away from programs to see the impact of them, because it has been addressed as to the cost of each item, the layering that goes into just to build a single-family home or apartments or whatever it might be. So I'm going to still be clear on my motion to do no harm to the programs that we have in place.
Okay, do we have a second? Representative Curtis. Any discussion? Seeing none. Representative Howell.
I just, wasn't it Alex that said that he suggested that we needed to give some of these programs time to come to maturity? I'm not saying it the same way he did, but kind of summarizing some of it. And I think in some ways this kind of comes to that, but I think we definitely do need to go, like you said, Chair, dig into this and make sure we understand in more detail what's going on and what is invested where, and the return on the investment for sure.
Right. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask for the definition of do no harm.
Yeah, I just meant, like, don't take things away already. I understand looking at it clearly, and we might keep it the same. But I think when we're just now talking about the housing crisis that we have in place, unless there's another way, another solution, I don't want to take away something that's probably working. And I can't say if it's working or not, because I really don't have all of that information. So I just don't want us to cut things if they haven't come to reality quite the way we anticipate.
If I may, Mr. Chair, my concern with the do no harm is it's subjective. I would think if we were to examine those programs and perhaps find inefficiency and we could better use those resources somewhere else, I would not call that doing harm. I would call that, just being efficient with the resources. So I have a little hesitancy on do no harm, because I'm sure the people who are currently benefiting from those programs will say, oh, but that's harmful to us. But if we can maximize or create efficiencies by examining that, I would say that's in the big picture of our responsibility, not doing harm. So I guess that's just my hesitancy, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Senator Reddy's motion, seconded by Representative Curtis, say aye. All against, say no. Motion fails. Any further recommendation or discussion? I'll point out that last motion, just because it fails doesn't mean we're going to do harm. It just, okay, we're not coming after them. We're not going after them. Okay, okay. All right. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reminded by Representative Curtis here, and then the discussion that we just had, of a recommendation that Sean Miller had about the codes need to have like a payback rate that is worth the cost. And so I think that's interesting. Maybe we can explore that, or. If
I remember him saying that, but
he's in the audience, we might maybe ask him for clarification on that.
Come on up.
Because I couldn't remember exactly what he said either, but I wrote it down that way.
You got 2 minutes to explain yourself. Go.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm glad he came back from the city of Miller to be with us this afternoon.
Which turns out to be a real community in Lyon County, by the way. So I mean, no intended harm to the city of Miller. So what I discussed earlier that I think is a sort of a fascinating concept, there's a law in Michigan. It's actually not a new one. It was adopted in the 70s that said if local municipalities are going to make code changes, that there needs to be an economic analysis of the code changes. And then the Michigan state law says, and those code changes have to pay for themselves within a 5-year period. So let's assuming we're going to do an energy efficiency code of some type, right? And maybe that's better insulation, maybe it's some other, that you need to do an economic analysis of that to determine the cost of implementing the code versus the savings to the homeowner over a period of time. I don't know what the right period of time is, I think it's a fascinating discussion. Things have changed a little bit since I think 78 when they adopted that. So 7 years is probably not the right term, but I would love to have that conversation.
Thanks for clearing that up, for reminding us. All right, any discussion on that? And so we have a motion from Representative Howard, seconded by Curtis. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Is that it? No more discussion? Or Representative Essex?
No, I'm a little late, sorry, but I would say anytime we're talking about code changes, that makes me nervous on infringement of home rule. So just throwing that out there.
Going to change your vote? Yes. So you're yes? You're no, okay. Motion passes. Okay, folks, that's it. Yeah, we'll have Matthew run through them all.
All right, thank you.
Pay attention, Oral, back there. You got everything you wanted, so pay attention.
All right. Thank you, committee. I will be reviewing these. Please let me know if my wording changes are not the intent of the committee. I tried to capture them as best I could. So let me go back. So the very first one I had from earlier was the committee recommends looking at the proposal from the city of Pittsburgh regarding redoing the link deposit program with regards to housing. Okay. The second one I had, so we had a couple that kind of occurred, was recommending that the House and Senate committees on judiciary review eviction proceedings, specifically with regards to the sealing of eviction filings. I had that the committee recommends the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation reconsider the denial of the waiver for granting low-income housing tax credit incentives to the MAC project in the city of Wichita. Let's see. I have the committee recommends reviewing how the stackability of housing incentives and tax credits work and what are the benefits and detriments of the practice. The committee recommends county appraisers be allowed to account for capped resale covenants for homes held by community land trusts during the appraisal process. The committee recommends the examination of the committee recommends examining if there are state statutes that restrict local government's zoning authority. The committee recommends the passage of the language contained in 2024 House Bill 2832 as introduced. That's the one regarding the tax incentive transfer element. The committee recommends the legislature assist with looking at any statutes that would prohibit local solutions to affordable community housing. The committee recommends the further study to permit fast tracking and the recommendations contained in the Pacific Legal Foundation testimony. The committee recommends the exploration of possible solutions and ideas for vacant homes whose titles are currently encumbered to get them onto the market. And then finally, the committee recommends the study of city building codes. I was a little lost on that last one, so if there's further, if you want to elaborate more on that.
I think the return on investment is like the payback, and that they would pay for themselves within a certain
So
time.
the committee would recommend the study of the return on investment of city building codes over a period of time.
So that was in Mr. Miller's testimony.
Okay.
That a look at the prohibition of enacting a code that doesn't pay for itself within 5 years, as Michigan did.
We did.
So I have that one then, as the committee recommends a study of the return on investment on city building codes similar to statutes found in Michigan. And I can elaborate that further.
That's good enough.
Okay. Did I miss anything or mischaracterize anything for the committee?
On the Pacific Legal Foundation, we recommended all of their bullet points, including the squatter laws.
Yes, so I have it was wanting to study, or is it to further study the fast tracking and all those recommendations, or just recommending the changes?
Adoption of those.
Okay, so, but it was, okay. So to study the permit fast tracking, but recommending the Pacific Legal Foundations. Okay, I'll make that change. That's everything. So, and then again, I generally ask if the committee is okay if I kind of wordsmith a little bit of this throughout. I will send out the report to get kind of confirmation before we release it.
All right. Thank you very much, and thanks for all your work putting this together, Matt, and keeping track of keeping us on track time-wise, allowing us to add conferees at the last second, and all the conferees. Thank you for your time today. Thanks for coming in, and all those who sat in the gallery. What is it now?
No, I just wanted to thank the chair for all of his patience with me and leading us along and allowing us to be involved in this process, but never mind.
We always have fun. All right, kegger at my house.